Mo,
Uh,
Larry, or Curly? Which one am I?
Hmm.
we're now live. Hello, people. Hello, beautiful people. Hello, everybody.
Hey.
Hope you're all well. You all know myself. Ugly one, ugly two is Matt, and we've got a beautiful Stephanie here as well. So, Stephanie, you're new to everyone on this channel, but you are a
Yes,
resident of Westerville. So, you very, very kindly agreed to come on today. So grateful for that. Do you want to say a little bit about yourself? You were saying a little bit about your role and stuff like that. Say a little bit about yourself.
sure. Okay, so I guess I'll hedge this by saying that my husband is concerned that I am meant to represent a normal person in Westerville because he doesn't think I'm normal. But yeah, I'm a Westerville resident. I've lived in Westerville since 2005 for the second time. Um, Raised my kids here. Both my girls went to Westerville South High School. They're both in late stages of college now. Um, I work in the public health space. I did a decade at Victoria's Secret, which is based here in Columbus.
Oh, that's
But
right.
currently I am I work for a biotech company in the opioid reversal space. So working on the opioid crisis. I cover the state of Ohio and Indiana and West Virginia for my company. Um, I am a true crime person. I love like my podcast list would make people go, "Wow, what is she? What's wrong with her?" Right? Um, so this has been something that we never expected a case this big in a town as small as we are. So that was, I think, initially my fascination with the case. Um, and I've had a real total 180. And I am so grateful, not only to you, Dylan, for what you're doing, dissecting the court case, but I'm super grateful to Sword and Scale because had Sword and Scale not done this story, I would never have known the truth. Truly, I don't think I ever would have heard the truth because I didn't follow the court case. I
Right.
followed the smear campaign.
Right.
That's kind of all I knew. And I call it a smear campaign because that's, in my opinion, that's what it was, 100%.
Well,
So,
could you just like describe what it was like beforehand, like in the initial like week of hearing you heard
Yeah.
about
So
Emily's
or
disappearance,
when
right? I
did you
mean, it was
hear
not.
about it? How
yeah,
far did you hear about it? When did you hear about this case?
the night she was missing, the night
Right.
that Matt must have talked to the police, the very night that Matt must
The
have
20,
reported her missing.
the 25th. It was
Yep.
Memorial Day or Labor
Yep.
Day, whatever it
Yep.
was, right?
Yep.
So,
It was, and
can I just so I was just like, how far do you live from that? As
I
in,
could I could throw a rock to
oh,
where
okay,
their condos are,
okay.
and that the trails and all the
You
places that were points of interest. All
you
that's my home. That's where we
you
walk
know
our
the
dogs.
bridge, the turn,
A
the
hundred
bike path,
percent.
right where that was. Okay, cool.
And listening, honest to God, being able to listen on Sword and Scale to some of Matt's, because they you had the audio of the body cam, so you had all of that. It also included his interview with, well, I wouldn't call it an interview. It was a setup with the
Interrogation.
police. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I could hear like everything he was talking about was like speaking to my soul because I could hear. I don't want to get too deep into this and I want to let people ask questions, but honest to God, the thing on the Sword and Scale that really got me, and I actually went back and listened to it again and then made my husband listen to it with me, um, was the sadness in Matt's voice and the genuine terror of, I don't know where she is, but I don't want to be the one to find her. That's what really, when he kept saying, I don't want to find her, the police took that little sentence and made it, what does that mean? What does it mean he doesn't want to find her? That sounds ominous and villainous, right? Well, what I heard, because I'm an empath, so when I heard his voice and was able to hear him actually speak those words, I looked at my husband and I said, he doesn't want to be the one to find her dead because he can't handle that trauma. That's his fear. That's what he's saying to them. And that's also why he was so adamant. I mean, I thought you were so clear, Matt, in that first day that they were at the property to say, go to the left, go to the left of that walking path where she forages and look, because he was saying, I can't go there. Like, I can't be the one who goes there.
Describe what it was like before all that.
Okay.
Obviously, you changed your mind. I mean, because you're logical, you're reasonable. What was it like before, like in the beginning?
So the night that we heard she was missing, it was all over the news, right? And I'm her age. So for me, and I'm definitely not her size. I'm a 6 foot tall giant woman. But my thought was, how can someone my age who lives in my neighborhood just go missing, right? It's that we all have that weird fear of it can't happen in my neighborhood, right? Just like the shootings and the thing that happened in Maine this week, which absolutely just makes me nauseous. But we all believe it won't happen to us. It won't happen to someone we know. It won't happen where we live. And I'll be honest, and this is going to sound really bad on my part, but I have 2 daughters who are also true crime aficionados. So we all were like, oh my God, do you think there'll be a 48 hours here? Do you think that they'll be like, will Keith Morrison come to our neighborhood? Like, oh my God, blah, blah, blah. But initially it was, she's missing. And she's this tiny, diminutive woman. And the story they painted from the jump was, you guys were out the night before celebrating her birthday and you bar hopped. Like, there was this, which I'm like, it's Westerville. Bar hopping is like from what, Bag of Nails to Jimmy
We
V's.
went to Cobley, we went to Jimmy V's, and then we went to Bag of Nails. There wasn't anybody. Well, there was some kids at Cobley. We followed them down to Jimmy V's, and it was COVID. So it was the first night they opened back up from COVID. So
So it's not, number one, even in non-COVID, none of those places are bars. I would not consider that they're bar restaurants. I mean, let's be honest. Westerville as a city was the last place in Columbus to allow alcohol. We were the last city in all of Franklin and Delaware County to actually allow people to buy liquor and booze in the grocery stores even. When I moved back in 2005 from Chicago, they were finally allowing that. And I was like, wow, this city is bizarre. Anyhow, so the story was painted that they were bar hopping and that then the next day she's missing. And from the jump, I'm talking local news, not that I'm a big local news watcher, but every time the TV was on, it was painting Matt as a predator. Initially, it was, there was all this inference, right? And the word choice, words matter.
They suggest things. They don't really come out and say it because they're good at what they do, but it's definitely, they know how to paint a picture, and it's to make as many people interested in the story as possible. So they made it really interesting, right? By making
very titillating.
This
very
woman
titillating.
She could have just left. We don't know anything about her. We don't know anything about her psychological background, anything. But we're gonna let everybody think that this story is way more interesting than it is.
Absolutely, and that's the story they painted was, you guys are out on the town hitting it up because it's her birthday and whatever. And then in my head, the other thing that's supplanted, whether we know it or not, is it's always the husband or it's always the wife, right? That's what we believe because we've done way too much true crime. So, or 50% of the time it is. And I even have, I have some background in sexual assault recovery. And so like I am someone who's been trained to do sexual assault. I can go to the ERs with people when they come in as a sexual assault victim and they need an advocate. So I've done some of that training, and I know that interpersonal violence is the number one cause of people losing their lives. So I, of course, am like, okay, well, what's the husband saying, right? Like, where's he? And then they started with the whole how long it took Matt to report her missing, which I don't think was a long time, truly. I don't. And I also put it in my own storyline. I don't know how quickly I would report my husband missing because sometimes he just goes off the grid or his phone dies. He's not really responsible. He's left his phone at home and gone to work, and I don't know it's at home. So like, I don't know how quickly I would have done that, but
I think you certainly can't. You can't. I mean, you get up, let's say 10, no one's there. Mm-hmm. 12 rolls around. You call the cops 2 hours after you wake up? No. You know,
Never.
what you do is you wait for them, you stay positive, and you wait for them to come home. At some point,
And
it
we're
got
all
weird,
adults.
like into the evening,
Yeah.
and then I called. So
we're all adults, and whatever people do, I mean, there was nothing nefarious to me about the fact that you didn't call immediately when you woke up, but that's how it got painted, was like how long it took the husband to alert officials that she was missing. And then
I don't understand why that would make anybody suspicious. I have no. That wouldn't make me at all. I would be like, how would you know what, when, how? But just.
I think it's exactly what you said, though, Matt. They know how to use salacious words, and they know how to use titillating. It's a lead line, right? It's like the tune in tonight at 6, where we talk about how awful Emily Noble's husband probably is, and why he's probably that's not the words they said, but that was the inference.
What was your when you started talking about the case with your neighbors and your friends?
Oh yeah, it was all you. Like? You did it.
Right from the get-go. Right from the
100%. And here's the other thing. We didn't know. No one on my street proper knew either of you. But as soon as the pictures, her missing posters were going up everywhere, it's almost like we all, as females, we all took her on, right? We stepped into her, and especially those of us who are of her age, it was like, wow, if this can happen to her, holy crap, it can happen to any of us, right? Yeah. And so I think we wanted to believe it was you, because a stranger is scarier, right?
It makes sense. It makes sense. I mean, they're so powerful, the news, and they work in cahoots with law enforcement. They do. They warned me when I walked out of my interrogation. They were like laughing at me, literally laughing. They were like, wait until you see what we're about to do to you in the media. Basically, what they were saying to me, and they know what to do. It's training. It's actual training, because I have a missing person advocate friend of mine. Oh, what's up? Oh, you just.
Oh, it's just Lou. Sorry, okay, I was waving. Sorry.
Hey, Lou, what's up? I have a friend who had access, believe it or not, access to a dozen ex-law enforcement, military police, sheriff, FBI agent, ex-FBI agent. They all do the same thing. It's literally like a book you open. It's training. They get trained. This is what we do. Because that type of pressure on someone that's guilty makes them do stupid things. Sometimes it just makes them confess. It's so good that it makes people of lesser intelligence give a false confession. They convince them.
And I think I've seen enough of those kind of cases.
To do what they need them to do, is to do these strange things. And there isn't any safeguard for the people that are innocent. They just don't care. No. And it's just they all that stuff from the media. The reason the way you felt the way you did, it was because, just imagine if they come out and said, well, we don't know really where the wife is. And the husband's desperate. He's out here trying to find. He's working. That would have changed everything. But just a little tiny thing like that would have changed everybody's perception. They know that. They know it. The Westerville Police Department I feel sorry for you being in that area with those cops. They're dangerously incompetent.
Well, and they're not, as I think you guys have had Connie on. I've listened to the past episodes, and your juror, and everything she said is accurate. They're just not equipped to deal with an investigation that's like this. They are good at giving you a ticket. I lost my purse, right? My neighbor's house was broken into. My dog is barking. Yeah, that's it. That's it. And so that's the other thing. So I live in Westerville, but the interesting thing about Westerville, because it's grown so much over the years, is part of Westerville is Franklin County, part of Westerville is Delaware County, right? And although and we always make jokes because it covers 2 zip codes. So we always tease people like, are you the 081 or the 082? Because like we feel like it's Easters and Westers. I don't know, we're Crips and Bloods, whatever. But the 082 side of Westerville that I'm on, and that Matt and Emily were on, is much more neighborhoody, I would say, or like almost, it has some rural parts. It's a little more smaller town. The Franklin County side goes way up and bumps into Columbus. So it feels more city, and our side feels more podunk, like, for lack of a better term.
When so there was this period. It was I think 13 months before I got arrested. There was just this big long period of time. What was like being in the community? What were you talking about? What was like the
people were definitely I would say on those walking trails, people were definitely more heightened, and there was like we were all sort of like interested, and like I'd say our heads were on a swivel, I'd say, as we were walking those trails, because just the fact that she wasn't found was the part that people were just like, I don't get it. Like, you can't kill someone and then no one ever finds her, right? So
how do you do something like that without being any evidence? Zero.
The posters of her missing all over, anytime you went by a telephone pole, there was a poster of Emily, and up in Uptown, which is what we call that main drag, that place where all the restaurants are that they visited that night. There was definitely a sense of fear of Matt, right? Who I didn't even know. It wasn't as if I would see Matt on the street and run the other way, but there was a fear or a sense of there's a killer among us, right? And that is truly how he was painted. And this is the part that I feel it's going to be really hard for me to talk about without crying. But so within the first 5 days of news coverage, we were convinced, my family of 4, he did it. The husband did it. Where are they going to find her? How can they not find her body? What could he have done to her body? Blah, 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 blah. And, it's Chris Watts is in our head at that time and all those horrible things. But within the first 5 or 6 days of the story was when they started talking about, I'm going to cry, Matt's son. And the fact that Matt lost his son to suicide. And so then the news made us believe that not only did Matt kill Emily, but he probably killed his son too. And that was horrible, because we went from thinking he was, maybe an abusive husband or maybe a jealous, out of control husband, to, wow, this guy is dangerous. No one, which is such a dumb thing, especially for me with an educated brain, but no one could have 2 suicides, right? That's never going to happen.
I guess.
But it happens all the time. Suicide in a family begets suicide in a family. That's what happens, because the trauma is so difficult that people just check out.
It's amazing how people would make that assumption so quickly. I mean, and just imagine that they could do that to someone who's lost their kid, and then less than a year later he loses his wife, and they turn and they use that. And it's not the public, it's the cops, it's the establishment.
That was almost like a bad prior act for Matt. It was almost like they wanted to use that as evidence that he could have done it to Emily. It's like, oh my God, I just can't fathom that. But you can't
fathom it. Trust me, you can't. It's for authority to do that. I mean, I've been paying. I always pay my taxes. I pay my taxes, and if I knew, I never would have paid my taxes. But they would stoop this low to close the case. It's all about closing the case.
Can I ask a question there?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'll just jump in. So obviously you spoke there about Joey, about the painting that he could have killed it. Like, not to go too far, did he know about Palmer, his other son? Did they drag him into it? No. So that's good to know that they didn't drag that in as well. I just wanted to confirm that.
It wasn't in the mainstream media. They didn't mention it, but in the podcast genre they did. I was a serial killer. I'm sitting in jail and I'm a serial killer. I'm sitting in jail and I would talk to people on the phone from jail, and they were like, they waited for that until after I got arrested. After I was arrested, it was just, they said whatever. I lost both my sons, and they used both of my sons as some sort of evidence that I was a serial killer.
that's the part that I'm most ashamed. That's the only word I can use. That's the part I'm most ashamed of.
Shameful. It is shameful to think that the people that are in charge of things in Westerville would stoop so low. There's no evidence that I killed either one of my children, but they're at the Vanish podcast, right?
Yes.
Amanda Coleman. It's still on their website. It's still up there saying that there's an active criminal case open against me and for my son Joey, and they're still looking into what happened to my child Palmer, which was in 1999. No, none of it's true. None of it's true. None of it. It's all lies.
No.
Yeah, and
so
I honestly,
go ahead.
I was surprised. I got to be honest. No shade on Sword and Scale, because it is one of my favorite and first podcasts that I ever really started listening to religiously in 2017. But I don't think that Mike is typically the one to give the benefit of the doubt. I feel like sometimes Mike is quick to say, this person is scum. Let me show you how scummy this person is.
Right. Yeah,
and so I was so grateful for the way that they use the actual audio, because you cannot listen to the Sword and Scale podcast about this case and walk away believing anything except Matt worked his ass off to help the police. Matt worked his ass off to maintain sanity in a time that had to be so griefful. And oh my God, the part, Matt, where they're at your home, this is the one that gets me too. And you said, hey, I was in the garage and I just realized that this power strip, this utility strip, is not where it normally is. And they were all like, so, and you were like, that's something. Like, this utility strip never is in this part of our garage. It's always in this part of our garage. And that's me. Like, that's exactly, I am that person. I have like such a personal, like, fastidiousness about where my house, everything is in my house and everything has to be in its place. That's the kind of stuff I would have noticed. And so to me, you were saying this is something to be aware of and to look out for. And they literally acted like, okay, whatever. And then what is she found with? A USB cord.
They use that as me. That's me staging the scene. That I bring attention to that cord to say, hey, this was Emily looking to try to find something to kill herself with. That's in the trial though, but that's trial stuff. If you know the ins and outs of the cord,
I just feel like there were so many times in those first couple days and the first time they were out to visit you that they didn't even try to hide.
No, they were putting a case on me. They were putting a case on me from day one. They were putting a case on me because they're rookies, because they are not trained well, because they're not very. There's no crime in Westerville. Is there any crime in Westerville stuff?
No, not for
this was his first. This was Steve Grubb's first murder investigation. He was a detective for a year and a half. You literally gave a case like this to a kid, and he built this thing on me because it doesn't matter ultimately if I was guilty or innocent. It's money. Westerville has more money than they know what to do with. Are you gonna start throwing money around, Steve? You know what I mean? To make all this, to spend this cash? Yeah, that's what they did. It was money. It was more about money than anything else. If you don't get that part of my story, you're not gonna understand why any of this is happening. Why would the police do this? Because it's money. It's money.
Well, and I think that they wanted to close it.
I want to know. I'm interested in like what you were going through. Why did you have your perception? We got this. It was kind of like this media thing, and then you're talking to your neighbors, you're talking to your family members, and I'm guilty. And now all of a sudden I go to trial. I get arrested. They did all what they turned me into a serial killer while I was in jail. Everyone thought I was guilty. Everyone. So all of a sudden you get to the trial. We get to the trial, right? Well, did you watch the trial or how did
we didn't? We kind of lost. I would say that we lost track of it, probably because our own lives became chaotic. But I don't think that I didn't even realize that it went to Delaware County. Like, that kind of surprised me because it's a big case for Delaware County, right? I figured somebody. But I don't know. I figured someone would jockey for like, this is so big, we've got to move it to another jurisdiction or whatever.
Right.
And I was surprised to hear Connie, as a juror, say that she hadn't heard anything about the case prior to her jury selection, because I would have been disqualified instantly from jury pool because I was sure you were guilty, right? So I would have gone in there and gone, not only did he murder her, we can't find her, but he probably killed his kid. Did everyone hear that from the news? He probably killed his kid, right? So they would have kicked me out. But we didn't follow the trial. And so I think for us, it was like, it wasn't, this is what's even funnier about the media. They didn't cover the trial the way they covered the lead up to the trial, because I think the trial was a sham. There was no evidence, right? It didn't make for good TV because
they were there. Court TV was there. It was televised nationally, thinking that it was going to be this really gruesome case. And then all of a sudden you get into it. I'm surprised Court TV went through with the whole, I mean, halfway through the trial would have been like, why are we even televising this?
Exactly. We're wasting our time. Yep. 100%. And Connie said this on the last podcast she was on, and I agree with her. I'm shocked that the prosecutor even took the case. Like, I'm surprised that this was a case that made it to trial. And I think Matt's right. The only reason it did is because they were hoping for the W. They were really hoping for this big case to result in a big win for them and for them to look super big time, like chest out, ego up.
Sometimes it works. Unfortunately, these cases, they just throw crap on the wall. They just, nonsense. They don't connect dots. They just, and without a lawyer like I had that goes into it like she did, sometimes they do get a W. Sometimes they do. And guess what? If they don't, what happens? Nothing.
They still look guilty.
What happens?
They still look guilty, right? Yeah.
They still have their jobs. Grubb's still a detective at the Westfield Police Department? Absolutely. Is Schiffel still the district attorney of Delaware County? As far as I know. Everybody made out. It doesn't matter. It doesn't guilt, innocence. It was like the churning of a huge account. It doesn't matter to them because they do it with impunity. Nothing happens.
Yeah.
Literally, what's going on in the community now? I mean, what's?
Oh no, there was no justice for Matt, or wow, Matt was acquitted. How do we rally around him now as also a member of our tiny community, right? That would have I would have hoped that would have been our response, but it wasn't.
I was a Westerville resident. How they treated me. Where's my Westerville residence?
Right.
Nothing happens to them. Didn't matter. They got it on. They made all that money. On to the next case. No one cares. It's over.
And I don't want to make an analogy that belittles Matt's pain and suffering and loss, but I do feel like it's not a lot different than when women bring charges of sexual assault and rape, because a lot of times those are hard to prove, right? There's not a lot of evidence. It's a lot of he said, she said. And when women are deposed 9 times out of 10 as a victim, they get shamed and dragged and all the bad stuff you want to say about them. And then it's like, well, maybe he did it, maybe he didn't, but we've already said all this bad shit about you in public. So good luck. Kind of like they said to Matt, good luck living your life. Social media is going to get you if we don't.
Right. Social media. Stephanie, what's the one documentary that's on Netflix about the girls that come in and they say they've been raped, then the cops get them to recant, and then they charge them with making a false report. That's a really good one. I mean, it's all in there what police do. Police want to close cases. So here, I'll look it up. If it's easier for them to close a case with going after the victim, they will. Because it doesn't fucking matter.
Absolutely.
Close a case, they can close it with truth and justice. Finding out what really happens in a case is secondary. It's just easier if it's true. But it doesn't matter if it's not. It doesn't. If it's easier to close a case with false shit, that's what they do. And I don't think the public knows about it. People in Westville have no fucking clue that's what's going on down at the Westville Police Department. That's exactly when you write that fucking check every 6 months. That huge. I've written them. I've written those fucking huge checks to the government, whatever the taxes that you pay every year.
State, the city tax,
They're just throwing it into a pile of fucking. It goes into Grubbs' his retirement fund. You know what I mean? That's where it's going.
What's the vibe?
What's that, Dylan?
was going to say, what's the vibe now in Westerville? Obviously, Stephanie's changed her mind, but what about your friends and family and stuff? What do they think
I
of
don't
Matt
think
now?
so. Here's what I'll tell you. Had I not listened to that Sword and Scale episode, it would have had to have been a Google for me. It would have been some night where my husband and I are sitting out on our deck, and I would have said, whatever happened to that case with Emily Nobles? Like, they never found her, or like they found her, but was he guilty? Did he kill her? Like, that's kind of the conversations we were having. And so the Sword and Scale thing was just a fluke. I was driving up north for my job, and I was like, I need a good long podcast. Oh, there's a new Sword and Scale, put it on. And I'm like, oh, you've got to be joking. And then when it gets to because Sword and Scale unfolds it like slow, right? And at the end, to hear the amount of trauma that Emily experienced, either in her own family with loss, right? Grieving and loss, but then adjacent to Matt's grieving and loss, who the man she loves is in that same, like, if you drew circles of their lives, the Venn diagram, right? Where they overlap is in big loss and trauma and pain. And so if she was the person that I think she was depicted to be, which is a loving spirit and a good person and a person of the earth and grounded and all that stuff, she was feeling all of that because she was with a man she loved who was going through it. So that makes total sense to me, that her agony and grief and pain and suffering and feeling like this is what life is and it's not worth it. And COVID, and I mean, like, all of it, it's like, it makes so much sense that I cannot believe that no one said, like, oh, he's afraid she might have committed suicide. I think that's a real possibility. I think that's how we should step into this case, is this is someone who was experiencing loss personally over and over and over in her own family, experiencing loss with her spouse, grieving the loss of a son that she knew. And, like, of course, that's what happens. That's the domino effect.
Stephanie, I can assure you that never even occurred to those police. You know why? Because they're not good at what they do. They're not looking for the truth. They're looking for crime. And how did that work out for them?
Yeah.
Okay, they created some crime. Here you go. How did it work out? Doesn't work out.
And I think that I would say, Dylan, there are probably still people who believe that Matt is guilty because they haven't heard the podcast. They didn't follow the court case. Maybe they've never been able to hear those audios where, you, like I said, you can hear in Matt's voice that when he says, I don't want to find her, what he means is, I can't be the one. Don't make me be the one to go looking for her. And they painted him as evil because he didn't ever go looking in any of the search parties, which I don't think that's accurate. But I also think that is, I don't know that I could go out with a flashlight searching for someone I loved in the woods if there was even a slight possibility I could find them.
And right next to the people that accused you of murder. It's not going to happen. It doesn't.
Right.
They know that. The police know that. They alienated me way early. I would have been down, if they didn't do that, I would have been down at the police station every day trying to figure out where my wife was. But they didn't. They did what they did because it's in the playbook, because they're not thinking. They're just reading what you do. This is what you do. And they alienated me. And then they turn around and they, look, he's not cooperating, which is still a thing to this day. He didn't cooperate. He wasn't searching for her. You can't. When the police say you've murdered someone, they're building a case on you. You go get a lawyer, and the lawyer says, you can't be around those people. Don't ever talk to police ever again. Tell them to call me. Don't search it. Forget it. And there wasn't any reason to think that she was missing or that she was dead. There was no evidence of any foul play anywhere. The dogs lost her scent in the middle of someone's driveway as if she'd gotten in a car. So there wasn't any reason to believe that she was dead. Why are you walking around in the weeds at the high school up the road? What sense is that?
Or they went all the way down. My husband was on Sword and Scale. They talk about the amount of miles they covered, and they were like all the way down at the Scioto River. Like when Matt was saying she would be closer to home, right? Like she would be here around our condominium where she went. And
how are you going to get anywhere without being seen? It would literally, the last time someone saw her alive was between 9:30 and 10 o'clock on Monday morning by John Kramer across the street. It was in the middle of the day. People are driving around. The day's begun. Where is she going to walk? How far is she going to walk without being seen? She got
nowhere.
It didn't make any. So what? So why? Why aren't you searching, Matt? Why aren't you with the police that just accused you of murder, walking around in the weeds in places, these places that are miles away, in water, at the bottom of fucking drainage ditches and things? Where are you? Why would I be there? For what? My wife's alive. She's alive, and I'm looking for a live person. Yeah. Well, Steph,
it was horrific. It was horrific.
So you're talking about these things with your neighbors, right? I mean, right? I mean, what was it like? Like, so after the trial, it wasn't even a blip.
No, because they didn't win. They didn't win, right? But they didn't, in their mind, they didn't prevail. You got away with it, right? And so it's not as big of a news story, because if it was, they'd have to say, wow, we really did this one wrong. Wow, we really, that's what I would have loved. I would have loved like Channel 6 or Channel 10 or whatever to come on and go, hey, we're going to go into this and give you a synopsis of the court case and how quickly the jury came back and said not guilty, because that to me says a lot. Because I think our justice system is flawed. I always have. I don't think people get a fair trial. I do believe, as I told Matt, that it is guilty until proven innocent. I think that's 100% of the way we work in the United States. And I also think that when someone is found innocent, it's a bad look on them. It's a bad look, right? Like we had no other suspects. We went only after this man. And the audio of the I guess it was the final time you talked to the police, where you were like, I don't like what you guys are insinuating. I don't like what you guys sound like you're saying. And the guy went from, this was the part that I just almost laughed at. The investigator went from like talking to you to like, we know you did this. You did this. You killed her. And it was like, wow, dude, whoa. Like, I can't even imagine what it was like to be in the room with that.
And most people don't know that happened until my trial. Even in trial, they didn't know, because that wasn't in my trial. I think a lot of people were like, didn't know that they accused me of murder so quickly.
Oh my God!
Did anybody in the public know early on that I was accused of murder? No, they didn't know.
Nope. 100%. I didn't know you sat in jail for that long, because had I known that, I think I would have kept a way closer eye on the trial and the movement of the case. But I was just, that's where I said to my husband, this is a Keystone Cop moment. Like, the minute he stopped, because I think you became hyper aware that like, they're not actually asking me to help them. They're not actually looking for more information. They are trying to frame me. They are trying to tell me that I did this. And also in the Sword and Scale episode, I don't know who the friend of Emily was, but boy, did she show her ass in terms of she didn't really she didn't seem like she had any. To me, it didn't sound like she had any insight into Emily truly. It sounded like she just wanted her 10 minutes of the story. And I'm sure people will say that about me. People are going to say, oh, you just wanted to be famous or be on a podcast or whatever. But no, I reached out to Matt. I was afraid to reach out to Matt, but I did it because after the third time of listening to that podcast, I felt very convicted. I felt very convicted in my soul that I had believed something about a human being I do not know, that I had no business believing, that is detrimental to his spirit. And oh my God, this man has experienced loss after loss after loss. And we were the Germans. That whole thing of like, until they come for you, you're going to jump in and say, fuck them. Right. That's how bad it felt to me, because I am a contemporary, right? I am a contemporary of Matt's. I'm a contemporary of Emily's. I cannot imagine losing one of my children to suicide, but it could happen. I know it could happen. It's like, I tell my kids all the time, make sure you take Narcan to the party. And they say, we don't know anybody who does that. And I'm like, yes, you do. You just don't know you do.
They're
right?
lying to you.
So yeah. So like, when it's like, oh, my kids would never commit suicide. Well, good for you if that's the life you live and if that's the truth and your reality. I don't live there. I live knowing that we are all desperately every day waking up hoping we're going to make it through that day, and that everyone we love will be safe and not shot at the mall or shot at the bowling alley or shot at school. Like, I added to that. I added to the grossness of our society that's like, hang them, burn them at the stake, get them out of here. No facts, no evidence.
It's big of you to be able to admit that. It really is. You're the first person that's come out and said
no, I can't be. I cannot be. I don't believe that. I don't believe that.
You're the first person that said
publicly.
Yeah. This couple
Publicly,
come out
anyway.
publicly, and especially from Westerville. No, I've had no one reach out from her family, friends, any of them. No one said, "Hey, I really thought you did this thing." And then after the trial, and after I watched, there's another podcast. It's called Invisible Choir that actually did.
Oh, I love that one too. Did they cover it?
Yeah, they did, and it's called I forget the name. I forget the name of it, but just type in Emily Noble and the name of the podcast. If you join them for like $5 a month of subscription, they have a one-on-one interview with me. It's my first interview, and I'm really green, and I'm still bummed out. Really, it was pretty much. It was pretty close after I got out. It was right after I was writing my book actually at the time, so there's a lot of things I didn't say to them because I wanted to leave it for the book. But yeah, it's called Invisible Choir, and I like them. The name of the piece is called Reasonable Doubt, and they did a really good job too. They really did. They don't have as many listeners as the other one, but they're really good.
But and not knowing anything about what Dylan's doing, like I was so thrilled to get on YouTube and search Dylan and understand that there's someone who actually, probably looking at the fucked up justice system in the United States, says wow,
he does.
Let's dig deep into these things, understand that there are two sides, right? And I value that, and because I think if you're not a part of the solution, you're a part of the problem. And I think that I was a part of the problem. My husband was a part of the problem. Our daughters were a part of the problem because we've watched too much Dateline. We've watched too much 48 Hours, and it's the husband. And damn be the evidence, that is not okay. And we all need to check ourselves, because I said to my husband,
thanks for that.
So yeah, and I was so excited that there was a way to even reach Matt, because had he not commented on the Sword and Scale webpage, because I follow their fan page, I would never have known how to reach out to him. And I felt so called and drawn to say something to him that I even asked my husband, I said, do you think that this is weird that I am so I feel so bad in the pit of my soul that we all victimize this poor man? And my husband goes, no, I think you should. Wouldn't you want someone to say something to you? And I was like, fuck yeah. So I sent him the message and he responded. So it almost felt like, now I don't think this is him. Like now I think it's a bot or something, right? Like it's going to be the Westerville cops are trying to lure me into some weird thing, right? Yeah. To be question everything. Like this person just said, question everything. But so when Matt responded and said, I appreciate you saying that, I was like, oh, saying that, I want to come and clean your house for a month, or bake you cookies, or how can I help you now to grieve? How, because again, he couldn't grieve her loss for the entire time that he was on the hook.
It's if I can help one person get over what you got over, it's worth it. It's all worth it. One person.
That's what.
Keep talking to people. Tell people your experience. What happened. Tell you now have a story. Everybody, 90% of the people aren't going to want to hear it. They're not going to be like whatever, But there's a 10% that you can enlighten. That really that happened.
And honestly, again,
he's all over the internet.
Yeah. That's the Venn diagram that I think Dylan, that's the part that drove me to not only think that and feel that, but reach out. Was I work in an industry where people are victimized and stigmatized every day, right? Because they become addicted to an opioid or any kind of substance. So suddenly they're less important. They matter less. They're not someone that's worthy of our help. They're not someone that's worthy of our love and compassion. They're someone who is a villain. And so that's the part that I couldn't sleep at night after hearing Sword and Scale. Yeah. I was like, wow, I fell for it. I was one of the mob. I did. I was one of the mob. And so how can I undo that? And like Matt said, if one other person who believes you to be guilty hears me and goes, maybe I did jump to conclusions, that's a fantastic. Yeah.
Trust me.
I think we've learned so. Yeah, we've learned so much.
You don't deserve it, Matt.
it is worth going back and seeing the other episodes, because Matt has got into the things that is heartbreaking for me is that obviously he lost Joey and he wasn't able to properly grieve, and then obviously he couldn't grieve for Emily. Then his mother died. Then his father died, and so he's not been able to grieve for anybody until he was acquitted. And then when he comes out, everyone still thinks he's guilty, and he's have to deal with all that. And that's why I wanted this platform, because I was covering a trial for Zachariah Anderson and in Wisconsin, and he was made guilty. And to my death, I will say he was innocent. I just don't think that he is guilty. I lost faith in the judicial system. And someone just said, I think it was Lou in the chat, said, we need to stream Matt. We need to stream Matt Moore. I was like, Matt, who the fuck's Matt Moore? Who's this guy? Do you know what I mean? And then I looked into it. And look, he's here every week giving me like, and people say, "Oh, thank you for giving Matt a platform." Fucking hell, no. Thanks to Matt for coming on every week, saying his story. Also, it's thank you to you, Stephanie, because you're so brave coming on and saying all these things. Because the one thing that no one can ever do is admit when they're wrong. You know, that's such a tough thing to do. Right, I was wrong.
Huge.
Sorry, hands up. It's massive. So you doing that, don't underestimate it. It's huge.
Yeah, and then Matt had shared that as we were communicating this past week, and he asked me if I could be on the. He said, "Would you be?" This was so sweet. He said, "Would you be willing to go on the podcast?" And do you know what I said? Fuck yes, in all caps.
Fuck yeah.
Because I think it's important that we do that. I really do. I think we need to model this behavior of being able to say, I was on the wrong side of this. And the only thing that got me on the right side of it was the facts. Like I was on the wrong side of it because of nothing, because of a story, a salacious,
gossip,
titillating.
Gossip. It's poison, literally poison. People that gossip, that's evil shit. It's literal. I don't know how, at some point in life, you become aware that people talking shit behind people's backs is fucking detrimental to the truth. I mean, how old do you have to be? I mean, it's like you're dealing with little kids.
No, okay, so
you're gonna believe gossip.
Yep, and that's how I've raised my children since the time they could understand me. I have said, number one, high school never ends. Okay, so don't expect that when we graduate high school, people become adults. They don't. High school never ends. There's always an inside and an outside group, right? Second of all, the ability to know more, like I know better and now I'm going to do better. You cannot expect that other people will learn to fully apologize and be accountable if they never see you do it. So my children are fully aware. I've made them all listen to the podcast. They're now, big advocates of like, wow, we were wrong. And I think that, and I said to my husband last night, I'm going to be on this podcast. I wonder if like people are going to come for me because Matt said, do you want to be anonymous? Like we could call you Westerville resident. And I looked at my husband and I said, am I not thinking about something? Like Matt's protective for me. And I don't feel like I should be protected. But is there something I'm not thinking about? You're going to
get flack. Trust me. You're going to read something and you're going to be like, and it's going to be one little thing, one little person. And it's going to be like, whoa, I can't believe someone would do that. And then you're going to get another one. Then you're going to get another one. It's going to happen, Stephanie. It's going to. But I mean, you'd be like, whatever. But it hurts. It hurts. It does. And other people, it's like a poison. It's like, it infects everything. Not obviously, you're not going to go through what I went through.
Cancer.
You get a
little
taste of it. That's what it is. It's literally, gossip is such.
But my husband looks at me and he goes, "What do you think? Like, what do you think he's trying to protect you from?" And I said, "I don't know, the general public, like people wanting to tell me I'm ugly or I'm fat or why are you on a podcast or whatever." But
that's basically what it's going to be. It's going to be nonsense. They're not going to hit you with any facts. It's not going to be factual. Right. It's just going to be this nonsense. It's nonsense.
Yeah, and so my husband said, "Yeah, it does because we're people, we're humans." But my husband said, "What are you? Tell me why are you going on? What's your objective going on?" And I said, "To show people that I bought into a lie. I mean, it's no different than the guys who stormed the stupid Capitol on January 6th, right? Like they bought into something. They believed that they were doing the right thing. They whatever, they were brainwashed, whatever. I was brainwashed by the media. I believed that Matt was guilty. I believe that that's the only way it could go.
They got the upper hand right from the get-go because they have the public's trust. Law enforcement has the public's trust. They had my trust. I mean, I always had a little bit of skepticism towards authority. But what happened when I was presented with a crisis? Literal crisis. Where's my wife? Where is she?
Turn to them.
What do you do?
You turn to them. Yep.
You call the 911, and they showed up and they were like, "You murdered your wife. We don't think you murdered your wife. We know you did, and we're going to go out and tell everybody that you did, and we're going to ruin your life. Then we're going to drag you into court with no evidence, none, zero, because it doesn't matter. Ultimately, it doesn't. You're going to have to spend all your fucking money. You're going to lose your house. You're going to lose everything you have based on what? They're not looking. They were never looking for Emily. They never were.
No.
They weren't out there looking in the weeds for a body. They weren't. They knew that she wasn't there. There's no way she could have got to where they said that they were looking. They were spending money. They were giving giving themselves purpose.
Yeah, I have. I really think that this year, for me personally, not that this matters to you guys, Dylan and Matt, but this year for me personally has really been about cleaning up my own side of the street. And part of that has been this accountability and saying I'm wrong when I'm wrong. And not only to my family and the people that I love, but to everybody, right? Like and again, working in a field where I watch people be completely marginalized every single day, it's like, wow, I participated in that. And so you change the venue, you need to change your mindset, right? So in this field, in my field of work, I'm constantly on alert for people. And I say, hey, words matter. Don't call them junkies. These are people with addiction. This is a disease of their brain. This is not a choice. This is not a moral failing. But when it comes to true crime in this case, and I think because it was so close, again, it's that, oh shit, if it can happen to her, it could happen to me, right? And that's what I said to my husband. I said, you know that either one of us would get, this was just last night, knowing I was going to be on. I said to my husband, you know damn well. Exactly. And my husband and I were literally doing the conversation of what would people say about either of us, and how it would be totally painted so clearly that, yep, Al, he always had a temper and he would leave and go away for a couple days. And she put up with that for a long time and blah, blah. He would look like a horrible man. And I could be painted to look like a horrible woman. This was her third husband, right? Like, who has 3 husbands? And of course she must have killed him. And she has the means and
it's
the blah.
It's so easy. Emily and I were literal hippies. We didn't cause any problem. If you read our text messaging, you wouldn't believe how mellow we were. I mean, if you read them and text, and it's they could take all they needed. What they did, well, I mean, I don't want to go into trial. I was just trying to. They at the end they had 40 minutes. They had 40 minutes that I wasn't on my phone the night of the 24th. That they said that I went and did this thing because that's all they had. Because I was always on my phone. I'm a phone guy, right? We all are. Are we all phone people? Literally, I mean, I was on my phone all the time, so I couldn't have been doing what they said except this little 40-minute window. So they literally, this is what he did. This is when he had to do it. He ran off and did this crazy thing. That's all they had to work with. But they can make that with anyone. Just if you're on your phone and all of a sudden there's like 10 minutes, and if they can stuff a crime in that 10 minutes, that's what they're going to do. It's maddening.
I have a weird question, and I hope it isn't triggering, but I have a weird question about the search for her, that initial search for her. When they said they took cadaver dogs, right, and they searched the woods near the walking path. Is it possible that they didn't find her because she wasn't a cadaver? Like, I don't know how that works. But like,
I don't know. I have a missing persons advocate friend who kind of let me in on how the dogs work and how to. Cadaver dogs are, they smell death, but they have to be right on it. They're not a tracker dog. So if they're 10 feet, 15, 20, 30 feet away from it, they're not going to smell it. It's a different thing. So they didn't go in the woods because they're lazy. They're just lazy. I mean, they're not good cops. They're not. I mean, Texas EquiSearch, whose sole purpose is to search for a body, and they didn't go in there because they're not searching. They're spending money. I don't want to go too far into it. I'm sorry. I go down that hole.
No, because that's the thing that
They went around the periphery of the woods. She was however many feet. She was 60 feet. I don't know how far in, but she was in there far enough for the dogs not to go around the periphery of the woods and not smell her. I know that was another thing, right? I mean, they thought that someone brought her there after the fact, which added to the mystery. Ooh, you know, it's like, how the fuck did anybody get that done? Yeah, so.
No, there was no way for that to happen. And so,
they
and the thing that
because they're incompetent. She was there. She went up there. She committed suicide. When, we don't know. I don't know. I'm not really certain. You can read my book, and it goes way more into it than what the cops did.
Yeah.
She got up there at some point. I'm going to say after John Kramer saw her. She walked up there in the morning, did what she did. The cops came in, looked around, missed her, looked all around. We were like, well, she got out of here then, right? She's not anywhere around here. So they fucked up. And then when they found her, they were like, oh shit, she committed suicide. What are we going to do? Let's continue with murder. Why not? What's going to happen?
Not that I'm not the interviewer here, but because I have a chance to ask you, when you realized that she wasn't just off in the woods or on a walk like she could have been, and you called the police, did you in your heart fear that she had killed herself? Did you?
Sure.
Did you?
Absolutely.
Did you sense that she
you
had
just
some
don't,
sadness?
it said it in the book, right? Well, I mean, if she did it, and they're going to find her. But if she didn't, and if she didn't, let's find her. Let's figure out where she was. So I concentrated on that. And I was never going to tell them that she was suicidal, because when you do, trust me, you don't, before you say someone's suicidal to cops, you better know that there's really something going on, because they will come in and I've seen it. Read the book, right? You got to kind of read the book. What that was all about. But you don't start spatting around, oh, this one's suicidal, because then all of a sudden you get a well check, right? If someone's in their house just chilling, and you're talking to them on the phone, and you're a boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever, all of a sudden, oh, fuck him, watch what I'm about to do to him, and you call in a well check. They show up at your well check with guns, cops, looking for crime.
Yeah.
Things go bad. People get shot. People get killed.
And
all the time.
That's where I think our justice system, policing, I'm not like a defund the police person necessarily, but I feel like police training is inept.
It's all about training.
It's inept.
It really is.
It's inept. But I also feel like there's a social justice element that almost has to go along with it. I feel like if a social worker or a case manager, so like with overdoses, in a lot of cities and counties, they have teams that go out after an overdose happens to an address, right? And so they show up and they try and do it as a mixed team. So a police officer, but maybe not in uniform, but also a social worker and someone who, can talk to the family in terms that are kind and compassionate and intervene in a way that they say. So like, think about if someone had come alongside those police officers that first day, and when you said, like, which way did they go? And they told you which way the police went to look. And they all asked, like, that was suspicious. That was suspicious that he asked that.
They're looking for crime. They're actually building a case. They maybe we can use that. Let's keep track of that. Their perception is not caring. They're not looking to help. They're not looking to solve. They're not there. All of them collectively, they're not there to help. To try to. They weren't there to find Emily. They were there to find crime. That's what they do.
So that's
good cops, like down in Franklin County, the guys with experience, they know how to do that at the same time, kind of look for truth. The guys in Westerville, they had no clue what they were doing because they had no experience. It's been an hour. Do you want to keep talking, or do you want to?
Yeah. I mean, you guys probably have do you guys have other content to cover? I don't want to take up the whole time.
We do with the trial thing. Go ahead, Dylan. Let her know.
No, I was going to say, if you're happy to stay on for a little bit longer, Stephanie, I've got a few other questions as well. But what we do, so this is the 5th episode, just to give you perspective. The 1st episode was Matt giving us like an overview of the trial. Then we're covering the trial every single, like half a day every single day. There's like 8 days, half a day per week. So we're now on day 2 in the afternoon. We're covering.
Wow.
He goes into everything. So anybody out there's not seen anything, literally we go through it. So that's my question to you. Have you actually seen the trial, or are you basing everything off what you've done research-wise after you listen to that podcast?
Yeah, the parts of the trial that I've heard are just what you guys have covered up till now. So that's what I did, was I went back to listen to all of that so that I could be a little bit more educated. Yeah.
No, that's
and
fine.
that was amazing to me. Like to hear how to hear how little there was in discovery and how little there was in really evidence and any kind of, I feel like it had to be embarrassing on the prosecution side. I don't know.
Yeah, we were trying. Diane, my attorney, was just on a podcast. Well, she was on a podcast a while ago. I just found it on YouTube. They were actually joking about the fact that this is the Grubbs, the lead detective, and whoever the head of the department, whoever that is. Diane says they were joking pre-trial that they were going to get murdered. They knew they had no evidence because it didn't, in the long run, it didn't matter. But they knew that they were going to get crushed.
But Matt, Diane. What would have happened if you didn't have the money that you did to hire an actual attorney?
That I got found guilty.
Yeah,
there was more of a chance of guys. Oh, the cops don't lie. Why would the cops lie? They're all about why would they waste all this money on being found bringing a case that's so weak to trial. Literally, it was 30,000 pages of discovery, 15 months of. Well, however long they were investigating. I mean, they put a case pretty much, I'm sure, before I was arrested. So it was 13 months of them putting a case together. But that's a lot of time. They need. If you watch the trial, I mean, we go into the trial. If you go and pick apart the trial, it's a fucking joke, like a joke.
It's almost,
they knew they were going to lose.
Yeah, it's a case study in how not to do it, I think, for what I know.
Yeah. Well,
and we've also
go ahead, Dylan.
We've also, Matt has very vocally told everyone there's an open invite to the Westerville PD if they want to come on, which they never will. But there's an open invite to anyone from that side to come on, and not in the sense of us to attack or anything like that, but just to have an understanding what they're thinking. But unfortunately, unlike your good self, Stephanie, they will never admit that they were wrong, and unfortunately, prosecutions, PDs, everything are normally like that. So
they were just on Dateline, Dylan. You know what I mean? You saw the Dateline. Look at the
saw
things they're saying.
A little bit.
Why would it's the things they're saying on Dateline? The Sleeper, who is assistant DA, and Grubbs are on there saying the same things, basically lying. Well, why did you even investigate this guy? Well, we had a guy across the street that said he was smoking. Why he didn't look? Well, we can use that because I'm telling you, I did look. I looked harder than they ever looked. They were looking for a body. Why they were looking for a body? There wasn't any evidence that she was passed. But he's just on Dateline telling you that me not searching for Emily was a big red flag for them of why they wanted to investigate me.
So I haven't seen the Dateline. Someone just asked me that.
It's damage control. He's still on TV saying the same things he was at court. It's damage control. When Sleeper's looking at you, he knows he's lying to you. He knows what he's saying. He knows that they had no case. There was no evidence against me. But they're out there still trying to keep this thing together.
I guess I don't understand. And this is my being naive, and I am naive, and I do give way too many people the benefit of the doubt, and that's something I'm working on this year too. But I guess I don't understand how someone in the judicial system wouldn't see the value in coming out and saying, yeah, we really, because I've seen cases like that. I've seen things presented where they are, they tell the story very one slanted, right? Like it was the husband, and then they're like, actually, it wasn't the husband. And I think that builds trust in the judicial system versus what this does, which makes me incredibly skeptical. And
if they figured out, if they really read my book and read my conclusion and come to terms with what I think that Dylan knows, because he's over there looking on the outside, that it's not about trying to figure out what happened. It's about closing cases. It's about money. And once enough people realize that, they're like, "Why? What do we?" Yeah. Well, winning is that departmentalizing a lawyer. What do? I just win. Well, that keeps them from having to worry about what the truth is. They don't care. It doesn't matter. Okay, but that's what it's about. And it's a system of getting things to get I hope to get as many bad people away as possible. But it's gone by now that I've been involved in something like this. It isn't. It doesn't have anything to do with that. They'll let someone go that did it, and not care.
And what
money.
was
what they've done money wise, and it's not just prosecutors; it's defense attorneys too. They're just as deep into this fucking shit as anybody else.
And what was your experience amongst? Because you were held in Delaware County for 13 months,
15
right?
months. 15 months.
So
as my whole life fell apart. As my house, all my shit, all my money, everything just went. I got wiped out.
And what was how were you treated by other people in the jail? Like, was there a big belief that you did it?
No. You don't talk about your case in jail.
You don't?
So,
No. But don't they ask you what you're there for? Aren't they like, hey, what are you doing here?
They want to know. They want to know so that they can get information. They can take it to the DA and they can snitch on you. Absolutely.
Okay.
I met this guy named Bubba. He is one of the first people I met in there. He's like, don't. I mean, I just learned from him. You just don't talk at all about your case ever. So you just don't. I just didn't. I was told by my lawyer, the attorneys too, they're like, don't talk to anyone, but on the phone, anywhere, anybody in there, don't. So I didn't. It wasn't a problem.
15 months of your life like that. I can't imagine. I think that is trauma in and of itself.
My teeth
that
went.
you. No way.
They don't feed you. They don't feed you in there properly. It's like, so just imagine eating like canned vegetables for
a year and a half
months straight. What it does to your skin, what it does to your teeth, what it does to your everything. It's horrible. It's horrible. Yeah, my teeth went. Like my jaw moved. Just weird. I mean, I'm free, but yeah, physically it was horrible.
Are you pursuing a case against them? Have you thought about like a civil?
Maybe. No. I'll tell you. I asked a ton of lawyers, and everybody said they didn't want my case. There's a reason why there are. They get a grand jury to indict you is so that they're off the hook for any civil litigation after that. That's what grand juries are for. That they might argue against that, but once if you get arrested and you don't have a grand jury indict you, just like a typical arrest, you can say, hey, they fucked up, we can sue them. If a grand jury indicts you, there's nothing you can do. I've talked to 20 attorneys, probably 20. I just got sick of it. I wrote a book.
Yeah.
I hope to make a living off of something, eventually. But yeah, no, there's no. They don't. They make sure that they're covered legally. So.
I value and respect so much, Matt, that you not only are willing to accept apologies from someone like me, but also that you're willing to use your story to hopefully enlighten other people. That there are people sitting in jail and prison right now who didn't have the good attorney you didn't have the fortitude to hire a good attorney, and they're just as innocent as you are.
Yes, and it's what's even more sickening than that is there are DAs and cops that know that are all right with it.
Well, because it makes the public feel like the bad guys got taken off the street.
Some reason,
but
they close cases. They don't care. They don't care. Yeah, I mean, it's all part. And they're making good money, or and on the government side, it's power. And the whole philosophy behind government is, that type of thing. To where
and the attorney can have a winning record, and the attorney can have a winning record, and the county can say. People.
If you read my book, you'll God expose demon people to me. Like I don't know if you believe any of that, but I was in this really pressure cooker situation, and all of a sudden I saw like lizard people, because I was hallucinating, because it's a real weird situation to be in, and there are. The people that are able to convince themselves that collateral damage is okay, they're going to be putting innocent people away. Why? Well, look at the fucking money I'm making. I'm taking care of my family over here. They're devil people. They truly are devil people. They're out there. You don't have to be a cop.
I do think that.
You don't have to be. No. You don't have to be a lawyer. Go do something fucking else with your life. Go be a farmer. Feed some fucking people. Yeah, you're getting paid a lot of money, but you're part of a system that's literally run by demons, like devil people.
If you're not a part of the problem, you need to be a part of the solution. That's
It's.
Have you got anything else,
you look
Stephanie?
At what Dylan's doing.
Matt's like a few seconds behind, so when I speak, then this is why we cut over. But this is what the program's about. This is how Dumb and Dumber, basically. That's what they call us. That's what they should call us. I'm just wondering if, like, obviously you've got questions and stuff, but you're more than welcome to come back anytime you want, Stephanie. If you've got other questions, you want to join us. There's no limit to it. I'm conscious of the time you've given us already.
Yeah,
I think it's huge what you've done, Steph. It's huge.
It is.
I appreciate you, Dylan. I appreciate you, Matt, and I appreciate that there's all these people, lovely people all over who are listening to this and, educating themselves about the fairness or unfairness of our jury system. But at least in your case, Matt, thank God it went the way it did, right? If you believe in God, thank the universe. And thank you for people like Dylan who are putting a magnifying glass up to things, and not always just falling for the first thing that someone says. But, someone, don't go, Stephanie. Yeah, if you guys saw the things I have to do today, it's out nightmarish. But Matt, I'll definitely stay in touch. I'll be curious to see if you guys are right. I have a hard time believing that I'm going to become a target for backlash, but I will definitely share it with you, Matt, if I am, so I can say, yeah, I can say, you told me so.
Well,
I'm sure that you're not in any danger except getting your feelings hurt. Basically, people just try to make you feel bad about yourself.
Yeah, which is something that I shouldn't let happen to anybody. Because what is it that Taylor Swift always says? You're not responsible for the things that other people think about you. But yeah. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you both.
Thank you very much. And as I say, Stephanie, there's an open invite for you, so come back on whenever you want. And you can pass that message on as well, Matt. She's lovely. And I genuinely, Matt, if she wants to come back on in a few weeks or at the end, tell her that she's more than welcome to come back on. I mean, because I think she's got questions. Yeah, I think she's got questions, and I think it'd be nice to hear.
She wants to contribute for sure.
And I think by the end, I think she'll have more questions as well if she watches this. So I'd love to have her on. She was fantastic. That was good. So for those asking, I am losing my voice. People think I've got a deep voice. I'm losing my voice, scratchy throat. I've tried everything to prepare for today. I was like, I'm going to be here no matter what. So I am here. Thank you to everyone in chat. You have been asking lots of questions. People like your hat, Matt. Tony, Anthony loves your hat. Everyone loves your hat. They love it. Did you swallow Bubba? Yes, thank you. She didn't share her socials. Well, if she's happy to share her socials, Melissa, then Matt will get her off. We share them. If not, then we're not gonna. In all honesty, we don't try and promote because honestly, guys, I don't think people understand the hate. Like you get hate, Matt, I get hate. We don't try to promote people for hate. So if she wants to share it, she can do. If she doesn't want to share her socials, we're not forcing it because imagine there's a lot of things behind closed doors that go on with the messages that we receive and stuff like that you guys aren't aware of. So, but anyway, so that's why I don't promote a second name and stuff like that. So, a couple of things. Erin is here. So, Erin Hack, welcome. You missed yesterday. I bought Paddington. So, Erin, Matt, thinks that Paddington looks like me. So, I have to buy one. I don't know. I don't know if he does or not, but but it's here. I don't see him myself, but he does like tacos. He likes licking tacos, and so do I. So, Erin, thank you very much. This is for you. Pim Pat, people saying. So we will get into the trial now. Sally will be joining us in a little bit, and Dr. Hines will be joining us in a little bit. Just they couldn't make the time. So just to cover the Saturday element of this, my fault, my bad. I had stuff on Wednesdays, personal stuff that I can't do the next 4 to 5 weeks on Wednesdays. But then it seems that everyone likes the fact that it's on a Saturday. So, next 4 or 5 weeks are going to be Saturdays anyway. And if Matt, Sally, and Dr. Hines are okay with it,
you're in and out.
Am I in and out? Is it not just my?
Yeah, you're coming in and out, really. Usually it goes away, but it's not going away this time. It's really bad. The
What
sound quality is in and out.
what about chat? Chat, are you okay or not? Is it just me, or we wait for chat to see what they say? Uh,
Yeah, chat. How does it sound? Does it sound like super awful? Because I'm getting a ping or something. I don't know what it is.
it might be me then. I don't know. How does it sound? How does it's okay? Okay, so audio's fine here, so it's your fault. Good.
My fault.
Um, but it's you, Matt. Good. Yes. Where did it go? I saw a message here from someone about you. Um, where is it? Matt, you have beautiful smiles from Sam I am. Oh, just you as Melissa. Yes. If you forward on a message to Matt, he will forward that on to Stephanie for you. I know he will, so there's no issues there. Message Matt and say who you are, just yours. The name's Melissa. She will send you a message to send on to Stephanie, Matt. So
She told me that I can share her Instagram.
there we are.
Hang on. Are you still there?
Yeah, we're still here.
All right, here. Let me. Her Instagram is at STEFLANC. That's her Instagram handle. Again,
Right, copy
it's
paste.
at. Yeah, I'll try to do all that shit, dude.
Say it again. Say it again.
Yeah, let me do it for my.
Here we
Let
go.
me try to do that for my
Criminal
PC
mastermind.
here.
Criminal mastermind, not tech savvy. Fucking hell. Guys, you should have seen behind the scenes earlier on, right? Before we got on. Fucking hell. Like, literally, it was me this time. Because we were late started because of me. Because I thought it was Stephanie. I couldn't hear her. Then Matt comes on, he couldn't hear me. Jesus. So we've had a massive mate, technology wise this morning. None here. Why is none here? Why is everyone? Yes, he is a criminal mastermind.
Here I am.
Not tech
Look at me.
savvy.
Look at me go. Look at me go.
Look at me go.
I'll figure this.
Uh,
I'll figure this out.
so he will just type it in, mate. If you can, you could type in, can't you? So just type it
Yeah,
in.
yeah. I can type it in.
Yeah, just type it in because it's easy. I can't quite hear you. I love that smile. Your whole face lights up. Yeah. So when I first met Matt, I was a bit apprehensive because I seen one of his interviews and you could see he was green in the sense of like he didn't want to say too much. So I wasn't sure. But then he came on and he just went, told us everything. So I love Matt and I appreciate him sharing everything with us for that. So Matt's going to put the Instagram for Stephanie in the chat here for you guys now. I hope that answers. So you basically just yours every Saturday. It's going to continue a Saturday from now on for the next however many weeks. So Sam I am, his story, mostly to the book. Dateline's fine and stuff like that. But his story, Sam I am, literally, just look at this channel, look at the playlist, look at his interview, and follow it. I don't know Matt's full story yet. I'm following it with it, just same as you guys, every single week. He's telling us what his story is every single week. Um, so yeah, stay here and you'll get the full story, Sam. Watch the other episodes, the other 4 episodes, and literally you get the full story. So
You're really
so
gonna
what?
get the full story, you guys, with the
Yeah,
trial. All the stuff outside the trial was gossip, and that's a whole
yeah,
different thing. This thing that we do, me and Dylan and I, is what was in the trial. It's facts.
yeah,
These are facts,
yeah.
or whatever. But those
But
are
it is
facts.
so that's what I mean. You can look at Dateline, you can look at other stuff, but they're all whatever. This is the
Daylines,
real deal.
no, they're
Yeah,
they're selling a product. Any of those other, what she was talking about, what Stephanie was talking about was just to let you know, she's a fan of Sword and Scale. Sword and
yeah.
Scale, I think is the name of them.
Oh, that's it.
They're not. They're sensational journalism. They're not. I don't know. I wouldn't give them a pass and say, hey, this is the best one that I've heard so far. Is is the choir, Invisible Choir. They did a pretty good job, and they have an actual one-on-one interview with me, my first one, and I was but it's I think they did, out of all the genres, out of everything, Invisible Choir did the best job. Besides this, this is obviously going to be if you want to know what really happened, you need to watch this. This is the only place you're going to get this type of interview or of look at my case is this. So.
Yeah. I mean, you go on other channels, you do other stuff, but this is the only one where you like.
I'll answer any questions you got. There are people out there that think I'm guilty. Well, let us know why. Tune in. Let us know. Put a comment. Make a comment. And I'll answer. I'll tell you why you're wrong. So.
I encourage people to go and look at the trial. So what I was trying to tell people is we cover it in the sense of from Matt's views, guys. So we're not covering the trial in the sense of watching it. We're covering it from Matt's view. So ultimately, what I would tell you to do is look at the trial before coming in here with your questions. So a lot of people have looked at the interrogations already in preparation for that section because they've got questions for Matt. So, if you want to have questions lined up before, then please, please look at it, and then you can bring your questions. A lot you have. So, be here now. Go every Saturday. Happy day, Sam. Thank you, Dylan, Sabina. So it's Matt, me, Taco, Erin Taco, Paddington will be here every Saturday. Right, hang on, there's a question here. Hang on. There's a few questions. I haven't had a chance to check out your entire channel. He may have it too. I don't have it. No, I don't have it. I'm only streaming this for the first time. Right, question. What were you thinking after being arrested? You looked terrified. Matt.
Yeah, it was. It's not fear. I wasn't afraid. I wasn't afraid that it was a different. I don't even know how to. It was a shock, I guess. I was in shock and just didn't know it. You know what I mean? I was just like, just cooperate, because I was afraid they were going to hurt me. That's what the main fear was, that they were going to roll me up on a rug and throw me in off a bridge or something. I didn't know. Because at this point, they were capable of anything. They could have said anything. They could have done anything. I didn't know. So I was when they put me in, when I first got arrested, they throw you in solitary confinement for 2 weeks. So literally I'm all by myself in this little tiny room for 2 weeks, just going crazy. Fucking nuts, man. Hearing shit, hearing people screaming, yelling at night in the vents, and, horrible. It was more psychologically hard than anything else.
On a jovial side, then, what do you prefer, brown or white gravy?
I'm a white man. Thanks. I answered that.
You're white.
I saw that. Yeah.
Do you? So I'm a brown guy. I'm a because I've never tried white gravy. Never tried it. So to me, it looks like cum. It's looks like cum. So I'm just like, why would I want to eat cum? That's why I don't like it.
I hear you. Why would you really?
Why would you? So with my sore throat, they've been getting me. What they tell me to do now is gargle salt and water. So I have been, right?
Yes.
Now,
Salt water.
I've been doing that. So I swallowed a little bit. I was like, that's what the girls must feel like when they're swallowing. Do you know what I mean? So I've been like, more respect to them. I've been like, fair play to you.
Put yourself in someone else's shoes. It kind of correlates with the story we're telling. Now you have some empathy for them, right?
Yes, exactly. Respect to these women, honestly. How many hats do you have?
I don't know.
Loads.
I do these in honor of my father. My father wore one of these the last 5 years of his life, 10 years. He always had a hat on. He would just get up in the morning, do his thing. He was retired, right? So before he'd run out to the hardware store to fix something, he'd throw a hat on.
That's fine. I need to
numero uno papa.
That's number one.
He's in the book. They tortured him to death, pretty much.
Right. Here we go. Whoa, we got people. People are loving your answers. Jonathan never put brown gravy on biscuits. No, I haven't, just been told, Jonathan. With sausages, they're none better. No, I'm joking. Just joking. We're having a laugh. There's some horrible people too. That one hat. That is the hat. That is the hat. So, right. Let's get into the trial, shall we, people? I've got it here, and I've got Paddington with me as well. Paddington is next to Paddington's sleeping on top of the taco. He's licking the taco. So, thank you, Jonathan. Let's present it. Share screen. Oh my God! Right, I need. Where is it? Thank you for your honesty, just viewers. Thank you for your honesty. Right, where's? Oh, here we go. You got it here. No, we were just joking yesterday, just viewers. Because I was, swallowing it. We were just having a joke. We were about it. Right, let me just put that. Oh no, I'm in the wrong setting. Hang on, this car changes. I need to go into this one. There we are. I'm in the right one now.
Oh, there's my exit sign, my green exit sign. I love that sign.
That's the green exit
sign. That's the door
sign.
I left out of. Get the fuck out of here.
So what we've got here as well, some of you who were here last week, we've watched this part, but we didn't watch it with Matt, so we're going to watch it again because I know a lot of you haven't seen it. So I'll put the exit on and make it a little bit bigger as well. I'll put your a good question here, Matt. Did you ever look back on the stream trial and read the comments? You did, didn't you?
What? I didn't hear that. I'm sorry, you're in and out. Say that again.
It's on screen. So, Matt, did you ever look back on the stream trial and read the comments?
I do. I did. Not so much anymore, but I do. I had. Horrible. Things they were saying were horrible.
Yeah. Yeah.
Steve, we call the next one.
They
call Lieutenant Alloway.
Oh, no, the handsome dude. Let's go back to it for a second. This is a good question, actually. On screen, Mathew, were you released immediately from the courtroom?
No. They took me back to jail.
Oh.
They put me in a fucking cage for probably an hour, and then they let me go. But I just behaved. I just wanted to get out of there.
Did they cuff
I knew I had won, so I was just like, they put me in a paddy wagon, drove me back to the jail, and then let me go through the process of letting me go, which took like an hour, 2 hours.
You were still cuffed, though.
No, I wasn't cuffed. I don't think I was cuffed.
Okay.
I don't think I was. I don't remember.
Okay.
It wouldn't have bothered me if I was. It didn't mean. I mean, I was out. I was done. I was fucking happy.
Right.
I was just gonna go through what I went through. What they had to go through, and they let me go.
Yeah, that's
I know. I should have fucking turned around and said, "Fuck all y'all," right?
Fuck off, yeah.
But I was like, oh.
So we've got. Have you heard of this before? Because you're from Ohio. Well, not from Ohio. You live in Ohio. Have you heard of a three-way from Skyline Chili before?
Excuse me?
A three-way, right? But I know you know what a three-way is, but from Skyline Chili. The chili place.
Skyline Chili, yeah. It's I ate there once. I didn't really enjoy it. I didn't like it.
Oh,
is that what they're asking?
No. She's gonna be disgusted with you. Hens loves a three-way. No. She loves a three-way.
Skyline Chili, yeah, that's a restaurant from Ohio. That's horrible, basically.
Erin asks, did I hear you say in another interview that they cuffed you after the innocent verdict? Yeah, he doesn't remember properly, Erin. So
I don't really know. I just blank. I mean, that memory's gone. I don't feel like they treated me poorly after I was found not guilty, and then they did what they did to me. I just put up with whatever they did and just got out of there. Mm-hmm. It took a couple hours to do it. So
yeah, fine. Here we go. Let's go back on the trial. Right.
Steve, we call the next one.
Paddington down. He's going to start eating the taco now. So, Aaron. So guys, if you've got questions, just ask. Right, I'm going to go gargle some salt. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Well, in a minute, all right? I'll be back in a minute.
Or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Oh, this guy. This is
Good
Al.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You please state your name for the record
Yes, it's Lieutenant Justin Alloway,
and spell your last name, please.
Alloway.
And what is your current occupation, sir?
I am the Detective Lieutenant at the Westerville Division of Police.
And
Oh,
what is that?
Lieutenant. Ooh.
I am in charge of the Westerville Detective Bureau, overseeing the
Look how he
day-to-day
turns to the
operations
jury.
and
See
the
that?
long-term operations of the Bureau.
No,
And how long have you been the detective lieutenant?
Approximately a year and a half at this point.
Did you have law enforcement experience prior to that?
Yes, sir. I am in my 22nd year of law enforcement at this point.
Okay. Can you tell us how you got started in law enforcement?
I can. I attended the Ohio State Highway Patrol Academy for my basic training back in 2000. From there, I spent about 5 years as a patrol officer working the street, answering calls for service. From there, I went in as a school resource officer for about 4 years. And then I was promoted in
school
2009.
resource officer.
We had corporals at the time. I worked as a corporal for about 10 years before I was moved into the Detective Bureau as a sergeant.
And so all of your law enforcement experience, about 22 years, all of Westerville?
Yes, it is.
I want to take you back to May 25th of 2020. What was your rank at that time?
At that point, I was assigned as the sergeant in the Detective Bureau.
And so what did a detective sergeant do with that?
I was tasked with reviewing all of the reports that came in on a daily basis, determining whether those cases would be closed out or whether we were going to assign those to detectives for further investigation.
And so what does that process look like? Walk the jury through how you look at a case and decide if a detective's going to.
Absolutely. So every case that we have that comes in on our computer. We read through that case, determine what the probability is that we can solve that case. A lot of different factors that are associated with it, whether there's been a suspect identified, whether we believe we can identify one or not, and then make that decision whether we're going to pass that on to a detective.
Does the Detective Bureau jump into every single traffic stop or law enforcement interaction that the patrol officers have?
No. While we'll read through every report, we will not assign every one of those cases.
How do you get those reports? Is there some sort of daily briefing or some sort of summary sheet? What do you get that you're looking at?
We do have a briefing sheet that is sent out to our division that gives a basic overview of what had happened the day before, as well as on our computer system, our records management system. We have a list of all the reports that have been unassigned and that are still open that we can review.
And so is that at the time as a detective sergeant, is that generally how your day started, reviewing reports and seeing what needed to go to a detective?
Yes, it is.
Well, I turn your attention to May 26th of 2020. Were you on duty as a detective sergeant on that day?
Yes, I was.
And did you review that summary or briefing sheet of the prior day's law enforcement interactions?
I did, but I had actually been approached by Detective Grubbs prior to me reviewing the cases that he had seen a case that he had interest in.
And what was that case specifically?
That was a missing persons report reporting that Emily Noble had been missing.
So who's this guy? I don't even know who this guy is. Sorry.
This is Grubbs's boss. His name is Sergeant Holloway. Alloway is actually.
Okay.
He reports come in every day when the balloon heads finally make it to work in the morning. And he hands out who's gonna investigate what cat they're gonna go get out of a tree or whatever they do down there. And this is basically Detective Grubbs, Stephen Grubbs, the lead detective. It's his boss. This is really boring. He isn't really telling you anything important. He's just telling you that he used to be a school resource officer. Now he heads a department that overlooks murder cases. That's what this guy's telling you. That he's a rookie. He's only been doing this for a year and a half. You know, he's letting you know how incompetent he is, basically.
So what I've done is no, it's fine. I put it on 1.5 then, which is not that important. I put it on 1.5, so he's going to be speaking quite quickly. So
yeah, he's not going to say anything.
Okay.
And so that was based on the interaction that the patrol had the day before.
That is correct.
Now Sergeant Hollis, who had been dispatched out to the scene, you were aware of those general facts and information at the time that when you're looking to assign a detective.
That is correct.
Do you assign a detective to every single missing person report?
Eventually we will. A lot of times we'll have missing kids that are runaways that they honestly just don't want to be found. And so we'll take a little bit more time before we get to those, or people that are just running away for whatever reason we don't know. But no, not everyone gets the attention immediately.
This one did get, well, Detective Grubbs, you said, had expressed interest in it. Did you review the initial information on the case?
Yes, I did.
And did you determine that a detective should be assigned?
Yes.
And did you assign Detective Grubbs as the lead investigator?
Yes, I did.
Grubbs wanted the case. As soon as
did you have at that time a general?
And he wanted it.
Yeah.
So he went up to Alloway and asked him for the case because Grubbs is, you know, he's obviously looking to go up. You know what I mean? He's proactive in the department. So he's got I think he had a 2.5 years as a detective, and this will have been his first homicide case. And Alloway gave it to him.
I also think that the UK said, well, it's open and shut. This guy did it. So they probably thought yours was an easy case, probably, I imagine.
At this point, they didn't. They didn't really know what was going on. It was just a missing persons case. I don't think this was literally Tuesday. So
okay.
I don't know how quickly anything like that would be made. That they can make that determination so well, but so quickly.
Okay,
But,
no, that's fair.
They gave it
fair.
to a rookie cop, and he ran with it. He just ran with it, and I think they all just get behind him. They're like, yeah, why not? Fuck it.
Understanding of what had occurred with the initial patrol response.
Yes, I did. I've read the initial report and had a general understanding of it.
And what was that general understanding?
Just that a 52-year-old female had gone missing from her home. There wasn't any other type of extenuating circumstances. No notes left that she was going to leave or harm herself, and that it just seemed strange to the patrol officers.
And were you aware about the location of Emily Noble's belongings, those types of things?
Yes, I was. I was told that her wallet, phone, and keys were left at the residence.
And were those all factors you considered in your decision to assign a detective to investigate?
Yes, they were.
To your knowledge, as of May 26th, had there been any, again, we're talking morning of May 26th, right, as you're assigning the case, had any areas been searched at that time?
Yes, I had been told that the patrol officers had searched the immediate area around the residence.
And as of that time, Emily was not located?
That is correct.
Yes, Chrissy, I'm losing my voice and my throat. So yes. Hello, everyone. Hello, enough of that. Who is a guest speaker today, guys? Oh, sure. This is Matheau Moore. He's famous. He's a criminal mastermind.
You don't know who I am?
Come on, Shauna. So this is Matt. You can look at the other episodes, Shauna. This is Mathew.
I was wrongfully accused of murder, and I got a decent lawyer, and they had a trial, and they let me go. Here I am.
Yeah, we got him here. Yeah, we got him here. He was accused of being a criminal mastermind, tech savvy.
Mastermind. I just copied and pasted that thing, though. I wanted to tell you.
Oh, is that there? I didn't see it. Where is it?
Oh, it's coming.
I've not seen
it's not there yet. I just figured out how to copy it. Now I got to paste it.
Oh, fucking hell. Oh, Jesus, right. Let's get back into it.
When you assign a case to a detective.
You didn't. Right. Let me pin
It'll be
it.
in chat soon.
Yeah, it's in chat already. I can see it.
Stephanie's Instagram is in chat now. If you want to get a hold of her and talk to her, that's how you would do that. I should write Instagram, but
I've pinned it, so thank you very much for that.
Cool.
One new member. Who's the new member? What the hell? I got a new member. I don't know who the new member is. Yeah, but I don't know who. Didn't come up. Hang on, let me just quickly check who the new member is to see if there's anything that comes up. Apologies if I missed it. Oh, it's Christine. Christine Fortunato. Christine, thank you so much. She re-subbed, so thank you. So thank you, Christine. Lovely to see you, Christine. You see, it should have come up, but it didn't. But there we are. Anyway, here we go.
Is that detective then responsible, or is that, let me back up. Is that detective going to
He
conduct
looks
the entire
nervous.
investigation by themselves?
It depends on the case.
It does,
And
it
in larger
does.
cases, they're kind of responsible for the
does.
overall delegation of
He looks like he's on trial. Do you know what I mean?
He keeps looking to the. He keeps
tasks that he needs to
addressing the. He keeps
during that
turning
investigation.
because he's addressing the jury. Obviously, he's been informed.
Trained
This
to
is
do
how
that.
you address a jury.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure. Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. They didn't know, Matt. It's fine. This is part of the justice that we process we're going through, and Matt's very kindly with us all the way. So here we go. I believe as well, Sally's on the way in a second, so we'll have more company. Oops.
And so Detective Grubbs was appointed as the lead investigator?
He was.
And did you periodically interact with Detective
What a
Grubbs about
bot.
how the investigation was going, staying all that kind of thing?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk first about initial. Let me put up.
Thank you, Nifata. Thank you, Nifata. 4 months, Nifata's been a member. Thank you so much. He'll come up. He'll come up, Tony.
Yes, I can.
He'll come up.
Can you tell us, for the record, this is a Defense Exhibit D up on the overhead. Can you tell us generally what it is we're looking at here?
Yeah, absolutely. This is the neighborhood to the northeast of the intersection of state and county line.
Okay. Is that neighborhood the neighborhood where Emily Noble lives?
Yes.
Oh, is it too quick now, mate? Is it? Do you think that's too quick? We're missing stuff.
Yeah, it's a little too quick. There's the
Yeah,
neighborhood.
fine. Oops.
They don't show you right where we are. If you go from the left hand side of your screen and go two bricks, you see the bricks on the upper part of the road. Oh, geez, on the northern part of this road, I can't describe it, but it's letting you know that it's really close. It's literally like a couple football fields where they this patch of trees on the lower right hand corner.
Do you see my mouse?
Yeah, there you go. That's where she was found, and this is my house. Go left.
Left.
Keep going. Do that little circle thing so I can see. I can't see you anymore. We're this. If you see the what look like a 6-pack of beers, like a 6-pack.
Yeah.
It's off to the left. Our house is the second one. Is the second one right in the middle, and where you were over here on the right is the trees where they found Emily.
This one.
So I can't see where you're at.
No, it's fine. This is that one, guys. I know where it is, so it's fine.
It's in my book, though. If you get my book, it shows you exactly the same map, and it shows you right where our house was and right where Emily was found.
There we are. So buy the book and you get to see it, guys.
Couple bucks, couple dollars, no big deal.
Oh, nothing. It's fine. Oh, hang on. I got a question for you from Emma. Emma said the US side is saying we don't know when or if the item will be back in stock for paperback. So look at the screen of the message.
I didn't quite hear you, but it's not in stock. It should be. I'll have to go check that out. As far as I know, there's a paperback available and an ebook available.
Fine.
I don't know.
Don't worry, it's fine. I'm sure it's there. Yeah.
Did you have?
We'll have to ask Cameron.
Any knowledge generally of the area that had been looked at the previous day?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
I was told that the officers had searched along the wooded area along the bike path that runs north and south on the rightmost part of that.
And you can actually draw right on the screen by touching that if you want.
It's a horrible connection to.
Good.
Did you discuss with Detective Grubbs what the?
You're coming across fine.
Kind of first steps of his investigation were going to be?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
The initial task that we wanted Detective Grubbs to complete was to go out and talk to Mr. Moore to gather more information and see if there had been any updates from the previous day to the next morning.
Is there a phrase you use to describe that kind of law enforcement interaction?
Sure. In law enforcement, we call it a knock and talk. Basically, we're going to knock on the door and just talk to somebody.
And to your knowledge, did Detective Grubbs go out to do that knock and talk with Mr. Moore?
Yes, he did.
Were you involved in setting up anything with the investigation there on May 26th?
Yes, I was. Due to the nature of the missing, we wanted to get a bloodhound involved in the case as quickly as possible to see if Emily might have walked off someplace. So we contacted actually the Delaware County Sheriff's Office to begin with because I knew that they had a bloodhound in the past. From there, we were referred to the Crawford County Sheriff's Office, who did have a bloodhound, who sent their dog down to help us.
And what was the idea of getting a bloodhound involved?
A bloodhound is typically able to track someone based on the scent of that person. So we wanted to see if Emily maybe left the condo and walked in a certain direction that would lead our searches to a certain direction.
Were you able to locate a canine bloodhound from Crawford County?
Yes, they did respond to the scene.
And did you go out to the scene when that canine arrived?
Yes, I did. I accompanied them during the search.
Generally speaking, can you describe where you went as a result of that bloodhound?
Yes, we left out of the residence and worked to the east. May I mark on the exhibit?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me clear all that off so we know where. Okay, go ahead.
We started at the residence here and came to the east. And we had two different dogs throughout the process that we'll talk about. I can't remember if the Crawford County Bloodhound came through here or around here, but came up this way and through these woods and stopped at that driveway there.
That's good, Sandra.
In addition to that, let me back up. Did you then search that area of the woods up north of the condo as a result of the bloodhound going that direction?
Yes, we did.
And was anything located?
Nothing was located there.
Were there other searches you also participated in on May 26th?
On the 26th, I don't believe that there were any others at that point.
Were there other searches conducted by other people you weren't personally involved in?
Yes, I was told of many that occurred.
Were you aware of any searches that were done by the Westerville Fire Department?
Yes, I am.
And where was that location that was done?
They checked the area to the southeast of State and County, down in this area. And also, you can't see on this map, but there's a wooded area to the northwest corner as well that they searched up in through here.
So more towards on either side of the intersection of State Street and County Line.
Correct.
Lieutenant, are you familiar with the location where Emily was ultimately found?
Yes, I am.
And you show us generally on the map where that was. Did the Westerville Police Department have anybody specifically into that area of the woods on the May 25th or May 26th?
No, we did not.
I want to turn your attention to the next day, then May 27th. Did you receive other information about Emily Noble on that day?
We received information constantly. We had tips coming in all the time about this, and we did have a meeting about the case that morning.
Did you receive any kind of a call from a local dental office?
Yes, I did.
And what do you recall about that?
I'd received a call that morning from a dental office saying that Emily had a dentist appointment earlier that day. I believe it was supposed to be at 8 o'clock that she did not show up for.
And the Westerville Police Department obtained records from the dental office related to that.
Yes, we did.
What was sort of the next step in the investigation then at that?
The next step we wanted to conduct was a search warrant at the residence because that was the last place that we knew Emily to be, and we wanted to make sure we could secure any evidence if there was any there.
And was a search warrant obtained to go and search the condo?
Yes, it was.
Is that a one officer kind of an event?
No. And when we have a search warrant of this nature, we have pretty much all of our detectives that are available assist with that.
And how is a plan put together for what to do and what kind of job duties are assigned?
Before we go out on the search warrant, we'll sit down, all the detectives that are going to go out, and we will assign different tasks, whether it be taking photos, laying out room letters, or whether it's actually the search that they're involved in so they know what their duties are before they go out.
Were you aware of what Detective Grubb's plan was going to be during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, I was.
And what was that, sir?
He and Detective Peachy were going to ask Mr. Moore to come back to the police station and discuss the circumstances.
Were other officers then going to remain on scene and conduct the actual search of the condo?
Yes, there were.
As the condo was searched, were there photographs taken of the
Yes.
location?
Yes, there were.
Were you on scene at the condo during the search warrant, or What was your role?
I was on scene during the search warrant. I did a quick walkthrough of the residence, but then my position was out front, just assisting with anything the officers needed as they went in and out.
On May 27th, was there also another canine that was involved?
Yes, there was.
And what canine was that?
That was a human remains detection dog that we requested. We have a trainer that we work with for our canines that he was familiar with, a canine that had human remains detection ability in Cleveland, and we'd asked for her to come down and participate in that search.
And do you know who that was?
Her name was Danielle Fate.
And when, if you recall, did she get to the scene?
I believe it was about an hour or so into the search warrant. She came down and met us.
And did you have a conversation with her?
Yes, I did.
And did she walk her dog around a certain area?
This is a good question, actually, mate. Lou, Matt, must have been so hard to sit through all this crap and conceal your feelings. No, you gone.
Right. Just know that you're coming in. I mean, you're coming in really bad. Yep. Is there a question?
It's on screen, mate. It's on screen.
Well,
yeah.
Must have been so hard to sit through all this crap and conceal your feelings. While I was at trial, she's talking about.
Yeah.
By this time, I was beaten down. It really wasn't that big of a thing to just sit there and listen. I guess maybe some people are a little bit more like easily agitated. I didn't really hear anything ever where I wanted to jump out of my seat. A few things here or there, but certainly nothing from this guy. This guy's actually telling you that they used cadaver dogs on Wednesday, and that's when they came in with the search warrant. The day before, Tuesday, they used a tracker dog to follow Emily's scent from our condo to this residence just north of the condo. And what I don't know if he's told you yet, but again, 2 weeks later, they used a different dog, I believe, but a tracker dog to go from the condo to this residence just north of. They followed her scent to a residence just north. 2 different dogs, 2 weeks apart. They followed the scent to this house. The significance. Why are they telling you this? They're literally making my case for me. They're literally out there telling you that they followed these 2 different tracker dogs to this house, and they didn't investigate the guy that lives there. I'm not saying anything. The guy did anything. I'm just telling you that they didn't. My attorney comes in and proves through their records and their testimony that they didn't look into anybody that lived around there or the people that actually lived at the house. You might not get that. I don't know how good you guys are at like following trials, so I don't know if you're understanding what this guy's actually telling you. I'm not sure, but that's what he's telling you.
Most people will understand that.
I just don't know.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, there's a different level of people in chat from inexperience to experience, so it's good that you're explaining it. So it's good.
I have something to say about everything this guy has to say. Just know. So am I restraining myself now? Yeah, totally. Because this guy is full of shit. He's full of shit. Look at this fucking head. It's busted full of shit.
Don't fucking restrain yourself. I told you, don't restrain yourself. Tell us everything, man.
This is your fucking shit. Look at him. Look at the fucking jury. And then he turns and he looks. It's a fucking act. It's an act. This dude's nervous that we're gonna see through his bullshit. That's what he's nervous about. He's gonna get caught fucking lying. So he's keeping himself in. He's so rehearsed. Look at this guy. This guy's a buffoon. And these are the people that decide whether they're gonna spend all the money on an investigation. Of course they're gonna want to investigate. Of course. This guy's a buffoon. I have his phone number, by the way, if you want it. Anybody wants, I got his personal phone number. Want to give him a call, let him know how you feel.
Hey, I got a question from Chrissy. So, Matt, did you ever think or have you ever thought that someone else may have killed Emily?
No.
No. No, that's quick and easy. Good. Don't restrain yourself, Matt. You don't have to anymore.
Nobody killed my wife. She committed suicide.
Yeah.
100%. She was suicidal. Read my book.
It's all in the guys. It's all in the book.
It's in the book.
Top of this. Well,
were there people that had more motive? If you do think it was murder, were there people in Emily's life that had more of a motive than I did to kill her? Absolutely.
Yeah.
They didn't even bother to look. They didn't even bother looking.
Yeah.
They didn't develop any other suspects besides me from day one. And that's what this guy's telling you. That's exactly what this guy's going to tell you. We didn't develop any other suspects but Matt. So.
Yeah. And Nifitha says, speaks out. Lou, see you later, Lou. Lou's got to pop out for a second. She'll be back later.
See you, Lou. I love Lou. What's up, girl?
You go, Matt. So, Erin Hack says, yes, Matt, swearing helps. I tell my kids that all the time as they are filling the swear jar. That's the way.
Sorry.
That's the way.
I
No,
swear. Sorry.
Absolutely swear. Hey, mate, I swear all the time.
I consider them word enhancers.
Word enhancers. But I always tell you before we go on, be yourself. I'm myself. You are yourself. That's all we can do. Bye, Lou. Bye, Lou. Bye, Lou. Take care, Lou. You see, I love chat. Most officers are told to face the jurors, yes. Hell yes, there's rumor being around that the sister was involved because, okay, lots of critical thinkers here who can see through bullshit testimony. None yet, I know, it's still awkward. Yeah. Right, let's get back to the trial. But mate, if you do not speak up, I'm gonna fucking reach in there and grab your hat and wear it.
I can't.
We'll wait for Matt for a second. Everything at its best, as we see. I know you were, Erin. Can you hear better now? Can you hear better now, Matt?
A little bit. It's
okay.
It comes and goes. It's like every fifth word I hear what you say, but it's really hard.
Okay. I will keep it to a minimum. I will type it. Hang on, I'm going to type to Matt. Just I'm making a personal message for you, Matt. Just jump in. We want to hear everything you have to say.
Just to let you can hear me though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that the sister or the brother had anything to do with their sister's death. No. That's not at all. She wasn't murdered. Did they take advantage of what was going on to financially come after me? Yes, they did. But people are scumbags. What are you gonna do? But as far as in like, if you think this is murder, then you go into that. All right, well, we'll go there. I don't care. She was murdered. Okay. Now what? Me? I'm the only person in her life that would do that to her? No. There's people that have. If you read my book, it's in the book. I don't tell you. You have to figure it out yourself. But there was someone else out there that was had way more motive than I did. Way more. And I'm not saying I don't even want to go down that road because it's not like true, but that anybody did anything to her. But the police didn't even look into it. They didn't even call this guy.
Yeah. Okay. So have you read that?
Yeah, I did. I did read that.
Fuck.
I'm just starting to. Yeah. Okay. I'm starting to see that. I can kind of focus in on it. It's tiny. Yeah, I mean, if you think it was murder, they're gonna try to prove that it was a murder, which they don't. It wasn't a murder. But if you think it was a murder, that just to say that, well, the only evidence is that it's always the husband or there isn't anybody else around to do it. It's just not true. There was other people in Emily's life that could have done this. They just didn't look into it. So if you read my book, there's some clues to who might have done it, if that's the road you want to go down.
Yeah.
Which is not what I do usually, because it's a waste of time.
Yeah. Right, let's get back into it. So welcome, Brooklyn. First time viewer. Welcome, Brooklyn. Welcome. As if the police don't investigate anyone. Welcome, Brooklyn. So hard for family members. Yes, Brooklyn. Good message. And welcome, first time viewer.
Yes. I explained to her the general circumstances, and I asked for her to walk the dog through the residence as well as around the cars. And then there were some wooded areas that we would.
Go on.
That's right. Brooklyn, whatever it is. You're right. It is hard for people. I mean, they didn't want to admit that. You can hear it in their voice when they would talk about suicide. They couldn't accept it. They couldn't accept that. They just didn't want anything to, because it's in their head, they're not suicidal. So how could anybody else be suicidal? They're just shallow people.
Okay. Right. Mathew, Matt.
Yeah.
We've got the King of Hats about to join us. So, not you. Do you remember who else is the King of Hats?
Dr. Hines.
The King of Laughter, the King of Laughs, the King of Hats, the King of England. Literally, this guy could be the King of England. He's not the King of Wales, that's me. But this guy's the King of England. You've all been waiting for him. He's Mr. Dimples, Mr. Ketchup, Mr. Hines, whatever you want to call him. He is Dr. Hines. Here he is. Dr. Hines.
Hello, everyone. Always with the best intros. Dylan, how you doing?
How are you doing?
Hey.
Good, mate.
Hey, Mathew.
Hear me okay? Can you hear me?
How you doing? You all
right?
Yeah,
I'm good.
Yeah.
Long weekend.
Yeah.
Glad it's over.
That's all right, though. Mark, can you hear Dr. Hines?
My volume is right.
Can,
it's
but
all
you
right.
guys go in and out all the time, so it's it's tough.
No,
I wouldn't be talking. Maybe it's a good thing, so I won't talk as much.
No, he can't hear me either, so don't worry. He can't hear me either properly, so it's all good. But he knows that he can jump in anytime he wants, so it's fine. So yeah, everyone's like, "Hi, Dr. Hines, hi, Dr. Chip." Right, let's get back to the trial. Hey, I will just say this: he can't hear me. Matt can't hear me, right? But I will say this, right? If you want a production that is 100% foolproof, like we're tech savvy, then this ain't the place for you. We are rough and rumble as they come. We make it up as we go
around
along.
The planet for me.
Exactly.
Literally, so, you're halfway around the world for me right now.
Yeah. So bear with us, guys. Dr. Hines is back. It's not you, Dr. Hines. Don't worry. It's fine. He can't hear me sometimes either, so it's fine. Right, let's get back into it before we got loads to catch up on.
Yeah.
Dr. Hines, this is the same guy as last week when you were in camping. So we'll play you through, so it's fine.
I'd like for her to check.
And so did the dog
oh shit, did I press something? Hang on.
check the cars in the area of the condo?
Yes.
Any indications of anything stand out?
There were no alerts there.
Did you go with that canine for the other search areas?
Yes, I did.
And so can you tell us where you went with that canine?
Yes, we went east on County Line Road from Crossings, right through this area, right along the sidewalk, and then up the bike path. And she had the dog go up to the woods.
So Emma used to be a prison officer. Oh, he's going to answer by text. That's fine.
During this whole time, during this walk.
So you said along the sidewalk. Can you describe what that area looks like?
Yeah, so you've got the 4-lane County Line Road, then there a little grassy strip, the sidewalk, and then it goes directly into the wooded area.
And Where was the dog deployed as you were standing there?
We actually walked from the residence down to county line, and we walked, and she began her search right in this area.
At any time as you walked with that dog, did the dog go into the woods?
No, the dog went up to the woods, but did not walk into the woods.
So along, it would be fair to describe that as along the tree line.
Yes,
In between the sidewalk and the tree line, but not actually into any of the woods.
that is correct.
And any alerts or anything during that process?
No, there were no alerts there.
After those initial searches in the first couple of days, what were you involved in next?
Next, we contacted a group called Texas EquiSearch. They are an organization based out of Texas, but they have chapters throughout the United States that have volunteers that are willing to come together to help search in missing person cases.
And who makes a decision to involve that type of organization?
I did.
And what is the purpose of getting someone like that involved?
It allows them to conduct the searches for us. I met with their director, their regional director, Dave Rader, and he mentioned to us that he's trained his people that if they should find anything, to leave it alone and call us immediately. So that allowed them to do the searches while we focused on the other aspects of the investigation.
Did you meet with the chapter president?
Yes, I did.
What kind of information did you communicate to him at that time?
We just give him a basic understanding that we had a 52-year-old female that had walked away, presumably from her residence. And that's all the information we had at that point.
Were there, did you talk to them about what areas to be searched?
No, I really didn't need to. Dave was able to look at maps of the area based on his training and experience of searches that he has done in the past, and found areas that he wanted to have his team search just based on his knowledge in the past.
And at that time, were you under the misconception that somebody had been into all of the wooded areas that were nearest the condo?
Yes, I was.
And was that true?
No, it was not.
So where did Texas EquiSearch focus their efforts initially?
So they started a broader area. They worked out toward Alum Creek Park, Hoover Reservoir, even up Route 3. If they saw any areas that were like you could pull off your vehicle, they would look in all those different areas as well.
Let me tell you about what you
searches
guys
continue.
talking about.
Then
They called in a organization called Texas EquiSearch. They're not based. There's branches all over the country. What they do is they search for missing, like cadaver, like bodies. They look for corpses. What this guy's going to do right now is explain to you how they brought in Texas EquiSearch to do all these searches all over Westerville. There wasn't any reason for them to think that there was a body to be searching for. There wasn't any evidence of any foul play anywhere. They admit that all through the trial. There isn't any evidence at the condo, around the condo. There wasn't anybody. That's all they know is that last time that someone saw Emily alive was between 9:30 and 10 on Monday morning on Memorial Day, which would have been the 25th. The day after Emily's birthday, the day I called her in. They had an eyewitness that saw Emily between 9 and 10 that morning. There's no way you could walk where they say they were searching. They were searching for a body in all these weird places. It would have been an impossibility for her to get there. She would have had to walk. There wasn't anywhere where are you going to go? There isn't anywhere for her to go. She would have been seen. It's my contention that this is just all for show. They brought this Texas EquiSearch in, and how did they do? I mean, literally, they found Emily 200 yards from my house. I don't know. I'm not good with distances, but the map shows it was right there because they weren't looking. It's just a show. It's like they wanted to make it look like they were searching. They would bring people and have searches where they knew she wasn't going to be. There wasn't any reason to think that she was going to be in anywhere what they were saying. If anything, she'd gotten in a car and left. Now, if that would have happened, why would they look a mile up the road? You could have looked anywhere. She was gone, vanished. Why are you looking in a field, a mile up the road by a high school? Because what proof did you have that she was there? They were looking at a reservoir 5 miles down the road how did she get there? You saw her between 9 and 10 in the morning. Would she walk up there? And why would you think I had anything to do with it? Literally, this guy is he's making my case for me. Literally, he's telling you that he's literally making my case for me. If you listen to this guy, why are you searching where you were searching? Well, there's no reason for it. What evidence? Were you following some sort of trail of evidence? It wasn't. There was no evidence of it. None. They're searching Westerville. And don't you think if they were really searching Westerville, they found her? I mean, this Texas EquiSearch came in, I think, on Saturday. She went missing on Monday. Saturday, they Texas EquiSearch came in and started looking, I think, or within a couple weeks or something. I don't know when it was, but you think they would have found her, right? If they're any good at searching, right? She literally was right down the road. They weren't looking. This is a money grab. They don't care.
Brooklyn says, no, it's fine.
This guy's a buffoon. He literally is a buffoon.
Brooklyn says he just said he was under the impression someone searched the surrounding areas, but it was never done. Yes, so quite Matt told basically that that's the kind of area she goes to. They said they did search it, but obviously they lied, not just to the lead investigator, but obviously to this guy as well, I believe.
This guy's making the case that they are lied to everyone, that they said they searched where they said they didn't search. Because they're not thinking literally two steps down the road. They're thinking one. Well, we searched for her. No, you didn't. How did you fucking search for her? You didn't. These guys aren't smart enough to think literally 2 steps down the road. They just think one. Just throw. Who cares? Most of these dudes get convicted anyway. You just got to throw up some. We're the police. We don't lie. So you just throw this bullshit on the wall, and it gets convictions. Unless you have a lawyer like I had, and then she comes in and says this is nonsense and makes him look stupid, like this guy is. He's stupid.
Fine. They didn't even search. They didn't search for. Yeah, they did search for a live person. Yeah.
They never were searching for a live person, ever. They were always searching for a corpse, and there wasn't any evidence that there would be a corpse. That's the thing. If you think about it, why were you searching for? Because they wanted it to be murder right from the get-go, and they have no experience in this. They have no experience. Yeah. The FBI even came in, and they started like, go ahead.
No, I was confident.
It's all right.
Okay.
You get the point. This guy is just what this guy is telling you is I mean, you can pay attention to it if you want, but he's literally just making my case for me.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Brooklyn, we agree that if he had a public defender, he'd be fucked. And the cross is coming up, so don't worry, heads. Don't worry about that. Before Matt says anything else,
yeah, you're right.
Before he says anything
I can't
else,
do her justice. Trust me.
Yeah, Diane. So I know you're fed up of looking at the three of us. I know you are. I'm sorry. I do apologize. Stephanie with her nails were fantastic, but another fantastic person we've got here now, come from another stream, is Sally. Oh, she's gone off.
Ah, Sally.
She's gone off.
Oh, what?
She just went off. So Sally's on her way in. Sally is on her way in.
That's because you didn't introduce her. Now you got a chance to, get your drum rolls banging and everything.
I can't hear a word you're saying. It's really super unfortunate.
What's going on? All right, I'll try and fix it. I don't know what's going on. I'll try and fix it.
No, it's not you. It's not you. It's not you. You can't hear me either.
Oh.
So it's not just you. I don't know what's going on anymore. I don't know what's going on. Sally's gone. She'll be back, hopefully. Sally be back.
The end of May.
Yes, they did.
Were those just manual searches or were there other things involved?
There were other things involved. Texas EquiSearch not only brought 25 to 30 volunteers with them, they also brought drones to look through the area and also sonar boats to be able to check any bodies of water in the area.
Was the Texas EquiSearch, is that a one-time thing, or were they involved on multiple days?
No, we had multiple searches that they were involved in.
Were you aware of another search they conducted on June 7th?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell us a little bit about what you remember about that search?
I know that they conducted another one. That one, I believe, was primarily at the Alum Creek boat ramp area on Africa Road. They did countless searches for us all over the area, but unfortunately, we're not able to find anything.
How would you describe this area of Westerville and the community in general? Is there all residential, or are there a lot of wooded and water areas in that?
I'll permit you to answer the question. Go ahead.
So this area of Westerville is fairly grown up with residences. However, just to our north is Genoa Township that has a lot of wooded area, and there are a lot of ponds in the area. Even in Westerville, there are a lot of ponds that people don't realize near Bob Evans, near Chase Bank, all over the place.
So a lot of places where people were looking.
Absolutely.
Was there another K9 that was brought in during the investigation?
Yes, there was. On, I believe it was June 5th, I had spoken to Dave Rader, and he expressed interest in.
Shout out to Sylvia as well. I don't know why, but that's come up on screen today. Thank you for becoming a member of the Tackle Club, Sylvia. Really appreciate you for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And apologies, I didn't come up on screen. I don't know why that is the case today. You won, Christine. So thank you, Sylvia. Appreciate you.
Bringing a second bloodhound into the search that he had good success with in the past, and she drove in from Alabama to help us with the search on June 7th.
And so, just so we're clear, we're talking again about a bloodhound, not human remains detection dog.
Correct.
And where did were you present when that K9 was deployed?
Yes, I was.
And where was that?
We started right at the residence at 46 Abbey Cross.
And where did you go that time with K9?
This was basically the same path of the other one. And again, I can't remember which one went between the buildings and which ones went around, but generally started here, came up through, and ended at this driveway again.
And anything located as a result of that search?
No, there's nothing located.
In addition to these searches, are you involved in other parts of the investigation?
Yes, I am.
Did you have contact with other law enforcement agencies?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
I was contacted by the chief from Shawnee Hills Police Department, who runs.
I promise you, she's back. Literally, I thought you dodged us. Here she is, everyone. Sorry to disappoint you earlier, but here she is. Sally.
Hello.
Hello.
Everyone thought that me and Hines had pissed you off.
No, I was having audio issues. I couldn't hear you guys, and so I had to try to figure out why I couldn't hear.
Are you sure that you weren't selling your feet pictures again? Sure you're not dabbling in that business still?
Oh, I totally sell feet pictures.
Hi, Sharon. Hi, Sharon.
You look beautiful today.
But thank you, Dr. Hines. Thank you.
No, not you, Sally.
Both of us can look beautiful. Both of us can look beautiful.
No, it's me and Sally. I don't know what you're doing over there. I'm playing.
I'm using my voice. That's what I'm doing.
I'm playing. I love you both.
Yeah, it's good. Hello, Sally, everyone. Finally, a beautiful lady up there. I know that she is. Sally. She's having issues too, yes. Hi, Sharon. Hi, Sharon McDonald. Hello. Pass my love on to Toxic and Samantha. So Matt's having issues with hearing us audio-wise, so we'll bear with it. But apparently this witness is a bit of a nothing burger anyway, so we're just going to go through this quick simple, and that's it. So yeah. Did I show you, Doctor, your compression socks? So I've got compression socks. See them? All the way up to my knees now, because apparently we should be wearing them, especially streaming, all of us. Now, you are a fitness instructor, or fitness, Sally, but apparently we should be wearing compression socks. Is that right?
I don't know. I've never heard of just wearing compression socks. I guess if you sit a lot, then yeah.
Yeah. Well, I do 10-hour streams. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah.
So yeah, I do it. So anyway, I just thought I'd share that. I started doing them. They're quite good actually. So we got Mighty Meat. Hello, Sally. Hiya, Mighty Meat. Hiya, Mighty Meat. So Mighty Meat. Matt was on Mighty Meat's channel on Monday. Erin Hack told me and Matt told me. Thank you for sharing the link to this stream, Mighty Meat, or to the channel. I appreciate that. We'll show the same kind of love back to you as well. So yes, hello. No, Erin Hack loves you. She watches your channel. So yeah, so thank you. Matt will be back, guys. He's just having tech issues.
Hi, Mighty Me.
Right,
So
let's get back to
County.
this.
He expressed interest in bringing a sonar boat down to, again, to check some of these water areas that the ponds or lakes that we have to make sure nothing was located there.
And did that occur as well?
Yes, it did.
Again, anything come of any of those searches?
No, unfortunately, nothing was located.
Did you have contact with other law enforcement agencies about any unidentified remains, things of that nature?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes, Detective Grubbs had informed me that they had gone to Buckville, Ohio earlier in the day. So I started making some phone calls to the Athens County Sheriff's Office to see if any bodies were located down there. They said they had not, but I believe it was Perry County, did have an unidentified female that they knew about. So I made a phone call to them. However, that body had been found on April 27th, so it was unrelated to ours. And I basically called every sheriff's office between Columbus and that area.
And again, nothing came of any of that.
Nothing did.
At some point during the investigation, was there a neighborhood canvass conducted?
Yes, there was.
And did you participate in that yourself?
Yes, I did.
And what is that process of?
So what we did in that instance, Detective Grubbs and I went out to the Abbey Cross neighborhood, just knocked on all the doors in the area. We wanted to talk and ask if they knew anything about Emily, knew anything about Matt, and what they could share with us that might be able to help with our investigation.
Was there at some point in the investigation a press conference about Emily Noble being missing?
Yes, there was.
And can you tell us what kind of information was released and what that looked like?
Of course, in these instances, we just release basic information. We'll release a picture and the general circumstances that she went missing, the date and time that she left, to solicit any information that we can from the community if they had seen her.
And do you provide a way for the community to contact you about such a thing?
Yes, we do. I believe in this instance, we gave Detective Grubbs' phone number, but we also have a tip line in Westerville that they can either email or they can call into that phone number to provide anonymous information if they'd like.
And can you describe for the jury the volume of tips and things that would come into the tip line?
More than I've ever seen in my career. We had tips coming in all the time from people that thought they saw her in different states, people that saw her in what they thought was her in the city of Columbus, to psychics and mediums that wanted to give their input onto what had happened.
And did you participate in some of the follow-up on those tips and things that would come in?
I participated in the fact that I forwarded all of them to Detective Grubbs, and our direction was that we were going to follow up on every single one of them.
Any of those tips turn up any leads or anything else?
No, they did not.
The investigation continue into September of 2020?
Yes, it did.
And what do you remember about September 2020?
I remember during the day on September 16th, we received another tip that someone had located what they believed was a grave marker in the wooded area to just the west of the bike path. And Detective Grubbs, Detective Peachy, and I went out to check on that.
And where did you go into the woods that time?
So we entered the woods from the bike path area here, and approximately 100 yards in, we were able to find a small ceramic angel that was just sitting out in the open in the woods.
Did you notice anything around that area?
No, we didn't. We looked at the ground to see if it had looked like it was disturbed, but couldn't see anything that looked suspicious to us or out of the ordinary.
Can you describe for the jury what the woods look like as you enter them from the bike path?
So as you enter the woods from the bike path, they're actually surprisingly open when you get into the trees. You can see pretty far. And as you continue west, this area and through here is fairly open. And then as you get into about this area here, it almost hit like you hit a bunch of bushes and brush that you can't get through. So we checked that entire area east of that kind of barrier that was there.
And so for the record, you circled the area on the eastern edge of those woods?
That is correct.
And so between the eastern edge of those woods and the location where Emily's body is found is that large area of overgrowth that you were discussing?
That is correct.
Were you working on September 16th, 2020 later in the day?
Later that day, I was off approximately 3 o'clock that day.
Did you receive a call later that evening?
Yes, I did. I received a phone call from Lieutenant Dickinson, who was one of our patrol lieutenants, saying that they had found a body in the woods, the same wooded area that we've been circled here.
What was it? The eastern edge of the woods off the bike path where you've been in before?
No, it was not.
Where was the body found?
Approximately in this area here.
on the other side of the overgrowth that you didn't go through when you entered from the east? Just make sure.
Just go ahead. Go ahead and ask your question.
It was on the west side. It was, if you're coming in from the east, you would not have been able to get to it. You would have to go around and come in from the south.
When you responded to the, I guess I haven't asked this yet. Did you respond to the scene?
Yes, I did.
And how did you go into the area where the remains were found?
So I came in, actually tried to make entry into the woods several places through here, and had to ask one of the patrol officers how they actually got in to get down there because it was so overgrown.
Any kind of easy path or anything like that leading off the side?
No, there was not a path going through there at all. It was heavily overgrown. You had to move branches out of the way and kind of duck through. And then it dropped off pretty quickly, going downhill fairly steeply as well.
And where's that downhill grade?
Just as soon as you get into the tree line.
Who was at the scene when you responded?
We had several patrol officers there. Lieutenant Dickinson was there. Officer Pickert was there, as well as Officer Quinlan and Officer Hollyfield. Those two were no longer employed with us, though.
When you have...
Hang on. Let's try him. We've got... Matheau? Can you hear us? Yeah, don't worry. Don't worry if you can't hear. Don't worry.
I can't. I can't hear you. I can hear you, but every fifth word is jumbled. I can't. It's all.
Nope.
Just keep going with it. I'm good.
Nope.
You can probably hear me now because I listen on YouTube and I'm coming across perfectly. Everybody sounds perfect, but for whatever reason, it's not coming over my phone.
Stop.
I can't hear you. Just go with it, and I'll answer questions at the end. If anybody's got questions.
Stop. Right. Let me put in chat. Matt. Jump in as usual, mate. Just trying to have the jump in as usual.
These searches, are you involved in other parts of the investigation?
Yes, I am.
Did you have contact with other law enforcement agencies? A scene like that, what happens next?
In a scene like this, when I got there, I saw a badly decomposed body. I made the decision at that point. We were going to obviously rope it off as a crime scene. We were keeping all the officers at a good distance away and keeping any of the public out at that point. Then I made the decision that we were going to call the Bureau of Criminal Investigation in to process that scene for us.
Is there something that's done to
prevent
people from coming and going from the location?
Yes, there is. We'll put crime scene tape up to have an actual physical barrier.
So, guys, any questions, as usual, type them, and then what I'll do is put them on screen so then that Matt can see them and he can just answer as it comes through as best we can.
So people can't cross.
And then is there any record kept of who's coming and going from that location?
Yes, there is. We'll have an officer that's assigned to keep a crime scene log, and they will note whoever is coming in and also the time they come in and the time they leave.
We do.
You indicated that BCI was going to be contacted. Can you explain to the jury what BCI is?
So BCI is the state investigations, basically. They have a crime scene unit that all they do every day is process crime scenes. So they are experts at it.
And so how do you get in touch with BCI if you're asking for them to be dispatched?
We'll contact their dispatch center and notify them of what we have, what the request is, and then they will dispatch their investigators.
Generally speaking, what will BCI's role then be at the scene?
So BCI will usually photograph the scene. They will collect any physical evidence that is there, and they will provide that evidence to us before they leave the scene.
Anybody else that you contact when you come across a dead body?
Yes. In this instance, we contacted the Delaware County Coroner's Office.
And what's the purpose of contacting the Delaware County Coroner's Office?
The Delaware County Coroner's Office is going to be responsible for determining the cause and manner of death.
And how do you contact the Coroner's Office?
So we contact the Delaware County Sheriff's Office, who will then contact the on-call investigator for the Coroner's Office.
And did an investigator with the Coroner's Office come out to the scene that evening?
Yes, he did.
And what was that individual's name?
His name is Charles Carlson.
Were you still on scene when the coroner investigator showed up?
Yes, I was.
And were you still on scene when BCI showed up?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall who from BCI was dispatched?
I believe Chad Holcomb was there and another agent.
I should say as well, Dr. Hines and Sally, we're probably best typing stuff into chat as well, I think. Because Matt can't hear us. What? Dr. Hines.
I just knew what you're about to say.
I just wanted to make sure because he can't hear us. So, do you know what I mean? So, yeah. Sally, he just can't hear. So, any questions? Just type in the chat.
I thought he said that we could hear, but we can't hear. Never mind.
We can hear him, but he can't hear us. He can hear every like fifth word. So we're just asking questions in chat rather than.
Oh, okay. Sweet.
If you have got questions, that is, do you know what I mean? So I could put it on screen then, so you can see it. So you should show them and tell your cucumbers.
I'll go grab it for you, Chrissy. Hold on.
Well, go
I know what
grab
she's
it.
talking about. Hold on.
There we are. I want to hear the story then. I want to hear the story.
Her name was Asia. I do not recall her last name.
At some point, then, did you leave the scene?
Yes, I did.
Was that crime scene maintained after you left?
Yes, it was.
And were you able to see that on the crime scene log?
Yes, that would all be noted on there.
What was the reason why the crime scene was maintained overnight?
So BCI was able to do a lot of their investigation that night that they needed to, but we wanted to have the benefit of daylight the next day for them to see everything around there to make sure nothing was missed.
All good, Jonathan. We love you.
Were the remains collected from the bullets?
Yes, they were.
And what happens to them next in that kind of situation?
So in this specific situation with Delaware County.
Okay, tell us a story then, Sally, and show us your cucumbers.
Oh,
tell us what.
Chrissy just wanted to see my cucumber that I took a picture of and asked her.
How the hell did you get that?
I don't want to know why there's a cucumber.
It just grew like that. And I just posted a picture of it and said, what do you think about when you see this? What's this cucumber? It's a cucumber. Just grew like a funny shape, like a horseshoe.
Okay, fine. So
it was an inside joke.
Fine, right. Inside joke, fine. So you've done it. Fine. Christy's happy.
Yes.
I thought it was a bigger story, that's all. It's all good.
Was it a bigger story?
C is for a cucumber. C is for a cucumber.
Delaware County doesn't do their own autopsies, so the remains were sent to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office out in Dayton for the autopsy to be completed there.
Based on your training experience, if there is a body that needs an autopsy in Delaware County, is that generally where they go?
Yes.
And I guess I should ask you for the record, is the location where these remains were found in Delaware County, the state of Ohio?
Yes, it is.
Westerville spans, the city of Westerville, is that all contained in Delaware County?
No, it's not. We split between Franklin and Delaware County.
Okay. Were you familiar with the remains going to the Montgomery County Coroner's Office for an autopsy?
Yes, I was.
And were you aware of where the remains went after that?
Yes, I was.
And where's that?
Due to the severe decomposition of the body, Montgomery County Coroner's Office asked that the body be sent to Ohio State University so the anthropologist there could assist with the autopsy.
And were you aware that the remains were, in fact, transferred to Ohio State?
Yes, I was.
Were you aware of a report being authored by the anthropologist at Ohio State?
Yes, I was.
And do you recall when that report came out?
I don't remember the exact date. I know it took a very, very long time. I believe it was January of 21 before we got that report.
So remains were found in September, as your recollection was January before you had a report from
Correct.
After that report came back, what were the next steps?
Once that report came back, it involved a lot of archaeological terms. So we wanted to sit down with the author of it and also consult with prosecutor's office and another expert to be able to interpret that information that was presented to us.
And was another expert asked to take a look at everything?
Yes, he was.
And who was that?
Dr. William Smock.
And did the Westville Police Department provide to Dr. Smock any of the items that he requested to be able to review the investigation and the evidence?
Yes, we did. Anything that he asked for was authorized to be given to him.
Dr. Smock. Tell us about Dr. Smock. I couldn't type this in.
Dr. Smeagol.
Smeagol. Tell us, yes. I'll put in chat now. If he looked at chat, to the screen,
Approximately this area
point
here.
to him. Look at the screen, Matt.
Dr. Schmock, he coming. He's coming. You ain't gonna believe he's like a villain out of a fucking comic book.
And did Dr. Smock author a report?
I can't
Yes, he
understand
did.
anything you're saying.
And do you recall when it was that you received Dr. Smock's report?
That would have been, we were into probably May at that point by the time we got his report back.
May of 2021?
Yes, sir.
I have one more.
I don't know what to do. I can't understand anything you're saying. So
I don't have further questions this time. Thank you.
Hang on, guys. Let me pause this for a second. Whoa, right. What's happening?
Are people talking? You're muted.
One moment, Your Honor.
Oh.
Do you want this up?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Good to see you. I've got some questions. I'm sure you can imagine. I might just be using it back and forth. Can we? Thank you. Appreciate that. Just want to. I'll jump around a bit, but I want to really start, Lieutenant, just kind of in terms of individuals in your department. I know you talked about on May 26, 2020, and just to orient the jurors, what day of the week was that?
Well, that would have been a Tuesday.
So Tuesday was the first time that you had seen sort of the case packet, if you will, of Emily Noble gone missing.
That is correct.
And it was your testimony on direct that in advance of seeing the packet, Detective Grubbs had come to you and said, I want that case.
That is correct.
And Detective Grubbs is assigned generally to what type of work?
All of our detectives are assigned to general case. However, Detective Grubbs also specializes in juvenile crimes.
Juvenile crimes is his sort of specialty, right?
In addition to all of our detectives are responsible for any type of case that might come their way.
So I want to talk about just generally, you reviewed, did you not, Detective Grubbs's report or his progress of investigation report in this case. Is that right?
I did.
And in fact, we know that you've reviewed it because your electronic signature as the supervisor is on the end of that report.
Correct.
And it's pretty meaty. Let me see if it's page numbered. It is. It appears to be 80 pages. Does that sound about right?
It does.
Because I want to make sure I'm understanding some things you said about the searches.
Objection, Your Honor. Can you get questions?
Thank you. You were asked, showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 4. And I should ask, since you reviewed, why is this not working out? Since you reviewed Detective Grubbs's report, I'm assuming, and tell me if I'm wrong, I'm assuming that wherever your name was mentioned as being a participant, if that was inaccurate, you certainly would have let Detective Grubbs know that that was inaccurate.
Correct.
All right. And so this is getting to my question now. I thought on direct examination, you were asked if on 525 or 526, you or any other officers searched either this area or this area here. Do you remember being asked that question on direct?
I do.
And I thought you said no. Tell me if I'm wrong.
I was under the understanding the patrol officers had already searched the area along the bike path and along County Line Road.
Okay, so it's your understanding, let me just be clear, your understanding that patrol officers had searched sort of this area here.
On the 25th, that is correct.
Now, let's take this in phases. It's a missing person. And I think kind of from your direct examination, we learned that this isn't the first missing person report under your 20 plus years, right?
Correct.
So Matt's going to try and reconnect right now. He can't even hear the court. He can't hear the stream either. So he's going to try and connect. If not, then he's still going to stick around, but he'll phone me. And then what I'll do is, Jimmy, although it's not ideal, he'll do an audio call that way if need to, you know. So
can you guys hear me?
Yes. Can you hear us?
Yes. This I have the app, the Yard Stream or StreamYard app that I'm going through right now. Maybe that'll help.
Well, we can hear you as long as you can hear us.
Nah, you're back to being really bad. I'm sorry. It's all right. I don't know.
Again, this was the criminal mastermind, people. This was the criminal mastermind. Allegedly.
Allegedly. Right. Can you hear? Let's see if you can hear the stream.
Yeah, it's horrible. It's,
sometimes
I can't even.
Found right away.
Sometimes
listen.
they
aren't.
Objection, compound question.
It's okay.
I'm not sure I've heard all the question yet. Please finish.
That's okay.
I'll rephrase. Missing persons are something that is kind of part of those happen, right?
They do.
And once you get a missing person report, wouldn't you agree with me that literally, by definition, searches are searching for the person?
Yes, they are.
And usually, because of that, you have a hopefully best case, you have a picture of the person, right?
Mm-hmm.
Physical description: are they tall, short, height, color, hair, right?
Yes.
Because you and those searching want to know what you're looking for, right?
That is correct.
So searches are looking for a specific someone. And in this case, wouldn't you agree that as of May 25th, 2020, the person being looked for was Emily Noble?
Yes.
You had a description?
We did.
Physical description. You had a hair color?
We did.
You even had information that she might always be wearing black?
We did.
You knew her height, weight, so you knew what you were looking for.
Correct.
And so you would agree with me, and just kind of a common sense question, that if I'm searching for a person and I'm only walking on a sidewalk, but there's a wooded area next to me, I might think to look into the wooded area for the missing person.
Yes.
So on the 25th, we know that patrol officers searched this general area, and I've indicated the county line, the bike path there. But from your review of Detective Grubbs' reports, I just want to make sure. Tell me if you remember on May 26th at 0944, which I think that would be 9 a.m., 9:44,
yes.
that you, Detective Peachy and Detective Grubbs, searched the woods along where Matt said he and Emily walked. We did not find anything of evidentiary value. Do you remember that experience?
Yeah, I do remember that we did walk the bike path. I know we started on the bike path at County Line and we worked our way north. I don't recall going into the woods. As I remember, we had the three of us, kind of one in the middle of the bike path and one on each side, looking on both sides of the bike path to see if they saw anything.
But my first part about that question is the date. 9:44 a.m. on the 26th, so Tuesday.
Correct.
Because you asked on direct, I want to make sure we're clear. Do you remember on May 26th at 0944 searching with Detective Peachy and Detective Grubbs? Let's start there.
I do remember that now.
Okay, so that's on the 26th on Tuesday. And tell me, and if I'm wrong, you know, I know you'll tell me, but I'm assuming that when 3 officer personnel of the caliber of you, Detective Peachy, and Detective Grubbs are searching together, you're not just the 3 of you walking the sidewalk and just kind of talking.
No.
You're searching for unlock.
Of course.
And that's true of when you walk county line.
Correct.
Right when you walk county line and you remember that electrical box right there,
Mhm.
you walk that exact area.
Yes.
And I'm assuming you were not looking straight, that you were, even if you're on the sidewalk, you were looking into the woods.
We were.
So that's on the 26th. Now, I want to talk to you about, and you had information, did you not, that Emily liked to forage and walk in that general area.
Yes, we did.
So I want to just go through the searches if we can. And I've got some maps marking this as defendant's exhibit. I believe we're on E, Your Honor. E?
Yes.
Thank you. And Lieutenant, these maps you will see, and the state has been provided with these maps, have some arrows on it, but tell me, you feel free to tell me or correct as we go through the testimony. You can use that screen. The canine search on 5/26, and you wrote a report in this case?
I did.
And in your report, fair to say, you detail these canine searches.
I did.
And canines.
So, Matt's going to come back on. If there's questions, guys, what we're going to do is I'll phone him with the questions and he'll answer on here. So we'll get there in the end. We'll get there. You know, we'll figure it out, guys. We will figure it out.
You can hear me, guys, right? The 2 spots they're showing you right there is where that's the condo, and that's where the dogs brought them. 2 different dogs, 2 weeks apart. That's where they brought them north of the condo, right there. That's the driveway.
Okay, good. Hang on. Let me put him up there because question. Screen.
We did. You knew her height, weight, so you knew what you were looking for. Correct. And so
we'll get there. We'll get there. You can't see the questions, guys, but we'll get there.
Or is part of your experience in law enforcement are a tool that can be used to locate bodies.
Yes.
There's certain dogs that can follow scent.
Correct.
And there's certain dogs that are specifically trained to
searching for a person, and
locate things that are dead.
Yes.
And those are called cadaver dogs.
Correct.
And then you were talking during your direct examination about search dogs, right?
Bloodhounds, correct. Yes.
And bloodhounds, if I can use another lay word, scent dogs.
Correct.
So we've got the scent dogs that are tracking for an individual based on scent. And then we've also got the cadaver dogs.
Correct.
Just want to make sure that the jury understands there are different types of dogs trying to sense different things.
Yes.
And based on your experience as a law enforcement officer, fair to say that canine dogs are trained specifically for either as a bloodhound or as a cadaver.
Correct.
And let's talk about the bloodhound dogs. Because they're actually trying to track a scent, isn't it true that as an officer or law enforcement generally gather items that may belong to the person in which they're trying to track their scent?
Yes, we will.
So essentially you're giving the scent to the dog, so the dog learns this is the scent I'm supposed to track.
Correct.
And that's part of the process with a bloodhound, is it not?
Yes, it is.
So give me one moment. Yes, perfect. Thank you. So the search of May 26. Let's talk about that with respect to, you mentioned the Claremont County Sheriff's Office. Those were bloodhounds that came to the scene on May 26th. Is that correct?
Correct. Just as a matter of correction, it was Crawford County. I know it was written in a report someplace that was Claremont County, but that was mistaken.
Okay, I'm
But
only as good as.
I understand. But yes, it was a bloodhound that was brought in from Crawford County.
So it's a bloodhound, and the bloodhound comes to the scene at 11:24. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
And you that 11 you're there, Peachy's there, Detective Grubbs is there, right?
Correct.
And the dog, as part of the protocol, is given the scent, if you will, that they are asked to track.
Yes, they are.
And you've used bloodhounds before, certainly during the course of your work as a law enforcement personnel.
Yes, I have.
Sometimes, fair to say, bloodhounds can actually track a scent, and sometimes they can't.
Correct.
So in this case, I want to start initially with the dog begins at 46 Abbey Cross.
That is correct.
And based on, and you included in detail where the dog went in your report.
Go on, Matt, tell us. Tell us a bit more about this.
What's up? What's up?
Tell us a bit more about this.
What's up, John? Done.
I was trying to phone him, but I think he didn't know how to connect. I was trying to phone you.
Yeah, try it again.
Right, I can hear you. Right.
It showed you where condo is, right? It showed you where the dogs north. Now, what I see on mine is they're showing you red, right? They're showing the red line. That's Emily was found right in there. Okay. Do I have anything to say about that? No. So I think someone said if it was so heavy, if it was overgrown so much to the point where the cops couldn't get in there, well, how the hell did Emily get in? Nah, well, cops are 300 pounds and lazy. I don't know. And Emily had a mission. She was 90. So I don't know. They took the dogs along this red line. They took cadaver dogs along this red line. If I was there, I could show you where she would walk, but it was literally a 15-minute walk around this little neighborhood where it would end up going down this bike path off to your right, and then she would take another right, which would go down County Line Road, which is that main road right there, kind of like the bottom third of the map. And then she would walk home. That was her walk. And they walked it with cadaver dogs. They missed her because they're incompetent. But she was in those woods right there.
Okay. Okay, cool. Good. Right, we'll get back to it. Also, I'm going to be flagging questions up on screen, all right? So when I point down, it means look at the screen. All right, cheers, buddy. See you in a bit. Damn it. Did you hear any of that?
I wonder if it's his internet connection.
It could be internet.
Fucking so
I think it's internet. Is your phone connected to your Wi-Fi or is it connected to your phone data?
I can't understand you. It's horrible.
No, you should answer.
It's literally every third word I hear, and that's it.
Fine.
But does this look, based on your recollection now, the dog traveled in this direction on Abbey Cross?
What they're showing you right now is the
which one went all the way to the end of Abbey Cross and which one came.
Where the dogs went. 2 weeks apart, the dogs went, 2 separate dogs, to that guy's driveway right there, which is north.
Mm-hmm.
This ain't working.
It is. It is. It's good.
Came up in between the two condos there.
Okay. So
I'm connected to
that
my
actually
Wi-Fi
takes me to the next
at my
one because
house,
there was
which
actually
is
two
super
bloodhounds.
good Wi-Fi as far as I know.
And
Reset. Oh.
each of them is given the scent that they are being asked to track,
Okay,
right?
right.
And does
I can't
tell
hear
the
you.
jurors how the dog handler actually does the dog handler lead the dogs, or do the dogs lead the dog handler?
The dogs lead the dog handler.
They're in charge.
Yes, they are.
So you're not sure if one dog goes this direction or through here, but would you agree with me that they both end up in this back area here?
Yes, they did.
And then, do they not? They end right here where this dot is.
They did.
And that dot right there, Lieutenant, this is actually a house, is it not?
It is.
And I know that you were there with the dogs, but fair to say that this is, you can walk this area right here, can you not?
Yes, you can.
And in fact, this is kind of some mowed grass in this field right here.
Yes.
And as you pop out here, let me clear it so the jurors can see it. This is actually a driveway, is it not?
It is.
Going, sorry, not so much. Going straight to State Street.
Yes, it is.
And the dogs stop right here at the driveway.
Correct.
I want to, and those are the bloodhounds. I want to go sticking with the bloodhounds. And we can talk about them being different, but I just kind of, for the jurors, want to stick to the same type of dog. It might be easier. There was a additional search. I'm sorry. Defendants marking what's defendants exhibit F, Your Honor. Again, these maps were provided to the state. F, and let me move this up. Why does this not get real close? That was a good assist from the state there. There was on June 7th, there was another search by bloodhounds, was there not?
Yes, there was.
So again, 2 dogs on the 7th?
No, I believe there was just one on the 7th.
2 dogs on the 26th of May and just 1 dog on the 7th.
One dog on May 26th was the bloodhound. 1 dog on the 27th, which was human remains detection dog.
Okay, I'm just trying to stick to bloodhounds. I'm not yet to the cadaver dogs.
Gotcha.
Okay, so bloodhounds, we've got May 26th was this map that we just went over, defendants exhibit E, right?
Correct.
Okay, and you're not sure if one or the dogs went this way, but they both go in this direction here.
Correct.
Now, sticking with bloodhounds, so dogs that are following or trying to track Emily Noble's scent, I want to go now to June 7th. According to your testimony, now it's just 1 bloodhound, right?
Correct.
And this bloodhound is asked to do the same thing as track Emily Noble's scent. And would you agree with me that this is the route? They go this way down Abbey Cross. The dog does. And then this way up here.
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
And then the dogs stop here.
I believe they came to the through this wooded area and stopped at this driveway as well.
So between May 26th of 2020 and June 7th of 2020, the dogs tracking Emily's scent essentially end in the same place.
Correct.
Different dogs.
Correct.
And sometimes I ask questions that are obvious, but this one will be one of them. The park where Emily, or the wooded area where Emily is found, is over here.
That is correct.
Now, I want to talk about the cadaver dogs. The first cadaver dog that goes to 46 Abbey Cross is on May 27, 2020.
Correct.
And a cadaver dog, and it is specifically meant to find, detect, alert on anything essentially that is dead.
Correct.
And based on your training and experience, I assume that you also know that if a cadaver dog were to be at a vehicle, let's just say hypothetically, and a vehicle had a corpse in it at one time, right? The cadaver dog can still alert on the car without the corpse being in the car.
That's absolutely correct.
Because the corpse, if you will, could leave tissues or other things that the cadaver dog will be able to detect.
Correct.
Similarly, if a corpse is on a table and walks away, the dog might even hit or alert on that table.
That's correct.
Or to extend that kind of hypothetical, if a corpse were to have brushed against trees or shrubs or that kind of thing, perhaps a cadaver dog could also alert on a tree or shrub, something like that.
Yes.
So on May 27th, Danielle Fate from Cleveland is brought down with the cadaver dogs. And there is 2 dogs that Danielle brings.
I believe she did bring 2. I only remember her having 1 out using 1 dog.
I want to talk about the areas where Danielle took the cadaver dog or dogs. The interior of the residence.
Correct.
And when Danielle is in the interior of the residence, she has unfettered access in that house, did she not?
She did.
There was no one that was saying you can't go here or can't go here.
Correct.
In fact, you made the call up to Cleveland to bring down the dog because her dogs were good.
I was honestly at that point the only cadaver dog that I could get hold of.
Okay. She comes down from Cleveland and she's in the house, right?
Correct.
And there's no one obstructing the way, and the dogs search the entire residence.
Correct.
And you're aware there's an attic in the residence?
Yes.
And the dog searched the attic.
I don't recall the dog going up to the attic.
Well, you recall that there was an attic.
I do.
And nothing.
No, there were no alerts there.
And based on your experience, if a cadaver dog, like a bloodhound, if a cadaver dog, if there's a hit, the dog actually physically reacts, does it not?
Yes. I've seen different dogs trained different ways. Some were called a passive alert, where they'll usually just sit, or sometimes an aggressive alert, which they've gone away from, where they'd scratch cars. But you're right, some sort of alert.
And the dog trainer knows exactly the alert of their dog and is looking for that to whether or not the dog does that.
Correct.
And then in addition to the interior of the residence, there were 2 vehicles at the house. There was the Subaru and the Altima.
Correct.
And the dog or dogs also completely checked both vehicles.
They did.
There were no hits.
There were none.
And then Danielle took the dogs along, showing you what's again been marked as Defense Exhibit D. She took the dogs along the bike path, right?
Correct.
And then tell the jurors north, east, south, and west here, so it's oriented.
So this would be north.
Never eat soggy Wheaties.
I'm sorry?
Never eat soggy Wheaties. So this
Correct.
So this is east, and so this is west over here, right?
Correct.
Okay, and I say that because you in your report, you give directions as to where every person went. So I want to be clear. And then Danielle takes the dogs in the westward direction. Does she not?
She searched this whole area. I believe we started from the west and headed east and then north along the bike path, but essentially that whole area was searched.
And again, in terms of the dog or the dogs, nothing.
Nothing.
And you would agree with me that cadaver dogs aren't just sort of slowly walking to head down and not actually working the area, right?
Yeah, they're usually walking at the end of their leash and trying to get as much scent as they can.
It was a sunny day?
I believe it was.
And you remember, I'm assuming that the Monday Memorial Day was a warm sunny day as well.
Yes.
And then 2 days later, you use a cadaver dog again to go to a different area by Polaris. Do you remember that?
I do.
And I only mention it because the dogs were a tool that you and your department were using in your sincere searching effort to find out.
Correct.
And then you talked about on June 7th, employing the Texas EquiSearch company. What do you call them?
Just organization. June 7th would have been their second search with us.
Okay. And they, of course, they searched a number of areas, as you testified to on your direct.
Correct.
In and around Westerville.
Correct.
And I just want to say, in case any of the jurors are wondering, obviously, the first bloodhound search was on the 26th of May.
That is correct.
And the second bloodhound search, so the scent search, was on the 7th. Is that right?
That is correct.
At no point in time did any of the dog handlers, let me withdraw, ask a better question. As we know from the maps that I showed you, that it's not as if you have to be doing a bloodhound search within an hour. Is that right?
That is correct.
And I know I'm showing the witness what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit E and Defendant's Exhibit F. Again, just generally separate dates by a week plus, and the dogs generally went in the same direction with respect to scent.
Correct.
Of Emily. And isn't it true, and tell me if I misremember, that the way you were giving them the scent of Emily was actually from the miniskirt that she was seen wearing on her birthday?
On June 7th, I know we used a black miniskirt. I don't know that it was the one from her birthday or not.
And on the 26th, you had clothing in Emily's closet and other things that
Correct.
you knew had belonged at one time to Emily Noble.
Correct.
I want to go back through, marking this as Defense Exhibit. One second. G. Were you, tell me, were you the one, or were you aware of all sort of press releases or news releases that were made?
I was aware of the press releases and news releases, yes.
Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit G. Lieutenant, do you recognize this?
I do.
And this is entitled, is it not, for immediate release?
It is.
Will you tell the jurors, and I want to make sure I have, tell the jurors what's the purpose of a document like this?
This is to notify the media of any significant event we have, obviously in this case, a missing person, so they can get that out to as many people as quickly as possible.
And the date of that immediate release is what?
May 26, 2020.
And on the second sentence of the immediate release, it says, does it not, and this is issued by Westerville Police Department?
It is.
It says Emily Noble, 52, was last seen around 9 a.m. on Monday, May 25th.
Correct.
And Monday, May 25th, you recall that was Memorial Day.
That is correct.
The same day at around 5:40-ish that Matt Moore called 911.
Correct.
Does this look like a fair and accurate copy of that immediate release?
Yes, it does.
Going back to the searches, because I jumped around a bit. Ultimately, Emily's remains were found on September 16th of 2020.
Correct.
And you're aware that they were found by non-law enforcement personnel.
Yes, I am.
That were out doing foot searches for Emily.
Correct.
And they were walking, were they not, along Defendant's Exhibit D? There was 3 women walking together, correct?
Correct.
Walking along the same line right here.
Yes.
And it is when one of them actually locates Emily where she is ultimately found.
Correct.
Tell me, because I know you were at the scene, how, and the jurors were there, how many feet would you say Emily's remains were from that side?
Maybe 100 feet in from the wood line.
100 feet from the county line?
From the tree line north.
From the tree line north. Did you ever measure that, or anyone from your department measure it, do you know?
I don't know that it was measured.
In County Line Road, do you agree with me that that is a heavily trafficked road?
Yes, I would.
You would agree with me that, like, right here, there's nowhere legally where I could pull over my car, perhaps, and park it there.
That is correct.
And you are aware, because I trust you are familiar with the area, that this resident in this house right here was home on Memorial Day weekend intermittently.
I don't know whether she was home or not.
Okay, and that's part of the investigation that you're not aware of.
Correct.
And if you could orient the jurors, fair to say that there's an electrical box kind of somewhere in that general vicinity. If you're facing the wooded area, it's left of where Emily's remains were found.
That is correct.
Do you know how often that electrical box was serviced?
No, I do not.
Is that something your department checked?
I'm not aware of that being checked.
Just to see if that box was serviced at any point in time that summer?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Based on your training and experience, were there not some other searches done based on either vulture activity or smells that individuals called and reported?
That is correct.
And you know from your training and experience that dying, decaying bodies can emanate a smell.
Yes, they do.
And because of that, it's kind of let me take it into a different analogy. It's like when you might see vultures in a road with what we call roadkill, right?
Correct.
I don't know them yet. I don't know.
And sometimes we'll drive by that if our window is down and we'll smell that smell.
Correct.
And it's a smell that stands out.
It does.
And it was warm.
Brooklyn is a funeral director, which is quite interesting. Funeral director. I don't know any funeral directors.
Wow.
I mean, but I think it's interesting. Right, Heinzie, I know you've got to go in a bit, don't you? So, how long have you got left for us?
Oh, 15 minutes. No, it's all good. I
No, I know. But you can promote your stuff, mate. So it's all good.
No. It's honestly fine. It's honestly fine. It's Wednesday was reserved for. I know you had your issues, but I really did carve out this this week for you. But I feel bad always coming on and then leaving early. But next week, sorry about that. Next week, 100% carved out. No more leaving. Like
no.
But yeah,
it's my fault.
No. It's I just feel shady. That's all. I mean,
no, don't feel shady.
Yeah.
It's all on me. And I told the guys at the start that due to personal issues, I had to change it. But I'm grateful for you guys. You've had to change your plans. Do you know what I mean? So, without doubt, I do want to have a break of like 5 weeks because I think that's crap. Do you know what I mean? So, 100%. Look, this is a 16, 17 week series. So, do you know what I mean? That's way you two never committed to that. So, even if I get you for like half an hour each day, I'm happy days.
Oh no, you got from next week. You cannot get rid of my house. You got me for the full.
No, that's fine.
But
that's fine.
But it's just like I said, I just hate leaving early because I know I did it before just to do work, and you've accommodated me all then, and I can't accommodate you when all of your life went up. So that's why I feel shit. That's why I feel. But enough. But thank you. I appreciate. I do appreciate you.
That's fine. So Dr. Hyde is going to drop out in about 10 minutes, so I won't stop it. But he's got a stream on tonight, so you about 8 o'clock. No, sorry, in 45 minutes anyway. So go and watch it afterwards. Replay crew and all that. So you got Natalie the lawyer chick on and stuff. That's a big get for you, mate. That's well done for you for that. I'd love to have Natalie on. So little things like that. So when he drops off, either go and watch him on a replay crew, guys, afterwards. You don't have to watch him live. You can watch this and then watch that afterwards. It's not a problem. So it's all good.
Thank you. Right. I appreciate the plug.
No, that's fine, mate. But yeah, you drop off when you need to drop off, mate. I'll just leave it like that then. So.
It's fair to say it was about 80 degrees, if you remember.
I don't remember, but that seems normal.
And May, June, July, August, obvious question, but those are summer months.
Correct.
You were part of the neighbors or the other individuals that lived on Abbey Cross Road. Law enforcement made efforts to interview those individuals as well, correct?
Yes, we did.
They walked down, knocked, talked, interviewed.
I'd phone him and ask him if
they knew or heard of anything.
Correct.
And you were part of those efforts as well?
Yes, I was.
You talked about expert reports. You mentioned on your direct that your office received the report from Dr. Agnew in January of 2021. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
And does it sound right that in January of 2021, the same month that you had received the report from the Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
Correct.
And so the jury knows the Montgomery County Coroner's Office, although it's obviously a different county, they are the entity that actually does the autopsies for death.
Yes, that's correct.
And so the remains were sent to Montgomery County. It is only Montgomery County that did the autopsy in this case.
Correct.
Because I thought I heard you say that the remains were taken to OSU for them to do an autopsy as well.
Let me clarify. They assisted with the cleaning the remains and looking at any injuries that may have occurred to those remains.
Fair enough. And I wanted to just make sure that we're clarified. The autopsy is done by the coroner's office.
Correct.
And then the remains were sent by your office in the state to OSU for additional testing.
Correct.
Is that a fair way to say it?
Yes, it is.
And where are the remains now?
I believe they are still with Ohio State.
Do you know where?
I do not.
You also in January of 2021 received a report, and I just want to understand all the reports that were received from a Dr. Bolte. Do you remember that name?
I do.
And Dr. Bolte also works at the Ohio State University.
He does.
Were you present when he conducted the testing on the branch?
I was.
Fair to say that as part of the state's engagement with the Ohio State University in this case, you came to work with John Bolte.
Yes, I was present. Bolte.
Yes, Bolte. You corrected me. Bolte. And you asked him, your department asked him to go out and conduct some testing to see if the branch where Emily was found would be able to hold her weight.
Correct.
And there was an initial visit to the scene, was there not?
There was.
Were you there on the initial visit?
Yes, I was.
And then he went out for a second visit where he actually
hear us?
conducted the test.
That is correct.
I'm on a different cell phone. I think this one is working much better.
So, do you hear me?
I do.
Fucking hell, hallelujah.
My fault.
Jesus.
I
Criminal fucking mastermind.
It's a shitty phone I got. This one's working great.
Happy days. There we are.
Very
Hang on. I got a question for you straight up. So you did an interview on Monday with Mighty Meat. So we plugged Mighty Meat just now. He's got a question for you.
They were very nice folks.
Yeah, they were. I watched a little bit of it. And we plugged them. Thankfully, he plugged us and you plugged us. So thank you, Matt. And thanks to Mighty Meat as well. So, Matt, morbid, but did she hang for some time or fall immediately? Emily.
Say that one more time.
Did Emily hang for some time or did she fall immediately when she hung herself?
Did she what?
Oh, no.
Did she, when she was hanging herself, was she there for some time or did she fall immediately?
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're saying.
Does anyone else?
She partially, she didn't jump out of a tree. I don't know if that's what you're asking. I mean, how did she hang herself?
Yeah.
They do what they call a partially suspended hanging. What they do is they lean into it. They get on their knees or they're not fully like, their feet aren't off the ground. They're literally like, if you hang yourself with a doorknob, you ever hear about that? People can hang themselves. All they're doing is like leaning into it. That explain?
Yeah, no, it does. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
It's called a partially suspended hanging. It's very common. It's not nearly as violent. It's what they do is they cut the blood flow to the brain and they pass out. And then as you pass out, when you're passed out, that's when you do your hang. So it's not like you're jumping out of a tree or anything like that. She wasn't hanging from a tree. She was like leaning into it. She was on her knees with her hands around her ankles, with it around her neck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. We be through it. Yeah, I get you. I got you, sir. Okay. Hang on. Friends, we got a problem. Jonathan, good taste in music, minus the country. I love music. Love it. Country music. Might be on my own, but I love it. It's all country I like, not new. Right.
You're definitely on there, mate.
Well, I probably am, but you know. So Lady Law, well, unfortunately, Lady Law's not been able to join us today. I'm not sure what's up, but I'll contact her. Yeah, she normally turns up, but I don't know. Maybe she's forgotten and never thought. Right, hang on. Coroners are often times elected officials with full-time jobs. They are medical doctors to be assessing whether death are natural or natural. Oh, okay, yeah, that's true. We've got a lot of love for you, Dr. Hines. We've got a lot of love for you. We call him Dr. Love, but he's a doctor of love. He's got a pill we're thinking of. Okay, there's a song there, but yay, Matt. I love how Matt pops in. Yes, yay, Matt's back. Did they find us hanging or she fell? She was on the floor, as he's explained, really. There, Brooklyn.
Call it partially suspended hanging. Go to Google, look it up.
Yeah, there we are, partially suspended.
It's not like you see on TV where they jump out of the floor falls out from underneath you and you fall down and bam, that's not how they hang themselves.
No. It's the English accent, Paddington. Hey, don't slag off Paddington. It's your fault I bought this. Cost me a fucking fortune, but I love you, so it's fine. Was it instant? Well, I mean, I suggest everyone Google it, you know, and see. Get hens in line there making it.
When they in the trial, they totally go into it about how it is. I mean, they try to make they try to say that the breaks in her neck couldn't have happened with a partially suspended hanging with a woman her size, and I think we do really well in going in and explaining how she did it and how those injuries could actually occur with a partially suspended hanging. Most definitely. The one main thing to me is that she was hanging like that for 4 months. Out and it's windy and there's different elements that are out there. There's so many variables that you can put. They don't ever tell you about that. They just say, hey, well, we'll go over that when the experts come in.
Yeah. We'll go through it. We'll go. If people want to know now, we can Google. You can Google it, guys. So
Google partially suspended hanging. It's. I think that's more relevant than the other kind of hanging.
Yeah. It's not depressing. Hands. Are you not listening to the right country? That's all. Love country music. Thank you, Lou. Hands for you all. I have it right. Kiss. Google it, Dylan. Just Google. Yeah. I've been trying to Google it. It's fine, guys. Right, let's get back to the trial.
And he, being Bolte, is in biomechanics at the Ohio State University.
Correct.
And the first test he conducted that you witnessed, was essentially with a crate, and he incrementally added weight to the crate.
That is correct.
And he used a USB cord?
He did.
And he placed the USB cord in the notches, which you can still see in the branch today.
Correct.
He placed it there, he added the weight, and of course you gave the doctor the information with respect to Emily's weight, so he knew how much weight needed to be added.
We did.
And that first test was called a static test?
I believe so.
And if you recall, was that test videoed or photographed?
They did take video and photographs, I believe.
And the branch, the same branch where she's found where the notches were, the branch held with the incremental weights being added up to 98 pounds.
Yes, it did.
Then after that test, there was a second test where a crash test dummy was used. Is that true?
Yes, it is.
And a crash test dummy where the legs were removed to really sort of mimic the way that Emily's remains were found.
I don't understand with the legs being removed. Can you rephrase?
The branch is 6 feet 3 inches from the ground. Do you remember that measurement?
I do.
I don't know why I was here. I'm not that tall. So the branch is 6 feet and 3 inches from the ground. When the doctor was there doing the testing, a crash test dummy was used, correct?
That is correct.
USB cord, same thing with the notches over the branch where they already were pre-existing. And a dynamic test was done.
That is correct.
To see if the crash test dummy that weighed 98 pounds, if just dropped, could the branch sustain that?
Correct.
And that test was done and the branch held the weight.
Yes, it did.
It did. Dr. Bolte issue a report?
Yes, he did.
And did you receive that report?
Yes, we did.
Tell me, in terms of another expert, was it you or was it Detective Grubbs that reached out to the University of Tennessee, or what might be called the Body Farm, to see if you could enlist there?
That was Detective Grubbs.
Okay. So you weren't part of that?
No, I was not.
And then you talked about Dr. Smock and engagement with Dr. Smock. Have you worked with Dr. Smock before?
No, we have not.
You at Westerville Police is not working.
No, we have not.
What kind of?
His
Oh my
report
God!
was
Can they
issued
just,
in May
Doctor
of-
Schmuck? Can they just get someone called Ralph Good Guy to like level this whole thing out? Like, I'm sorry. His name is just insane.
Schmuck. His name is Dr. Schmuck.
Yeah.
What,
We need Ralph Good Guy in here. We need
oh
Dr.
God.
Dummy.
Oh, Dr. Dummy.
Let me ask Sally this. Sally, they're going to say that the guy that they're talking about right now is the guy that came in and tested the weight, took a crash test dummy and tested the weight of the branch that Emily was hanging from. They paid for it, you know, the prosecution, but they didn't use his testimony. My lawyer kind of uses that against them because they never call. I mean, as soon as they got the results back, they just never called the guy back. They didn't even call him back. Can that be? I don't find really any fault in that. They didn't get what they wanted, so they just didn't even bother calling him back. They weren't going to use him. Is that something?
Yeah, because it didn't work with because it didn't work with their narrative. They're only bringing stuff to the table that's going to prove you guilty.
But do you hold that against them that they would? I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that, really. I mean, they didn't bother calling. I mean, they're not going to bring him in because they didn't. They're right. They didn't get what they wanted from him. I mean, why would they bring him in, right? I mean, does that make sense? Or
yeah, but do the jury know that? Yeah, do the jury know that?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we know that now, but do the jury know that?
I don't think it makes them look as bad as some people think it makes them look for not getting back to that guy. I don't see. They couldn't use it, so I mean, it's not like we would have went out and found somebody for something for us, and then if they didn't give us what we wanted.
But do they provide you guys with that information, that testimony?
Yeah, we got a hold of this guy, and we ended up using him at trial.
But they didn't because it didn't work for their case.
Right.
But if they would have withheld that evidence from you, then they would have.
I don't know if they
that was the law.
I don't know if they withheld it or not. I don't know how she found out.
Well, no, if your lawyer knew about it, they can't because they have by law they have to provide your lawyer with all the information that they have. If you would have found out about it later,
right,
and then it would have been a big huge deal. So your lawyer, they have to provide the information to your lawyer, but they don't have to use that as a witness, right? But your lawyer has to.
They're making my case for me.
Yeah. That's the same thing that happened in the UK as well with a rape case with a footballer here, and they were withholding taxes from the woman that was actually saying was concerned, like, you know, everything is fine, you know, all of that. They actually withheld that, and in appeal, it came up and the case was thrown out. Like literally, he was thrown out from that moment. So it's a massive deal. So if it's a massive deal here, then in the States, I can't imagine the lengths they'll go through. They'll go to.
Yeah, Brady, yes.
Cool. Right, let's. See you, mate.
2021.
Correct.
Fair to say that he's the last of the expert reports that were received by Westerville or the state of Ohio in this case.
It was.
And up until the issuance of his report, there was no pending indictment against Matt Moore.
No, there was not.
So Emily's missing on May 25th. She's found in September 16th of 20. Dr. Smock's report is issued in May of 2021. And when is Matt Moore charged with the murder of Emily Noble?
I don't remember the exact date. I believe it was late May.
Late May.
I believe so.
Right after Dr. Smock's report.
Yes.
Let me go just a few other questions.
I was charged June 17th, the same exact day that they came and arrested me. The grand jury, they were waiting for the grand jury to get done. I don't know why that guy wouldn't know that. I don't know. But they literally arrested me the day that the grand jury said charge him. So I don't know what he's saying. Why he's saying that. He doesn't know. They were waiting for the Schmock report. There's a lot of ins and outs to that. They needed Schmock to come. They didn't have enough to say to bring into court. They didn't think without Schmock's report. They needed a professional gunslinger, a guy that testifies at trials. You wait until this guy comes on. It takes an hour to get through this guy's credentials. He just tells you how he's seen thousands of strangulations and all this bullshit. It's crazy. And then but they needed him because everybody, all their specialists were like local guys, like the coroner. He didn't have a clue. He was just a general practitioner. That just, I mean, they get elected, I think, coroners, don't they, or something? I don't even know. But he didn't have the know-how to testify at a trial like mine. So they needed Schmock. They waited for Schmock to come out with his report. His report came out. They indicted me right when the indictment came down. They came and arrested me. They charged me the day that the grand jury said, yes, go arrest. They were waiting for it. And they were planning on it. I mean, you saw me get arrested. You think that they just did that on one day? Notice? It was a planned thing. They knew. It was coordinated. I don't know if that matters, but to you.
No, it does matter. Yeah, it does matter. It does.
Yeah, they kind of make it out. Listen to Diane. She covers everything pretty much. So
About
May
24th.
Have a good one, guys.
Yeah, see you later.
See you again,
Dr.
man.
Hines.
Bye, Sally.
Bye, man.
Bye.
Went to, is it Bucto, Ohio?
Correct.
Bucto, Ohio that morning. Just generally, tell the jurors if you know, how far is Bucto, Ohio from Westerville?
I believe it's about an hour and a half southeast of Columbus.
Each way.
Correct.
And you had information that Emily and Matt went to Bucto, Ohio on May 24, 2022, which would have been her actual birthday.
Correct.
And through the course of your investigations, being lieutenant in the department, that's true, is it not, that they went to Bucto that morning?
Yes, it is.
An hour and a half each way, so total travel time, even if you just went to Bucto and came right back, is 3 hours.
Yes, it is.
One moment, go. Nothing further.
it's 3 hour travel time between Butchville, where we went to get water on Sunday, right? There and back. So if we just went to Butchville and came back, which we didn't, I mean, we stopped and had lunch, and would have been 3 hours, right? John Kramer said he saw us in the time that we were in Butchville. He said he saw her, us, or him. He says he saw Emily. He said he saw her on Monday and then changed his mind to, well, maybe it was yesterday, which would have been Sunday. Well, Sunday, we were an hour and 20 minutes away in Butchville. So it had to have been Monday when he saw her.
Yeah.
Case closed.
Yeah.
Case fucking
Solidifies
closed.
it.
It's over. You got an eyewitness. It wasn't him. They didn't care.
Not criminals. Mass shooters are criminals. Criminals aren't like,
Sally. I love it. I love it.
My phone just started playing.
Yeah, I thought so. I was thinking, where the fuck's that coming from? That's all good. It's all good. Right. I think we need to do the end of this one. There's a break now. I'll redirect. Sorry. Redirect.
Look at that. Look at that guy's face. Jesus Christ.
I go straight.
The people the defense was speaking of, will we speak to those people or listen to them? So I just need to know if I need to direct my question to him or to those people's recommendations.
If you have a question that you would like to ask this officer, feel free to write it down. Okay. And if he can answer the question, he will. If he can't, we'll deal with it down the road. Does that cover that for you? Okay. I thought you wanted a restroom break. Okay. You want a restroom break? All right. Let's take 10.
Okay, they're taking 10, so we'll take 10 with them. I hear he's back now. We got the main man.
I'm back loud and strong, right? You can hear me? I can hear you guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, cool. Sorry about that. My fault. This phone works much better. Better phone.
Yeah, it's good. Good quality. It's good. It's good.
Did I miss anything while I was gone? Anything important?
No.
I don't think so.
This is a nothing burger. It's fine.
Alloway, Alloway said that they searched for her, right, with the dogs, and
Yeah,
they went around where they eventually found her. They didn't go in the woods, right? They just searched around it.
Have a seat. Thank you.
And they told
redirect.
everybody. They told everybody in a press briefing on Tuesday that she was seen between 9:30 and 10 on Monday. That's important.
Yeah,
If Kramer came back and told everybody that he hadn't seen her on Monday, why are they coming out on Tuesday with a press briefing telling everybody that she was seen on Monday? Because she was seen on fucking Monday. That's why. Get it? You get that?
Got it? Good. Yeah, get it? Got it? Good.
Lieutenant, what does it mean to be a general detective division?
So that just means that any cases that come through, whether it be an auto theft, an assault, burglary, they can handle all of those types of things.
Are you familiar with, for example, Columbus Police Department?
I am.
And how, if at all, does the Columbus detective divisions differ from what Westerville has?
So the Columbus Police Department is kind of more like what you'd see on TV. Each division of the detective bureaus are broken down between like auto crime, thefts, burglaries, homicide, things like that. We don't have that luxury. We just don't have enough detectives. So they're cross-trained to do everything. And then they have certain specialties that they'll handle as well.
And so there isn't a quote-unquote homicide division of the Westerville Police Department where this case would have been assigned?
No, there is not.
Yeah, I see the emotions.
No, that's fine. I was just making fun of him because he's funny to me. I guess funny.
General division detective, just like any other offense is being investigated by the detective bureau.
That is correct.
With regard to the test on the branch, you were present when that test was conducted?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall who else was present at the time?
Detective Grubbs was there. Dr. Bolte was there, as well as another doctor that was there that I don't recall his name.
And was the purpose of the test to see if the branch would hold that weight?
Yes, it was.
Was the cord, okay, was there a mannequin that was used?
Yes, there
at one
was.
point in the test?
Yes, there was.
Was the USB cord tied in a knot or just tucked under around the neck of that mannequin?
I don't recall.
Was there, to your knowledge, any effort made to make that mannequin in the exact same setup, with the same location of a knot or no knot as Emily's remains?
I don't believe that they had access to the actual knot to be able to duplicate it.
So you didn't share with Dr. Bolte photographs of the scene of exactly how Emily's
It was
body
your
was
fucking guy. You fucking hired him.
I don't know if Detective Grubbs did or not. I do not know if that was done.
Again, the primary purpose of that was...
They were there for the test, but now they want to discredit the guy's test. They were there for the test to make the guy make the test, but now they're going to criticize how he did the test. I mean, what the fuck's the matter with these people, right? I mean,
yeah.
Now you're going to try to discredit you were there for the test. Trust me, if my attorneys were there, the test would have got done properly. You know, if it was done improperly at all. Stupid. These people are fucking morons, man.
No, I got you.
To see if the branch would hold the weight,
fucking
not to
Keystone,
recreate exactly what the scene looked like.
That is correct.
Look at this fucking clown.
Lieutenant, I want to show you again. Defendant's Exhibit D.
We nearly finished with him.
If I refer to this as the Eastern Woods and the Western Woods, we understand what we're talking about?
I do, yes.
So Eastern Woods, the area from the bike path, Western Woods, the area where Emily's remains are found.
Okay.
Were you, and Detective Grubbs and Detective Peachy, did you go into the western area of those woods in your initial search of the area when you went out there?
No, we did not.
Were you ever in those western woods prior to Emily's remains being found?
No, we were not.
When you arrived on scene, when the remains were found, were you able to see those remains from the sidewalk?
No, I was not.
Can you describe for the jury what steps had to be taken for you to see where the remains were located?
Yes. Again, like I said, that area was very overgrown. You had to move branches out of the way and kind of duck under some to get even into the woods. And then there was that downgrade, the dip down into the woods. I'm guessing maybe 30 feet below grade from where County Line Road is to even get to where Emily was located.
And even as you walked into the woods, were you immediately able to see where Emily's remains were?
No, not at all.
The other searches that were conducted by the Westerville Police Department, to your knowledge, was there ever an officer from Westerville who was in those western woods prior to the remains being found?
No, there was not.
And how do you feel about that?
Oh.
I'm sorry, what was that question again?
How does he feel about that?
I'll sustain that.
How did that
Feels like he looks.
I believe at the beginning there were some miscommunications about people saying they searched that area when they just searched the very wood line. And quite honestly, I put a lot of faith in that cadaver dog that walked that wood line.
And he doesn't know how to
walked up to that area.
work.
The handler said there was no alert there, and I believe.
If he doesn't know, no one knows. He should
How
be.
the
He
fuck
should
is
know.
a cop, a homicide guy head of a homicide fucking case, apparently not know how a cadaver dog works. They're fucking incompetent. These dudes are incompetent. Look at this. Look at how red that dude is right now. Look at his face. How red it is. Because he knows he's full of shit.
Well, when he done with it,
Believe that.
Was that cadaver dog, as
God.
you were standing there, did that cadaver dog ever go into the woods?
No, it just went up to the woods.
And so,
Yes, Erwin.
do cadaver dogs ever make mistakes?
I'm sure.
I think we need a foundation first. That was not.
Because that's all sorts of questions about cadaver dogs on cross-examination.
Well, maybe in the record that's the case.
Do you have other experience with cadaver dogs?
This was the first time we had utilized them.
First fucking time.
Based on your training experience and the shared experience of other law enforcement agencies, are you aware of cadaver dogs missing things?
Yes, I am.
Are cadaver dogs infallible?
No, they're not. In fact, I'd say generally any dog is fallible at some point.
And can cadaver dogs make mistakes just like humans?
If they would
I
have
think
went
we've had the
in
answer.
and they would have found her on the day that they're
Bro.
talking about, she would have never had. There would have been no bruising on her face, none. I would have got clear. It would have been a suicide right from the get-go. The only reason they had any opportunity to make this into a murder was because they missed her, and she sat out there for long enough for her skin and all the fucking evidence of a suicide to go away. Then they were able to make up murder. They literally created murder from nothing because of their incompetence. I don't know how much more people need to know what these guys were up to. Look at this fucking guy. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, no, I agree.
He's a rookie. They've never done anything like this before. There's no crime in Westerville. They're reading out of a book, a playbook. And this is what it says to do. You don't bring a cadaver dog to look for a body that might be in the woods. That's a tracker dog, completely different dog. Cadaver dogs work different. They need to be on top. They need to be at the spot. It's different. These guys didn't know that, or they did, and just whatever. I don't know, but
All right.
Go ahead.
Let's no, it's fine. Let's just try and get through this guy. I think I've had enough of this guy. We've only got a little bit left of him now, thank God.
Yes, thank you.
But he's bored me now.
At the press conference
What do you mean?
September 22nd of 2021.
I do.
Emily's remains had been found on the 16th. Fair to say that was about an 8-minute press conference. You and the chief.
Objection, Your Honor, outside the scope.
It's right direct as to who searched that area, Your Honor. Just want to lay some foundation.
Let's get the question then.
Okay. Do you remember, since you were at the press conference, that it was told to the community in the press conference, and I quote, tell me if you remember, we searched, law enforcement area searched that area 3 times, including once with a cadaver dog.
I don't remember saying that at all.
You don't remember? Do you remember being at the press conference when the chief said that?
I don't remember if he said that or not.
Your Honor, may I have a moment? Would it refresh your recollection to see the press conference?
Yes, it would.
One moment.
Fucking dummy.
He's not the one who made the statement, and he's been asked if he recalls. I'm not sure.
So
what
what?
matters.
Well,
So what? He did. His department
find out.
did. He was all
I haven't
over.
seen the press release.
Here, sir.
You want to know what the court like me to do it since it's a refresh? Would you like me to step aside and
Stuff it
show
right up
him or
his
play it for
fucking
him
ass,
and then
Diane.
call him back up? Tell me how you want me
You
to.
fucking dummy.
I have it marked.
I don't have a particular preference.
Okay.
I mean, he just needs to have the opportunity to review it on his own to see if it refreshes his recollection.
Diane, you want to take it?
Yes, I'll take it outside. Here you go. It's okay, Mike. So just-
Yeah. When she asks a question, she knows the answer. So
She didn't
Oh, I
ask one
do.
question ever that she didn't know the answer to. Their attorneys did all the time.
If you have any questions that are already in your mind, feel free to start writing
experience.
them out. I know there may be some more, but just give you a head start.
Who's that woman in blue hair with blue hair?
In the back,
Yeah.
she's actually is that her? She's a crime like person, true crime fan.
Okay.
Listen to that portion of the press
If that's what I think
Yes,
it
it
is.
did.
And,
I actually talked
that
to
press
her.
conference,
She's
were you
the-
present for that?
Yes. That was.
And now that you've had a chance, does that refresh your recollection as to what was said about that area being searched 3 times,
Yes,
including once with a cadaver dog?
correct.
And was that said?
It was. Our chief of police said that.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Yeah, there you go. We had to go. He didn't want to admit it, but my attorney got him to admit it. Here, this is what you people said.
Yeah. This is a good question. As you were expecting a guilty verdict, did you in your head have a point or points of trial you would have gone to for the appeal? So if you would have been found guilty, do you think that there's any points in the trial that you could have appealed with?
I think that's what a lot of what Diane was doing was was making things work for if there was a chance for appeal. That's one of the angles that she was working on. That's what they do because I don't think they're allowed to bring in new evidence or address things a certain way during appeals, so that Diane would make sure that things got in or left out, or I don't know if I'm explaining that right, but
No, you are, yeah.
I
Makes
didn't.
sense, though.
I didn't really know until after when I started researching for my book. Then I would be like, oh, that's what she was doing. That's why she was doing what she was doing. Yeah, she was preparing for an appeal at the same time. I think they do that, which is really neat.
Good lawyering. Good lawyering. Every objection goes to appeal, Brooklyn says.
Right, that's why they
preserves
object.
the
Right?
record. It preserves
Yeah.
the record.
That's right. They preserve the record. That's right.
If you don't object, then the record's not preserved, and then you cannot use it later in an appeal.
Mm-hmm. She almost won her directed verdict, yes. After Dana's son, he turns into the Kool-Aid man. Jonathan. So John's saying about the guy on there now. After Dana's son, he turns into Kool-Aid man. Yes, Jonathan. You weren't aware. Hey, guys, just Melissa, just yours. Matt was unaware of everything in this trial. Diane was just doing her thing, So
yeah, she didn't. She did not let me in. She has a process, I guess she calls it now. I've since been kind of like I listened to her on a podcast. She's got a certain process that she does, and one of the things that's outside of her process would be a client like me harassing her, asking her questions, trying to get into her head to find out what she was going to do. So she kind of left me on the outs. She did leave me on. She didn't let me know about anything. She didn't even let me know that we were going to try to prove that she was suicidal or use that as an angle in my trial until the very end, right before I went to trial. It's like, oh, you guys do know she was suicidal then? And she was like, yeah. Well, I didn't know that they knew that because my attorneys left me out of all of it. You'd have to ask them why. It was horrifying.
It should be frustrating. Yeah.
not good bedside
Imagine-
manner because I was freaked out. I didn't know if they were even on my side anymore. I didn't know. I was completely on my own in there.
I would have been freaked out as well. There's a question here for you. Matt, were you indicted or was there a prelim hearing?
A prelim.
There wasn't a prelim. You had they took it to. So she's wanting to know if they did. Yeah, jury, not jury. What's the one they do?
Grand jury.
Yeah, grand jury. Yeah, sorry, they did a grand jury, which is only the state is there. His lawyers aren't there.
Right.
And they can say whatever they want to get an indictment. Then they arrest him, take him to trial, and was found innocent in the end.
I was indicted by a grand jury.
Yes.
And the purpose of that is so that relieves the prosecutors from any kind of civil litigation for wrongful prosecution. There might be some other reasons for it, but I don't see it.
Jonathan, I'm going to pass to him. Jonathan, feel free. We'll create the music channel, Jonathan. Whatever you want, let me know and we'll create it. Jonathan, I'll make you an admin on Discord now.
Okay, I have a few questions for you, and they're going to be kind of bouncing around. So I'll just kind of give you that warning up front. I'll just ask them in the order that I have them here. In the search of the home, was the washer and dryer checked, laundry or hamper by the dogs?
The area around them was searched, but I don't know that they specifically went into the washer and dryer.
During your testimony, you indicated the bloodhounds went to a house on the west side of that area there. Did you, or anyone to your knowledge in the investigation, talk to the people at the house on State Street?
Yes, we did. And that driveway is actually a shared driveway between two different residences. And I know Detective Grubbs and Detective Peachy did go out and make contact with them.
All right. And as a result of the investigation,
did they ruin their lives?
Information about whether any of those folks had contact with Emily Noble?
Maybe try to go into their fucking internet search history.
No, we did not.
Right? Makes sense.
And I'm going to ask you a couple of questions about dogs. Are you familiar with the capabilities and techniques of the dogs, what they can do, what they can't do?
On a very basic knowledge, yes.
Well, then I'll ask you if you know the answer to this question. I don't want you to guess or anything. If a person is carried or otherwise not walking, will a bloodhound be able to pick up their scent?
Yes, they would still be able to pick up that scent.
Okay, kind of moving around again. Based, again, on knowledge of cadaver dogs, how soon after a person dies does a cadaver dog first have the opportunity to pick up the scent?
I was told that the decomposition starts immediately after death, so they would be able to pick up on that immediately.
Were there, during the course of the investigation, were there any witnesses or information on where Emily walked the night of the 24th?
No, I'm not familiar with any information as far as where she walked on that night.
At your initial entry into the scene where Emily was discovered, was there a stool or any items found with the remains? The question is, in light of the idea, was there anything that would lift her body up to the branch?
No, there was not.
Wow, Brooklyn. Wow. Okay.
There was testimony that an angel, a little statue, was found in the woods there. Was that tested in any way to see if there was any connection with Matt or Emily?
No, it was not. At that time, in the proximity of where it was, we didn't feel that it was related to this case.
Were the bloodhounds brought to search for Emily on the bike path?
So the bloodhounds were brought to the last known location where we knew Emily was. When you bring a bloodhound in, you can't really just go search certain areas. You have to have a starting point where you know that person was to be able to go from there.
Okay, switching gears again. Had a suspect been identified in the report when the report was given or assigned to Detective Grubbs?
No, there was no suspect at that point. We didn't even know what we were dealing with at that point. Whether she walked away voluntarily, a kidnapping, a murder, we had no idea at that point.
And did Detective Grubbs follow the usual procedures in his approaching you and expressing his interest in handling the case?
Yes, he did. That's something that happens quite a bit. Detectives will notice something along their specialty, whether it be an arson or a financial crime. If they see those, they'll come and ask to have those assigned to them.
This question is directed to you. On September 16, when you entered into the woods to first investigate and you were involved, did you get any cuts or scratches on your hands or arms going through the brush?
No, I did not.
Did the Westerville Police ever update the missing person report to reflect a sooner, quote unquote, last seen date?
Yes, we did. That initial press release was the information that we had at the time that was initially reported that she was seen the morning of the 25th. We later learned that that was recanted and we changed it to the 24th.
Okay, I have two questions that are similar in nature. Your testimony is dogs were taken around the woods, but is there a reason that the dogs were not sent or released into the woods themselves, to your knowledge?
The dog handler, well, I was with the dog handlers when they went through and they just indicated that there wasn't any scent from there. Do I wish we had done it? Absolutely, I do.
Yeah, there wouldn't have been a case.
Was the attic ever searched, the attic at the home of Mr. Moore and Ms. Noble, was the attic ever searched by law enforcement?
Yes, it was, and nothing was located.
Again, taking you to the scene when you first were there, did it look like the brush had been moved or disturbed? Were there footprints where the remains were found?
So when you walk through there, it's obviously very secluded and very overgrown. But when you got to where we located Emily's body, it was a little clearing, maybe 3 by 4 feet, something along those lines. But no, we didn't locate any footprints or anything near there.
And again, going back to your knowledge of the cadaver dog, if you know, when a dog is on the scent, so to speak, are you familiar with, and the question is posed in the range of the dog, the capability of how far can the dog sense things to take it in a direction, or, you know, what kind of degree or range does it have in there?
Sure. I don't know the answer to that. I've seen the dogs, they'll work back and forth to see if they get a scent, but as far as how far away they can smell, that's outside of my scope, unfortunately.
Fair enough. One last question. There was testimony that Emily, or that the branch was 6 foot 3 inches off the ground. Do you know how tall Emily was?
I don't know specifically. I know around, I would be guessing. I'm sorry, I do not.
That's fine. Okay. Understood. All right, thank you. Does that raise any questions for the state?
Thank you.
Defense.
Just one. As a follow-up to the question about releasing the dogs, the dogs lead the handler. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so the handler, as you observed, fair to say, it lets the dogs lead the way.
That's correct.
And so if the dogs had gone into the woods, right, or wherever they had gone, the handler follows the dogs.
That's correct.
Nothing for.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Make all your next witness.
Oh, thank God for that. What do you think, Sally? So far, I know you missed a lot of the start, but have you got any thoughts about that witness?
Just for me, it's just a lot. Huh? What was that?
I was just going to say, I'm not trying to put you on the spot. Just if you pick something up, that's all.
No, I just for me that witness was just disingenuous. I mean, does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it's not his fault.
Anything specific that he said or did, or was it just his demeanor? Or?
It's just more of his demeanor. It's hard. Any of the witnesses that are coming from the state's case, to me, it just they just come across as dishonest. There's nothing really particular that sticks out. I just don't think he wanted to be truthful. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
The one thing that he said when asked on Tuesday, was there any suspect? And he said, no, we didn't even really know what was going on. We didn't know if she just took off or blah. That's what he testified to.
Yeah.
They knew on Tuesday that I was a suspect because they treated me as a suspect. In my book, I tell you this one thing that police tactics that they do. Within earshot of you, there's cops walking all over the place. I'm outside in my driveway talking to my family, and all of a sudden I hear a cop like walking by me go. He said that 95% of people that go missing, it ends up being the spouse that is guilty, and they do that so that I can hear them. It was literally right next to me. You know, he's just walking by. That's tactics. That's training. That's what they do. So for him to say, we didn't know, she could have just gotten a car. They had already made it. Now this is just my contention. I'm just, I don't really know. But when you're in that situation and you hear someone say that, and I called them looking for help, you notice that. Like, I mean, how could you not? Why would someone say that at the time? Now I know that it was tactics. They knew Tuesday. That dude showed up Monday. He might not have known, but when Grubbs grabbed that file and read it, they pushed the button. They opened. Let's get him. Let's get this guy. And the guy that said that, so I could hear it within earshot, it wasn't Grubbs. It was a officer that was in uniform. So I mean, for him to do that, they know prior to getting to my house what they're doing. And that might sound like it's paranoid or kind of like weird. I don't know, but it's for him to be like, we didn't know, we didn't have any suspect. There wasn't any suspect. Believe me, Tuesday when they showed up and took Emily's phone and came with a dog and with a tracker dog, they knew what they were doing. They were looking. They were putting a case together.
But also when in the moment you probably don't understand it, but now looking back, it's all like you can
Now
figure
that I
it all
look
out
back on
now.
I put it in the book. I think it's, and then I know I had of a friend of mine who interviewed 12 ex-law enforcement. That's a big. I have a source of information. I'm not just coming up with this shit. This dude that I know, who's been through similar circumstances, had access to all these guys that he interviewed, and they all say the same. These are military police, FBI agents, regular cops, plainclothes cops, all sorts of different police, law enforcement. And they didn't know each other. None of them knew each other. All 12 were, and they all said the same thing. So it's not like it's this big conspiracy I'm talking about. I'm getting this information from someone that had access to these guys, and they're all saying the same thing. It's not like it's we're just coming up with this. This is what they're trained to do, and apparently they're trained to get on the stand and go, and then turn to the jury and then turn around, and it's just like, how phony can you get, dude? That dude is backtracking. That dude, he's damage control. He's not. He's trying to keep the truth from you that they fucked up. They know they fucked up. And now they're trying to cover it up. They missed her, and they try to cover it up. That's all. It's really easy, simple. They're Keystone cops. It was just a regular suicide. There was nothing to it. Normal as pumpkin pie. They turned it into this weird thing. Got caught in the middle of it, trying to fucking prove this thing, and just said, "Hey, we're gonna cover it up because what's gonna happen to us? Nothing. Nothing happens to them, and it happens all the time. I guarantee it, all over the place. They got the media. They got the media to push whatever narrative they want.
Right. Welcome to Darth Hill as well. Welcome to the channel. First time ever here, so welcome. I don't watch last night, so I didn't hear that. I don't know what Aaron's on about, but Aaron's in a world of her own. Small bus, Aaron. Right. Next witness. Who's this witness then? You're Matt? You hear me, Matt? Matt, you hear me?
Are you asking me a question? I can't. I for some reason your audio is not that clear to me today.
No, do you know what? It's not. It's my voice. It is. I'm losing my voice, Sally.
Yeah, it's like really crackly, and I have it turned almost up to 100%. So what was your question?
No, I was asking if Matt could hear me.
Oh, I thought you were asking me if I could hear you. Okay.
No,
this phone's working great. I can hear both of you. Everything's coming through
fine.
Great. I just don't have my earplugs, but
no, that's fine. Sadly, my voice is gone. Us going, so I can't speak loud.
Gotcha.
Who's next? Does anybody know who's next?
That's what I was asking you. Who's next?
This guy. Oh, geez. You wait for this guy. You're about to hear an hour of nothing. Literal nothing.
Oh, fuck.
Look at this guy's haircut. You're got to be kidding me.
Look at this clown. Look at that. Is that even real? He's
Sir,
a
can you
cell
state your
phone
name, spell your
expert.
last name for the record, please?
David Leichty,
okay.
Leighty.
Okay.
Okay.
You'd agree with me, it sounds a little different than how you spell it?
It is.
Okay. I'll try my best to remember it. It's only taken me a couple years.
Hi, Carrie. By the way, yeah, Carrie got a free membership as well. I've not seen you since then, so hello, Carrie. Welcome back. I know you from Sally's side of the. Julian was here earlier on as well. Sally, by the way, he was here first thing.
Who
I've not
was?
seen him come back. Julian.
When did he come in?
He was in before you came on.
Oh, this morning. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, again, my fucking voice. Sorry. Yeah. So thank you for your support as well from your side, Sally. So here we go.
To figure it out, right? Where are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the City of Westerville Division of Police.
And what do you do for the City of Westerville Division of Police?
I'm assigned to the investigation unit as a detective.
Okay. Do you have a job title?
Just general detective. I do other things as well.
Okay. And what types of job duties do you have as a general detective?
Investigate crimes. Other job duties include mobile forensics on phones.
Okay. And do you sort of specialize in?
So also, I just didn't see this. Sorry. So Darth Hideous says, I first saw Sally on Twitter, then found her on Rumble, and now I'm here. And turns out I know a lot of all the people. Happy days. Well, welcome. Sally's bringing them all in. So welcome, Darth Hideous. I suppose you are subscribed already to Sally. Please subscribe to me. Yes, it's the same kind of circles. It's weird, isn't it? But also Erin, you see Erin Hack in every single chat. She's a chat whore, so she's in every single chat. So not surprised that you know Erin. Right, here we go again then.
In mobile forensics with phones?
For the division, yes.
Okay. And what, I guess, let's take a step back first. What type of training or experience do you have to be a detective?
I attended the basic police officer academy, graduated from that. Then I also studied criminal justice at Youngstown State University. Still working on my degree right now, and also have taken numerous classes over 21 plus years in law enforcement.
And that was going to be my next question is, other than being a detective, you have previous law enforcement experience?
I do.
And can you give me an idea of how long you've been in law enforcement and what positions you've held?
Roughly over 20 years. I started out as a reserve deputy with the Wayne County Sheriff's Department up in Worcester. Moved to a full-time position with the Doylestown Police Department. I left that position as a canine handler and a sergeant. And when I came to Westerville in 2007, I was a patrol officer. And in 2016, I moved over to the Detective Bureau.
Now, you mentioned that one of your specializations is computer cell phone forensics?
Cell phone forensics, yes.
Cell phone forensics? Mm-hmm. Can you give a general overview to the jury of what in the world that means?
I attended a training that's put on by Cellebrite. It's a company that has software and technology to perform forensic extractions on cell phones. My training was a week-long training that goes over how to extract the data and then also how to analyze the data and look at the data. That training I attended in March of 2019 in Indianapolis. And then I've taken several other classes in the area of digital forensics that have to do with social media as well as other cell phone stuff.
So how many classes roughly have you taken regarding cell phone forensics?
I would say between 6 and 10.
And how long have you been working on cell phone forensics in cases in your position right now?
Since March of 2019.
Okay. And do you only handle cell phone forensics for Westerville Police Department, or do you also get utilized with other police agencies?
I have done forensic extractions for other agencies as well, but primarily for Westerville cases, yes.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about, well, I guess let me ask you this. Did you become involved in a case back on May 25th of 2020 involving the disappearance of Emily Noble?
I did.
And as part of your involvement, at least in part, were you asked to do cell phone forensics in that case?
I was.
And do you recall how many devices were you asked to perform a forensic analysis on?
The first one was initial device on the 26th of May on Emily's device, an iPhone 8 Plus.
Okay. Other than Emily's phone, were there other phones or devices you were asked to do analyses on?
There were several.
Okay. Namely, at least in part, 3 cell phones?
Yes.
one belonging to Emily.
If I am picking up on the algorithm, then that's the first time ever. So happy days. Thank you. Yeah, how do you find this, Brooklyn? I had no idea how people find us. We know how some people through Sally, but let us know how you found the channel, Brooklyn, because I have no idea how people find us.
Two belonging to Mr. Moore.
Yes.
So let's talk a little general about cell phone forensics. You're given a cell phone from a detective. Is that normally how it starts?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Once the phone is given to you, or once you have the phone in your possession, what's your first step?
I want to make sure that the phone is in a secure mode and powered on, and also in airplane mode to preserve the data that's in the phone. If the phone isn't connected, if the phone's connected to a network, if you don't put it in airplane mode or remove a SIM card, and it's connected to a network, the owner of the phone could possibly remotely access that device and possibly remote wipe the device.
So by putting it in airplane mode, taking it off the network, what is the hope? Why are you doing that?
To preserve the data that's on the phone.
After you do that, what's your next step?
Next step is make sure that there's either a search warrant or consent form to perform an extraction on that device.
Okay. And assuming there's a search warrant and you have the permission from the owner to do so, how do you go about then extracting, or how do you go about your next step?
Sure. If it's an iPhone, what I will do is we use what's called UFED.
Can you spell that for me, please?
UFED.
UFED.
It's for PC. It's a program developed by Celebrite, and I will plug the phone into that program, and the computer basically walks me through what steps I need to do next to perform a forensic extraction on that device. It'll tell me if the device is supported. Sometimes newer phones aren't up to date yet with the software, so sometimes it takes a little bit of time before that gets up to the newer phones. But it'll tell me what options I have to.
So he just mentioned Cellbrite.
Sorry.
Cellbrite is the exact same computer program that they used during the Murdaugh trial. Do you guys remember that? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember it. Yeah.
They can tell everything. They can tell when you move your phone from this to this. There's a record of it.
Everything.
Literally
if it was black, or if it was turd, if you
everything.
Yeah.
I don't know why anybody would be interested in any of that, but
for this reason right now, crime.
I mean, I guess. I mean, I just surprising the people that developed the phone. It would make it you're able to like track that sort of thing. But literally, they do for whatever they do, everything, which ends up helping me
right?
in the long
Sounds
run.
right.
They do all this, and they put two cell phone experts on. This guy's really not an expert. He took a class, 7 or 8 classes, so now you're an expert. They just throw the phone onto some sort of software, and the software figures it all out for them, and then they analyze it. There's two guys, and literally, it does nothing for them except help me.
Yeah. And yes, Jonathan, you need a Faraday bag if you'd want to have your cell phone not be tracked.
Yeah.
Or leave at home.
Yeah. That's true.
Perform a extraction of what data I possibly can get from that phone. And it's basically just clicking the button and letting the computer do the work. It could take half hour to 4 or 5, 6 hours to do a complete extraction from the phone. After that extraction is complete, I take the data that was copied from there and I place that into what's called Physical Analyzer. Physical Analyzer parses out that data and puts it into a nice program that makes it easier for us to read.
So when you're talking about the extraction process, does that put it in a form that now becomes searchable by either yourself or other detectives?
It does.
And what's the purpose of extracting that data and making that searchable as opposed to just searching it on the phone itself?
Can you repeat that again?
Whoa, hang on. Is that true? Is this true? Smartphones still ping towers went off.
Yes.
When it's does it?
I mean, it's like the same way that you. Go ahead.
Sorry. No,
go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just saying, Jonathan said it, so I've never heard that before. So Sally, you know more than me.
Oh no, yeah. So if your microphone still works, they can you can remotely turn on someone's phone, right? If I lose my phone, I can either turn it off from my computer or I can turn it on. Edward Snowden exposed this. That's why he's hiding in Russia right now.
They can tell you when you plug it in to power it up.
Yes. How much battery was left at this point in time? Like during Murdaugh, they knew exactly how much percentage he had on his cell phone left before it died when everything happened. Does that make sense?
And they'll tell you, I think in the Murdoch trial, I think I remember them talking about his steps, where he was or where he was walking around. It's not quite that accurate about where you are and how many steps you take, because you could just have it in your hand and like move it around and it'll count as a step. So that's a little inaccurate, but it's trying to tell you where, like, exactly how many steps you're walking, if you're walking around or not.
I deleted that app after that trial.
I don't know if it's under health. I think it's under the whatever app the health is.
The health one, My Health or something like that.
Keeping track of how many steps you take in a day or something. Yeah, it's all and I'm telling you, their information that they abstracted from my phones and Emily's phone helped me. In no way did it help them at all. And they're gonna have 2 people on. They're gonna tell you what they did with the phones. Why would they do that? Filler. They're called prop witnesses. They're literally up there just to take up time. This guy says nothing.
I didn't know half of this stuff, guys.
Following my lead, you'll understand that they didn't have anything. So they needed to put people up there to make it look like they had a case.
Yeah.
You tell me after listening to this guy testify what the fuck he's up there for. Tell me. Explain it.
Fair. Thank you, Kari, as well for your input there.
When you extract that data, that's the data, that extraction that you're then search going forward, correct?
Yes.
Or run reports on going forward?
Absolutely, yes.
Why would you do it on that extraction as opposed to the physical phone itself?
If you would do it on the physical phone, then you're changing the integrity of the phone and you're adding more events and stuff to the phone. So you want to use the extraction, which was the preserved evidence that you had.
Is it fair to say it sort of takes a snapshot of the phone and what's on that phone in that moment?
Yes, it does.
And then allows you to search based on what was on the phone once it came into your possession and you put it in airplane mode?
Yes. Sometimes detectives will ask me specifically to go through it because they're not comfortable with the physical analyzer and kind of tell me what type of case they're working on. And I may be able to search for them a lot easier. Sometimes detectives preferably like just to look through it themselves. If they know the case better than I do, I'll just provide that data back to them to review.
Now, you've mentioned physical analyzer, and I think I sort of derailed this a couple minutes ago, but can you explain what physical analyzer is?
It's just a program, again, that makes it puts that data in, I want to say, human readable form. It allows us to understand it and puts it in different type of applications that you can click on and open up, and it can show you anywhere from the chat messages to the pictures to the videos to call logs. It shows you all kinds of data and makes it easier to view.
And are there different types of phone extractions that can be done?
There are.
Oh, and what are those?
There's a logical file system and then a physical.
Okay. And why are there different types?
Because there's different operating devices, such as an Apple is an iOS operating system, which is an iPhone operating system, and then there's Android, which is like your Samsung Galaxy or something like that. So there's different operating systems, and there's different types of, like the physical would go more towards the Android, where a logical and file system would be more towards an iOS device.
Okay, so in some respects, it might be dependent on the device itself.
Yes.
In some instances, are you able to run multiple types of extractions?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Again, is that dependent on anything in particular?
It depends on the phone itself. What the device, what's supported on through Celebrite.
Okay. Again, when physical analyzer is being run, is that being run on the device itself or the extraction that you had just testified about earlier?
Physical analyzer is running on the extraction itself, not the phone.
Okay. And again, why is it the protocol to run it on the extraction?
Then you're not changing the integrity of the device.
When you run an extraction, does that pull everything off the phone, or do you sometimes have to go into the phone and manually search for other items?
Sometimes it's hit or miss. It doesn't generally pull everything off the phone. Sometimes I ask detectives to manually go through the phone. Sometimes you can go through a device and screenshot if it's allowed.
What is that?
What is it, Matt?
Not inside joke.
Oh, okay, I didn't quite catch it. That's why.
Man, Ziggy.
Ziggy Zig.
Zig man. Ziggy, what's up, dude?
If that phone's supported for screenshots or chats with different apps it has on the phone, but it all depends on the device, what's supported. Sometimes I ask detectives just to, if they don't, to thumb through it to see if they see anything else.
And you mentioned earlier, sometimes detectives ask you to search it yourself, maybe if you're involved in the case, or tell you about the case. Is that one aspect of things?
It is.
And in other cases, is it fair to say you're just asked to run the extraction and give it to another detective?
Yes.
Regarding the case that we're here for today involving the disappearance of Emily Noble, were you asked to take the 3 cell phones we mentioned earlier and run extractions on those?
I was.
Okay. And as part of that, were you able to successfully extract the data from the phone?
I was.
And those being, again, Emily Noble's phone and 2 phones belonging to Mr. Moore?
Yes.
Okay. No errors, no issues when you ran the extraction process?
Nothing that I saw.
Okay. And once you're able to run the extraction, were you able to pull that information up?
Yes.
Okay. And again, just review it to make sure there are no errors or issues?
That is correct.
Once you're able to run the extraction on those 3 devices, what then did you do with the extractions in this case?
I provided extractions to Detective Grubbs.
I'm sorry, may I approach? Yes. Detective, I'm going to have you look at what has been labeled States Exhibit 13, 14, and 15. You could flip through those. I know they're multiple page documents.
Jesus Christ, this is slow. Fucking hell.
This guy doesn't say nothing.
Right, let's zoom him on.
Nothing. Cell phone
Luckily,
extraction. He extracted all the information from the cell phone from this Cellbrite software program.
Identify what those items are that I handed you.
Sure. The first one is an extraction report.
That's 13, sir.
Yeah.
They don't. It doesn't show anything. It shows that my cell phone wasn't where they found Emily that night. I guess you can take that from it. So the cell phone wasn't where they found her, ever.
A little trick for you. I'm not sure, Sally, if you know it, but if it's boring, you just just click on your mouse, and it zooms ahead, so it goes super fast, like this.
Yes, sir. Number 13 is an extraction report.
How did you do that?
So right click.
Right click.
Left click. So you're left on your mouse, left. Just go on the screen like I am, and just hold it down.
Yeah.
For case number 2020-125.
Oh, thank you. I was trying to figure that out during one of my videos last time.
Yeah,
Thanks.
no, I think I saw something with you. So you can either go I think Julian was telling you to do the arrow thing.
Yeah.
Which works every 5 seconds, but that one goes super quick. So I mean, this one.
Thank you.
No worries. I saw the video. That's why I thought that you were struggling with it.
Oh, you watched that one, huh?
On replay, yeah, I watched it on replay.
Oh, thanks.
No, it's fine because you always stream it way too like I'm in bed sleeping.
Yes, I know. Yes.
So, but I do watch them afterwards. I do watch them.
We're talking about an extraction report. Can you explain what an extraction report is?
Yeah, when you complete an extraction and move it to Physical Analyzer, then what I do is, after it's in Physical Analyzer, I generate a report for the investigator or myself. The report is, it can be a PDF report, Excel report, HTML report. It moves those over, and that's what generates
good report.
for the investigator to look at. So they're not getting a physical analyzer, they're getting what's called a reader report. So they can't go in and change anything to that or anything, mark anything.
So you can't go in and change anything, but is it a more user-friendly way to review the material that was taken off of the phone during the initial extraction?
It is.
The other two exhibits there as well, I can identify what those are.
Yes, state exhibits 14 and 15 are also extraction reports.
And specifically, were those 3 extraction reports that you created as a result of your dealings in this case?
Yes.
Can I ask to publish States Exhibit 13, 14, 15 to the jury?
Any objection?
Detective, I know you just testified a little bit about this, but I want to make it clear what we're looking at here. So this is States Exhibit 13. I know you're familiar up there, so feel free to mark on the screen if it makes sense. But this initial box here, I'm sort of squaring off the top part. Can you give us a general idea of that area, the types of information provided in there?
Absolutely. It's a creation time of the report. It also provides Celebrite physical analyzer version at the top. And then I put it as I'm the examiner. I examined the device. I did the extraction on the device, and I provide it to whoever the investigator is. I'll put their name in there and then the report number as well.
And as we work down to this second box that I'm drawing on the screen now, what type of information is usually contained on that part of the report?
It shows the extraction start time and end time. What it also shows is what the phone was there. It's an iPhone 8 Plus, and that's the model number there listed. And it shows what type of extraction type was taken. Here it shows a file system extraction.
And looking at the bottom, I'm going to flip the page, but there's an item there labeled device information. Is that fair?
Yes.
I almost feel like we should skip this and just go to cross and watch Diane tear them apart.
There's a lot of information here on page 2.
Fuck's sake, sorry. I'm sucking on menthol stuff because lozenges. So I don't want to. I'm muting myself because of it because our voice is about to go. But I like that idea. If you're happy to do it, let's skip to the cross because this guy's boring as fuck.
Yeah, I'm gonna fall asleep right here, just sitting up.
You think? Imagine how I felt.
I'll zoom out a little bit. Can you give us a general flavor of what we're
I'm
looking at?
almost falling asleep at my own murder trial.
Here it's just going to be right here's here's Apple ID. Account or email associated with account. What I'm always looking for is this number right here, the IMEI number. How I compare that is a VIN number to a car. Every car has a specific VIN number, so each phone has a specific number. They're what you call prop witnesses.
Do you understand what a prop? You guys must know what a prop
is. That's specific to the device. And MSISDN number is the phone number that's on that device.
I know what it is.
They're just doing more cumulative, right?
So this will square here, MSISDN. So that's the phone number that's associated to the phone.
Yes.
You know what's really bad is right after this, they put another guy on that does the same thing.
I don't know when Diane's on, so.
Those would match the placards that we've seen during the photos that we just walked through?
Yes.
States Exhibit 60?
That would be from G, which was the garage, I believe. There you have 2 pairs of shoes.
Oh, that's right. They go through. They go through pictures.
Here's the shoes.
Why did they do this?
And lastly,
there's no reason for it. They don't use the pictures.
That is another photograph of the garage area, and this is where you would enter to go into the laundry area and then the kitchen into the residence.
You can see how nice my house is.
There's a lot of pictures to go through, but it's the hope to get pictures of the residents in various angles in the manner in which you walk into it.
Yes.
The photos we just walked through again, they appear to be true and accurate based on your recollection walking through during the search warrant and photos being taken.
They do.
Yeah, I bet you do.
I just don't know the ground. Okay.
Not that I don't like the house I'm in now.
Here we go.
Thank you.
Yeah, no. But do you rent now then? You have to rent now then, probably, don't you?
I don't rent. I have a friend who's just the greatest guy in the world, man. He's like, come here and stay as long as you need. I don't have any income, man, so I have a very small income, but it's not enough. So I'm just trying to work things out. I have a friend who's been gracious enough to let me stay at his house for free. So
yeah, they're the best kind of people. Do you know what I mean? genuine friends. I mean, so
I mean, who do you know? Which one of your friends is gonna let you stay with him for free?
Yeah,
you know,
I know.
It's pretty cool.
Actually,
I
I
got
don't
great
know.
friends. They know what I've been through, and they know I've been through a lot. So he's helping me out for sure.
Good man. Right, Cross.
A few minutes. Thank you.
He's got. They're right now. What they're gonna do is they're gonna show you pictures of my home.
No, we got Diane. Minaj. We got Minaj.
When Ash gets up there and tells you there's a reason she does everything. But why did they put this guy in the stand and start talking about the pictures they took of my house? I'm telling you, there's no reason. But while you're there, while people were watching my trial, there must be a reason, right? So everybody's watching, like, oh my God, there must be a reason they're showing us all these pictures of the house. There isn't.
Well, let's see what Diane says. Come on, Minaj, where are you?
Minaj.
There she is. Yeah, Matt's writing more notes that she's never going to look at. I wonder, right, what did she do with your notes? Did she just put them straight in the bin, or do you know what I mean?
Those are for her. That's part of her process, right?
Yeah.
She's like, write down your thoughts, write down as it's happening for like maybe for appeal, or maybe for like maybe she'll look at them the night after, you know, at night, just kind of see what my thoughts are a little bit or something. I don't know. I don't know. She's just very thorough.
Detective, how are you?
Good, and yourself?
I'm okay, thank you. Diane Menashe. I'm a bit confused because these aren't all the photos that were taken of the residence. Is that correct?
There was other photos, yes.
So I'm trying to find those photos so that we can go through all the photos together. So I'm a little unprepared, but well. Showing you what's been marked. I'll start with the photos as State's Exhibit 17. I just want to make sure the jury understands that the placards on the floor do not indicate any items of evidence there. Those are just marking the room.
Yes, ma'am.
So someone can say, in location B, this was found, and we would know where location B is.
Yes, ma'am.
And every room, including the laundry room, had a different location, did it not?
I believe so.
Fair to say that the execution of the warrant, when it was executed at 46 Abbey Cross, the scene was clear.
Yes.
And secured so that, as you said, the photographer and the officers, law enforcement can come in and the area wouldn't be disturbed.
That's correct.
It was a surprise. It's not like you let Mr. Moore know that you were coming, right?
That I can't answer.
So just want to go through showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. I will find some closer up photos, but for now, Detective, if we could, do you see all of those pink cans right there?
I do.
And you were in the residence, obviously. Fair to say that those are Rheingeist Bubbles cans?
I am not a drinker, so I can't answer that question.
Okay. Those were all just on the cabinet then, or countertop?
Yeah, there are some cans on the counter. I can't tell what they are by the photograph, though.
And you remember, or do you remember those cans were empty?
I don't recall.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25. The light comes across horribly. Just so we can zoom in, those are, do you see a vodka bottle in that picture? There's like 2 bottles of soap. Have you ever seen that Mr. Castle soap?
Is there any way you can circle that for me? Because
Sure,
I don't know where you're looking at.
Right here.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that brand?
I am not.
Fair enough.
Sorry,
That's okay. Are you familiar with this? Looks like sparkling water bottles.
I'm not.
Okay. All right. I'm going to just go through things that you're always, as you're preserving a scene and you're thinking of things that might have potential evidentiary value, are you not, as you go through a house like this?
You are.
This is a rug right here,
Yes.
pictured in State's Exhibit 26.
I'm not exactly sure what exhibit it was in, but
I'm showing you what's been marked as 26.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And that rug, also depicted in State's Exhibit 27, that I'm showing the witness, Your Honor, is in what we call the laundry room,
Yes,
right in front of the washer and dryer, correct?
that is correct.
Showing you what's been marked as 28, and let me know if I need to come in and show you any closer. Tell the jurors if you see an ashtray on that counter at all. I'm happy to approach if you want to look at it. Sure.
Please.
If I may approach with State's Exhibit 28.
Yes.
And I'll probably do this, just ask you to look at every table or countertop.
Thank you.
For an ashtray.
I don't see one on here.
Thank you. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 29. You identified this as the guest bathroom. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, there's a rug there.
There is.
And like the rug in the laundry room, it's white, is it not?
Appears to be the same color. Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 30. Depicted on the couch there is a pillow.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct? And then I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 31. This right here is a sheet, is it not? A bed sheet, the white item?
It appears to be a sheet. Yes.
I have another viewpoint of it that I can get in just a second. And then State's Exhibit 32. Let me clear this so I can zoom in with you. This right over here appears to be some bedding as well, does it not?
It does look like bedding. Yes.
And I want to zoom in a little further. Do you see these shoes right down here?
Yes, ma'am.
This is important.
Important. Okay.
Those were those collected in evidence?
I'd have to look at the evidence sheet to see what was collected.
Okay, and this is State's Exhibit 32. Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit. I think we're on H, am I right? Those shoes that I just showed you in 32, State's Exhibit 32, those are right by the couch, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Those are my shoes.
they
Those
appear
are
to
my
be
running
tied. I
shoes.
know that they weren't collected in evidence, but do you remember?
What Diane's going to try to do is, but it didn't come up. It didn't become a thing. Was the knot?
Yeah.
She's going to show you how I tie my shoes. And then they're going to show you how Emily ties her shoes.
I'm with you.
But it didn't get used, but I know that's what she was doing. When Emily's found, she has her sneakers on. And they're tied like Emily ties them. I'm going to cry.
Yeah. That's what they do.
It's, she was going to use that, but she didn't need to, or she decided not to. But what she did is, those are my sneakers. That's how I tie my shoes. I'm kind of I tie my shoes like most dudes tie their shoes, right? Just like real super basic. Emily tied her shoes. She knew how to tie knots, like these real intricate knots. I guess her dad taught her how to make knots. It's in my book. If you read my book, she would tie knots like a Boy Scout like type thing, like whatever. And her shoes that she was wearing that night, they show them to you, and they're tied in a way I don't tie. But I mean, she didn't use that as evidence, but it could have been used, I suppose.
Could be
in my defense, but she decided not to use them. But that's why she's making a big deal about the knots on the shoes.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Remember seeing them?
I don't.
Want to show you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit H. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, ma'am.
This is one of the photos that was taken at the scene,
Yes, ma'am.
but was not in the stack that you were identified on direct.
I believe it was.
It was?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. So I wanted to zoom in for a purpose here.
That's how Emily ties her knots.
Based on remembering at the scene, do you remember those shoes being there in the garage?
I don't.
Do you see? Let me clear it though. This right here and how these shoes are tied. Do you see that?
I can.
See how it's doubled
we
over?
know from the placard
Yeah.
that these were in what location?
I don't know if you can see, but they're tied like double knotted,
Yeah.
sort of.
No, we can see it. We can see
Exhibit
it.
33.
That's the
Is
way
it
the knot
better
is
view,
tied
is it
on
not,
the
of that
on her ligament
the
that she
sheet on that chair?
or the rope.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
We got that from their pictures. They took pictures of the. They supplied my evidence for my case.
Appears to be a sheet, I believe. Yes.
That states Exhibit 33 for the record.
That's how good Diane Menassie is.
Obviously, evidently, yeah.
Showing you what's been marked as states Exhibit 37. Let me zoom out. Do you see, and it's hard to see what it is, but I'm just directing your attention to the general area. There appears to be a black item right there on the shelf.
And
Do you see
you
that?
notice that she didn't
Yes,
go
ma'am.
into it, right? She didn't go into the knot thing, right? But she made it a point
But
to point out the knot.
she's putting it into the jurors' heads, right? Like, hey, this is
Because she knows how smart the jurors are. She
Yeah.
knows how smart they are, and she's angling. You know what I mean? For later on down the road, if she needs to use it, if she doesn't need to use it, she decides later on if she does. Yeah, but I mean, the prosecutors had no fucking clue what she was talking about.
Well, yeah, but they
Right?
could have. So, like the rope that she hung herself with, if
Right.
they would have made an issue about how it was tied or whatnot, right now she's laying the foundation to be able to refute that if she needs to.
Right.
They never used that because they knew she was smart enough to
Right.
be able to refute that.
Or maybe they didn't even realize it. Maybe they didn't know.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Maybe they didn't
But
even.
she had to assume that they were smart enough to be able to
But
think
she's
that. Though, right?
assuming that they might use the knot as a, and if she can use it later,
Yes.
yeah, that's what
Yes.
she's doing.
Yes.
That's how good she is.
Yes.
Question from Erin Hack. Did you ever ask Connie if she caught that? I don't think we did ask her, did we?
No, that
Matt?
would be something to ask. I think there was a couple things I did ask Connie that she did not. That she didn't. It could have been, but I didn't know. I didn't ask her about the knot. I don't think.
No,
I don't
no,
think
I don't. Yeah, that's fine.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 38. That is if I called it the master bathroom, does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
We're looking at here the master bath, are we not?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a
The
walk-in shower.
mastermind's master.
And this right here is another white rug
It is.
and a white towel
Yes, ma'am.
and a white towel here.
Appears to be yes.
And I say this because of your experience and expertise. You understand that fibers and trace and hair, those can often
Yeah,
be found
you have
on
no idea
materials
how
like
clean that
rugs,
bathroom
towels,
was.
or sheets.
You have you would think you do, but you don't. She was. I mean, the whole house. You could eat off the floor. All the corners, the baseboards, everything was just immaculate. For me to do this thing in the condo, she's just covering her ass. She's covering everything.
Yeah.
That it couldn't.
And by trace evidence.
I'll tell you this too. Sleeper is on Dateline, and at the end he goes, "Could the murder have happened in the condo? Yes. Could the murder have happened in the woods? Yes. If I was to put money on it, I would say, I'm saying what Sleeper's saying, I would say that it was in the woods. He knows that that there's no possibility of the murder, if it was even murder, that it could have happened in the condo. You know why? Because there was no forensics found. Zero. In a place I couldn't have committed that crime in the condo. He's on Dateline. He was just on TV telling everybody it's his opinion that the murder could have happened in the condo. He's lying to you. He's lying to everybody.
Mm-hmm.
He needs people to think that it could have happened in the condo because he needs this big, wide scope of possibilities for this thing to be true. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I hope you do, because Sleeper, your assistant district attorney for Delaware County, is lying to you. He's lying. When he says it could have happened in the condo, we just don't know because there's no evidence. Or it didn't happen in the condo because there isn't any fucking evidence. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's pathetic. And the dude is still on, he's on TV right now, just however long ago he did the interview and with Dateline, telling you that the murder might have happened in the condo. He doesn't know. He knows. It's an impossibility. Couldn't happen. He knows that. He's lying.
Yeah. No, I agree. I got you. I'm glad you're saying that as well. Pointed that out.
Why isn't there a lawyer right now fucking calling me, going, let's go after these fuckers for wrongful prosecution? The same reason maybe that our first guest for the day just happened to stumble on this thing. What'd she say? She just happened to be on the internet and she came across that podcast.
Yeah.
For whatever that podcast was. Maybe people just don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. No, maybe. Yeah, that's true. You know, but it's good. It's there. We just need to share it more. Do you know what I mean? See out wide. You know, the playlist is there. So,
I don't think it's. I mean, I don't know if you watched the Dateline. I mean, I went over it with Sally, but I don't think we got to that point where we saw the guys at the end.
We watched the whole thing.
Do you remember Sleeper making that statement? It was right at the end where he's like,
yeah, we watched it all the way through.
It could have been, the murder could have happened in the condo or it couldn't have happened in the woods. We don't have evidence definitively either way. So he's telling you that it might not even have happened. You know, literally, he's like, duh, he doesn't know, right? But he knows definitively it couldn't have happened in the condo because there isn't any evidence that it happened at the condo. That doesn't mean that it happened at the condo. That means it didn't happen at the condo. You know what I mean? They're fucking so stupid that they think that they can lie to the public and say, because there isn't any evidence that it might have happened. Grubbs does the same thing. When Dennis Murphy asks him, he goes, if you went into the woods and found her that day, like in the beginning, would there have been evidence there? And he's like, yeah. There would have been injuries to her face that we could have, shown in her flesh and all this. So basically, what he's saying, then he goes into like, because so much time passed before we found her, that there's no evidence. Well, obviously, that's what's going to happen. So, but he's saying that is evidence. That there isn't any evidence. That's evidence to prosecute. That was evidence to do everything that he did. You know what I mean? There was no evidence. So then he just speculated. He just made it up in his head that I don't know if I'm twisting that up.
No, you are. You're basically saying as well that
there's no evidence. So that's evidence.
He's saying that the jurors got it wrong. Basically, he's still saying you're guilty. The jurors got it wrong.
He's saying I'm guilty because there is no evidence. Am I getting that wrong in my head? I don't.
No, I got you.
They're saying that because there is no evidence, that's the evidence that I did this. It's literally the exact opposite how you have to be in law. It's just.
Well, it's crazy. It's just like they will not admit they're wrong. They won't admit they're wrong. That's it. So they have to carry on with the facade. Say, well,
but trust me, they know they're wrong. They're not that stupid.
Oh, yeah.
When Sleeper is fucking telling you that what he's telling you, he's admitting that he's wrong, but he just thinks that you're not going to be able to figure it out. He thinks he's smarter than everybody else. Well, he probably is. Who knows?
Well, most of them think that anyway. Right.
I want to just see here in the bedroom, if we could, and let me know if you want me to come up with a picture. But do you see an ashtray on that bed, that nightstand there, or that dresser?
I see something on the left that looks like a big rock, and I don't know if that's an ashtray or not.
Let me zoom in on it. When you said the big rock, these will obviously, you mean this right here?
Yes,
okay.
I don't know what that is.
And then I want to ask you about showing you State's Exhibit 43. An ashtray there.
I don't know if that's an ashtray or not. It's hard to tell. I can see if you're talking about this. Oop.
Yep. May I approach with State's Exhibit 43? Let me see if you see an ashtray or any cigarettes anywhere.
That just looks like some rocks to me.
Yeah. What she's doing now is I was accused of smoking in the condo.
In the house.
Yeah.
The day I called her in on Monday. John Kramer told everybody, went up and testified at trial that I was smoking in the condo on Monday, and that would be evidence of me knowing that Emily was not going to come back because Emily would have never allowed that. Easy to get, right? What she's doing to you right here is showing that there wasn't any ashtrays, there wasn't any cigarettes, there wasn't any booze, there wasn't any evidence that I was smoking in the condo. Because I wasn't. Trust me, I was not smoking in the condo that Monday that I called her in. That would be fucking nuts. John Kramer, I don't know if he's old or if he... Eventually, I did start smoking in the condo, but it was weeks later. So I think I've already gone over that with you, right? And
you did. Not last time, the time before, yeah.
Right.
When we saw
and
him.
If that was such a big thing, if that was such a got you moment, why didn't they have anybody else besides John testify to that? There was cops everywhere. There was cops Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. There was family and police everywhere. If I was chain smoking in the condo, like I didn't give a shit, like because I knew she wasn't going to come home, they would have had other people up there to testify to that, right? They didn't. They had John across the street who couldn't tell you if she was there Monday or Sunday or who was over at my house. He's like this old senile old man from across the street that can't get anything right unless they need him to be right about something, and he's laser sharp, So.
But also, do you know what? Even if you were smoking in the condo, right? Say you were smoking, who fucking cares? Because at the end of the day, I probably would be smoking again because at the end of the day, you're nervous. You're just like, oh my God, panicking. Where the fuck is she? Where the fuck is she? You smoke.
It's not evidence. It's not fucking evidence, regardless. But I wasn't. I'm telling everybody I wasn't smoking. But even if I was, like you said, it's not evidence.
Who cares? Yeah, who gives a shit? Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
Because I do smoke occasionally, so.
Well, I quit smoking 2.5 years ago, so
good for you, man. Good for you.
Yeah, I enjoy it though. I still miss it. So
I don't. I puff butts once in a while. I have a cigarette once in a while. But it's not like I go out of my way to buy cigarettes. And Emily was not a smoker. And another thing about this is Diane is so good that she does. So she's going through the pictures and she's pointing out the cigarettes. But that's for John's testimony. They don't even know why is she pointing this out that there's no cigarette, there's no ashtrays, there's no evidence anybody's smoking. You know what I'm saying? Why is she doing this? It's for John, who's coming up next, right? She actually goes to the person who did the autopsy, and you have all of the medical records. Emily's medical records are all there, and at some point in the past, she put down that on her medical records that she was a smoker, and she has them point that out to them. That's how detailed that's how nuanced Diane was. She pointed out that some years prior on some medical records that Emily checked off that she was a smoker. So was she really that anti of a smoker? When John Kramer says she would never allow anybody to smoke in the house. That's why this is evidence that he knew that she wasn't going to come back. She was a fucking smoker, dude. That's Diane. That's how good she was.
Yeah, Jesus, that's a good find. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and when it comes up, I'll show you. I mean, you have to be really conscious of the whole trial. I mean, it's the coroner when he gets on the stand, which is like days from now.
That's fine.
But that's what Diane's doing. She's getting ready.
Yeah, we got this guy, and I think we finish after this guy anyway. So today, anyway. So Jonathan is hilarious in chat, but I can't put him on screen.
And showing you 46 or 47, if I may approach, Your Honor. This table just next to the chair on the attic. As best as those photos are, do you see any cigarettes or ashtrays?
I don't believe so in these photos.
Thank you. Oh, one moment, Your Honor. It's just a lot of photos.
Here he is writing more stuff
Showing you what's
that will
marked
never be
State's
seen.
Exhibit 55, and I'll get to 56. It says Matt's goal.
I would love to see your notes, though, Matt. I'd love to see the notes that you wrote. Do you know what I mean?
Writing
Just
down.
yeah, I'd love to see them. Do you know what I mean?
Right with spelling mistakes, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but it would be cool to see it.
Goals. Do you see that? 10/27/19.
I do.
No more Valium. Sleep through the night. Do you see how things are listed and then have a check mark by them? Some of them.
Yes.
You see, guitar, smoothies, cook, help clean the place. Those are all checked, are they not?
Yes.
And there's a no alcohol until Emily gets home, and that's 5 p.m. and that's checked.
Yes.
Positive thoughts, meditate, not checked.
That's correct.
Isn't that weird?
It says what is checked is also grieve.
That's it right there. I still have it.
Deep breaths.
What that is Emily's
Yes,
like
And
wrote
remember-
a list for me to do, I guess. She was being nice. She's like, hey, listen, this is what you need to do.
Which is good.
Emily and so many people love Matt with a heart. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you cards. No rush. Try the gym. That's not checked either, is it?
It's not.
And then page 2 of that same notebook is marked as State's Exhibit 56. And the list goes on is draw, call important people about new phone, have positive experiences, movies, golf, talk to friends. Did you see that?
I do.
Those are checked.
Yes.
Get Emily a new phone.
That's
Heart. That's checked.
Yes.
Lose weight.
I could sort of see it all. Yeah.
Well, that was checked by someone. It appears, is it not?
Well, it was loose weight. Now it's
It's,
lose weight.
that's not
Yes,
something
yes.
a
It was
woman that would
fixed.
be writing.
Yes,
Our marriage wasn't where everybody thought it was. Our marriage wasn't, and she's not going to be writing these things to somebody she doesn't give a shit about and wants the divorce. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, would you? I mean, if it was like a marriage that they try to make it out to be, she wouldn't be writing these things. I mean, it's just,
She wouldn't
you
care.
had no Emily, how like up and down she was. I mean, it wasn't too long before she wrote this that she took her wedding rings off. You know what I mean? It was nothing. It really wasn't that big of a thing that they try to make a big deal out of it. See where it says get
Deposit
Emily a new
checks.
phone? I'm sorry. See where it says get Emily a new phone with 3 hearts over it?
Yeah.
Mm. She didn't. I got her an iPhone. I gave her Joey's old phone. If you want to know this, I don't know if you want to know, but Joey had a really nice iPhone 8, and I did too. And when he passed on, I gave Emily's phone or Joey's phone to her. I'm like, hey, these iPhones are awesome. And when she got it, she didn't like it. She didn't like it at all. She liked, what are those other ones? Those other ones you guys use? I forget. Not BlackBerry. What's the?
You got
I don't know what it is.
Samsung Galaxies.
Yeah, like whatever the one of those was. It wasn't an iPhone. And she was like, she'd pick on me. She's like, I hate this phone. This phone sucks. And I'd be like, no, man, that phone's awesome. You got to get used to it. So it was like this thing that we used to make fun of each other about. And we're writing down in this list that says, get Emily a new phone with 3 hearts next to it. It's just her being funny with me, you know?
Yeah.
She didn't want a divorce. I didn't want a divorce. Did we talk about divorce? I did once. And it was like December, and it's in the testimony. It's in the trial where I asked her if she wants a divorce to try to get her to chill out, because I knew that's not what she wanted. She was probably bitching about something. I was just like, well, what do you want to get a divorce? And she'd be like, no, that's not what I mean. We were super, super mellow people. I mean, to think that, and they try to make it out that we were like, we weren't getting along. It's just not so. It's not true that I was abusive in any way. Does it look like, I don't know, you tell me, does that list look like something of an abused person that was being abused? No. That she didn't have any way out? She's all terrified of me. Does that fucking look, you don't think the cops read that shit and fucking know that there wasn't a problem? They know. They're showing you evidence for me. They're making my case for me because they didn't have a fucking case, and they're literally too stupid to realize it.
Mm-hmm. I got you, man. I got you. Right.
Toast with rainwater. And I missed one, made progress on mom's estate, mailed letters. Do you see that?
I do.
And then showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 57. These receipts that were found at the house.
Let's
do
go,
you see there
Jonathan.
the dates on those receipts?
I do.
And what are the dates?
On the one on the right, it's 5/24 and it's got a 0 at the end. I want to say it's 2020, but that's what I can see on the screen. Another one is 5/24/2020.
And you would agree with me, it almost looks like they're the same receipt, just 2 copies of it.
Yes, guest copy and then whatever the other receipt is, however they print out.
What a State's Exhibit 58. This is essentially this is the log that you testified into direct, where you make note of any person that comes into the area so that you have a record of it.
Yes, ma'am.
And I just want to note here that the canine dog, Danielle Fate, is noted as time entering as 6:30. Do you agree with me on that?
Yes, ma'am. And
then once the individual leaves the house, they must note their exit time as well. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the canine dog with Danielle Fate leaves the house at 7:02 p.m. according to the log.
That's correct.
And I trust as an officer in the importance of this exercise is that keeping, signing in and signing out is important.
Yes, ma'am.
So the math on that is the dog is in the house from 6:30 to 7:02 p.m.
And that is a cadaver dog. It's a cadaver dog. They had a cadaver dog in my condo 2 days after the fact, right? 2 days, 3 days, 3 days after the fact. Looking to see if there was a decomposing body in the condo. How the fuck do you allow your assistant district attorney to get on Dateline and tell everybody, well, I don't know, she could have killed her in the condo. I just don't know. There isn't any evidence. You're right. The dog didn't smell anything. The cadaver dog didn't smell a cadaver in the fucking condo. So that's evidence to him that it may have happened there. He's lying. He's lying. Wednesday was cadaver dogs. Monday or Tuesday, the day before, they were tracker dogs. Those are different. They got the scent at the condo. Then they went and both dogs 2 weeks apart went to that house just north of us. Just north. You can see the house from the condo. You know what I mean? The dogs they brought in Wednesday, this dog right here that came in at 6:30 and left at 7:02, that canine was a cadaver dog. They didn't find anything. They didn't find anything in the cars, anything. There was no body in them. So why is this schmuck on Dateline lying to you, saying it could have happened in the condo? He's lying. I don't know why they allow this to happen, why they allow these people to do these with impunity. How hard is it? I'm a dummy and I can figure this out. A dummy. And they're still saying what they're saying on national TV. I don't know.
Never back down. They'll never back down, mate. They never will.
They're lying.
Yeah, but you got to remember that most people don't know that, in the sense of a lot of people don't look at this kind of stuff, or they believe mainstream media. They look at Dateline and go, well, this one got away with it, type of thing.
They're going to allow this man to get on there and be like, you know, if I ever got an attorney that was half as smart as I am, could take this case and rip it apart like it was nothing and be like, you prosecuted this guy, you violated this guy's rights. You can't, you know what I mean? You can't do this. Where are they? That'll come in later, because that's my thing on attorneys. They're not really there for you. Attorneys are there for themselves. There's a reason why no one's picking up my case. I was on a podcast. It's called Lawyers Are Assholes. This guy's whole thing now is exposing lawyers for being jerks. You know what I mean? That's his thing. Lawyers are assholes. He's a lawyer. He's an ex-lawyer. He tried to get me in touch with a bunch of lawyers to do this type of work. None of them want any part of it. Yeah. They don't want any part of it, because it's going to open up a bigger can of whoop ass than they want. They don't want this thing exposed. Lawyers want crime, like defense attorneys want crime. They want crime so that they can defend and make money, right? it's hard to explain until you're like you're going through it. It really is.
Yeah, you're going into
the whole thing is. But know that sleeper is still out there. He was just on Dateline saying that he doesn't know whether the murder happened in my house or in the condo or not. When you have a fucking cadaver dog in the condo telling you that there was no bodies in there.
Well, never mind that. You got 12 jurors saying you're innocent, but there was no
and then
murder,
there's the 12 jurors. I mean, literally, if you go by what Connie said, it's 10 minutes. They were in there for 3 hours, but they all knew 10 minutes. That was all it took to be like, this guy's not even close. They said, hey, let's sleep on it. Let's go over some things. Let's, make it look like 10 minutes. Every juror went in there knowing that I was innocent. Innocent.
Hi and bye
and
to
not just
Hannah.
beyond a shadow of reasonable doubt bullshit. They fucking know I'm innocent. Period.
Okay, we've not gone long left, guys. It's okay. So Hannah, hello. See you Monday, Hannah. But I think the problem with this one is there's such boring witnesses that there's not much we're seeing here. But yeah,
I wouldn't say not necessarily in the house, but within on the property. Within that's past into the driveway area and into my crossing area.
I wouldn't have caught the dog.
No,
I wouldn't have caught that dog thing. The dog being in the house like that, I'd forgotten. And it's good stuff. So
no, it's good. It's good. Yeah, it's good.
So good distinction. You had the crime scene tape up.
It wasn't, but I was outside for scene security, making sure no one else entered that area, entered the residence at all.
So fair to say that that would have included that driveway up to the garage.
Yes.
The garage itself.
Yes, ma'am.
The 800 or 900 square feet of living space, right?
Yes.
And it's within that area, that general crime scene where that dog is from 6:30 to 7:02.
Yes.
I believe. I'm on I. Yes, thank you. Is that right?
Yeah.
There was a photo in the stack of a sliding door on the attic with a sticky note. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit I. Now that I show you that picture, does that look familiar to you?
It does. I don't think it's on the attic though. It's on the porch.
You're right. I'm thinking of you're right. It's on the screened-in porch.
Yes, ma'am.
There was a slider door, was there not?
There was.
And there was a sticky note on it.
That's correct.
And this sticky note in the original stack of photos you were shown?
It was not.
Okay. And so I just want to zoom in here. Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
Fair and accurate of one of the photos that was taken at the scene?
It is.
And the note says, I went out looking for her on my bike. I'll be back 9, stick around. Do you see that?
Yes.
I want to show you a series of photos, if I could, of the Ultima, because there was a number of photographs taken of the Ultima. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And I'll just mark the series, if you don't mind. HISJ. I'll mark this as J1, showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit J1. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is it?
It's a Nissan that was parked in the driveway.
Showing you J2, Defense Exhibits. Does that appear to be the trunk of the same car?
Yes, ma'am.
The interior of that car was photographed, was it not?
It was.
Showing you what's been marked as J3. And the lighting's so bad, but if does it look? Do you remember that this right here is this folds down? Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, that's the rear seat, and then to the left, you're looking into the, I believe, the trunk area.
And so this right here is kind of, if it wasn't folded down, the seats would meet up together.
Yes.
And there appears to be like some sort of debris, if you will, right in the car.
I would agree.
Okay, and this is a toolbox in the trunk?
Straw.
Yes, ma'am.
Strawberries. Gardening.
You doing that? Sorry, man. I just was texting someone then.
Yeah. Straw to put over strawberries.
Having strawberries.
Yeah. We garden, right, Sally?
Yes.
Put
Yeah.
over
Straw.
strawberries.
Yep. It insulates, keeps the moisture in, keeps the weeds down. Yeah.
That's what that debris was. I don't know. Whatever. I figured I'd tell you.
That's fine. We also got hens. She's a gardener as well. She keeps hens and she does gardening, everything. Has her own garden, so I know that.
And a spare license plate, it appears?
Yes, ma'am.
Go on.
Emily would make fun because straw is actually what you use. It's not hay.
Yeah.
And I would call it hay. And she'd go, hey, hay's for horses, straws for strawberries. We're nerds, man. What do you want?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I can understand now why you got such a criminal mind. Do you know what I mean? That's where it's coming from.
Yeah.
Right.
Showing you what's been marked as J4, defense exhibit. This is the front of the Ultima. Would you agree with me on that?
I would agree. Yes.
And showing you what's been marked as J5. This is the interior trunk of the Ultima. Would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
And Pierre's obviously golf clubs here.
Yes.
There's like a pair of golf shoes over there. Do you see that?
I can see the end of them. Yes.
And there's that toolbox to orient the jurors right up there that we saw from the other angle.
Yes, ma'am.
J6, interior of the Ultima.
No, that's.
Oh, I'm sorry. We moved on to the Subaru.
Yes.
Interior of the Subaru.
Yes, ma'am.
J7, other shot of the interior of the Subaru.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you agree with me? This is like there's almost a pad on the seat which a driver would sit on.
It looks like a pillow, couch pillow or something.
J8 is the passenger seats of the Subaru. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
J9 is the rear of the Subaru. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at some point, was there a picture taken of the interior contents of the Subaru?
Yes, there's the trunk area.
Showing the witness what's been marked as defense exhibit J10. Contents of the Subaru. There's some bags here. Obviously, this sort of looks like some kind of book or a box, and there's some miscellaneous items in the box or in the back.
Yes, ma'am.
And this right here, it's one of those kind of collapsible covers that you can extend on a trunk. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Where when the lid is down and this is pulled, you can't see into the trunk.
Yes.
All of those pictures that I just showed you, those were taken by your department?
They were.
Fair and accurate copies of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Since I labeled all the car photos J, I'll do defense exhibit K. Just to orient you, it's a closer photograph showing you what's been marked as defense exhibit K. Do those appear to be the same tennis shoes that were in the photo that you had seen previously?
Hey. Yes, they do.
And just to orient for the photo.
Go ahead. I don't know what she's gonna say about him, but there's my shoes again with my man knots.
I was gonna say, so those are yours, yeah. You can see the difference as well. You can see the difference in the knots.
Emily had this very specific way she would tie her shoes.
Yeah, I could see that. A good question for you as well from Jonathan. Matt is a sub-E guy. Do you play MTG? Don't know
I
what
have
that
no idea
means,
what
but
he's talking about.
yeah, to be fair, Matt, whatever Jonathan posts is hit and miss whether you do understand what he says or not. So it's
There's a
one
yellow
of
book
those.
next to those.
Yes.
Thank you.
But we love you, Jonathan.
Moving away from photos. Okay. Thank you for your patience with us.
Yes, ma'am.
I thought I heard you, but I want to make sure I understand. I know there was 3 women that were searching the area and found Emily's remains. Did I hear your testimony right that you did extraction reports of their cell phones?
I did extractions of their devices, yes.
For each of their devices?
Yes.
And you would have given those extractions to Detective Grubbs?
Yes.
And when did you do those extractions?
I believe the night that Emily was located.
And were there pictures on those phones of the remains?
I believe so.
And so they would have been the very first people to see the remains as the people that found them.
I can't answer that question.
But you were asked to do extractions of 3 phones.
That's correct.
With respect to cell phones, the initial extractions you talked about in States Exhibit 14, 15, and 16, those are of 3 separate phones, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
2 iPhones and an Android, does that sound right?
That sounds right.
Just want to make sure. Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 14.
Android.
Android, fine.
The extraction start time on 14 is June 22nd of 2021.
Congratulations, Dunya.
Did you see that?
Yeah, that's what the report shows. That's source extraction. Can you go to the top for me?
I absolutely can. I can also approach if you ever need me to.
Nope. Yes, that's what it shows.
And then it shows that the report is created on 1/19/22.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is States Exhibit 14. I want to show you States Exhibit
Happy days.
15. Do you see the extraction date and time for 15?
I do.
And that is 6/10 of 2020. Do you see that?
I do.
And the report created is 1/24 of 2022.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, I'm sorry, I went in, I should have started with 13. I didn't do that intentionally. States Exhibit 13. Extraction date there is June 5th of 2020. And then the report is 1/25 of 22.
Yes.
So it looks as if States Exhibit 13, which is currently being displayed in a very fuzzy way, is the first extraction. The second extraction is States Exhibit 15 on 6/10 of 20. Do you see that?
I do.
And then the third extraction is States Exhibit 14, which is June 22nd of 2021.
Yes, for
see
3
that?
devices, yes.
A couple of questions I have here. The iPhone that you talked about with respect to the Apple ID. Just 1 second. Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 15. You indicated for the jurors that the Apple ID on this phone is eNoble 265.
Yeah, that's the first Apple ID listed. I see on the report must be a backup. I can't answer technically how that responds, but looks like there's a second Apple ID on there as well.
And that's why I asked this. There's actually a second Apple ID. And can you read that for the jurors?
It says, looks like me first, please, 303 at yahoo.com.
Thank you. And that's States Exhibit 15. Fair to say that there are times when you get cell phones and you cannot easily access the phone because they're password protected.
That's correct.
And in this instance, you had the passcodes for Emily for each of the phones, did you not?
That's correct.
And those passwords, if you know, were provided to law enforcement by Matheau Moore.
I believe so, yes.
There was a subject workup that you did in this case. Do you remember that?
That I had done?
That you requested be done?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you put in that request on late May or early June. Let me know if you need me to approach, but fair to say that it indicates that the subject workup was completed and forwarded on June 4th of 2020.
I'd have to see exact dates to.
If I may approach, would it help to refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am, it would.
If I may approach, just to refresh.
Anna Chaco, Erin, Taco. Thank you, Linnea.
And tell me if it doesn't look familiar. I just see your name on it.
Yeah, I see my name on it. It doesn't look familiar to me. I don't recall this.
Okay, but am I wrong that your name's on that?
My name's on it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That's why I was going to ask you questions about it because your name was on it.
Yes, I've never seen. I don't remember this document.
Okay. All right. And I think it's your first and last name, is it not?
It is.
Okay.
Yes.
One moment, Ron, while I go over my notes.
We'll zoom on.
Nothing further. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Redirect?
Redirect. I forwarded it, folks.
There you go.
Detective, just very briefly, when we're looking at these, this is State Exhibit 13. You asked questions just about the extraction start date time as well as the report create date time or creation time.
That's correct.
Okay. If a report is run from the extraction that you originally took, would that signify the report create time?
No, that could be done from the reader.
Okay. If you were asked by counsel, either for the state or for the defense, to rerun a report, would there be a report with a different creation time up there?
Yes.
Okay. Were you asked to do that in this case?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
As those areas, free call.
Thank you, Linnea.
No, thank you. No, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Any questions from anyone here? All right, we'll collect your questions.
Right. Jury questions.
Corey.
I don't go too far ahead because jurors are going to ask questions now. And juror questions have been quite good so far, I think. Playing at, I'm playing at 2x speed, I think it says. Okay, that's my helmet. Jonathan. Right.
I have several questions, and I'll probably have to go through these as I find them, but you did the extractions and turned information over to Detective Grubb, correct?
Yes.
Did you view any of the information that you could testify to now that you gave to Detective Grubb?
I reviewed some of the data, yes.
Okay, well, I'll ask the questions, and you can tell me if you can answer those or not. And these questions may bounce around a little bit too, because I'm not taking them in any particular order. The extractions that you took, are those from Matt's phone, Emily's phone, and the three women who found Emily?
Yes.
Okay. Does the extraction show any deleted calls or messages from the phone or deleted apps?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Was Matt's computer searched?
I don't know that answer.
Was Emily's iPad searched?
I can't answer that one. I don't know.
And I understand.
Okay.
Does location show up for messages or calls? Specifically, was Matt's phone location shown night or morning of 24th, 25th?
Location for phones, for phone calls? It can show location data, but it's certain apps. If a photograph's taken on your phone and you have location data on and you take a picture, it's going to give GPS coordinates where that photo was. But as far as
the extraction, did that have an indication through GPS where the phone physically was located on the 24th?
I don't remember.
Okay. Were emails searched on Emily and Matt's two phones?
I didn't search them. I'm not sure.
And I assume that to be the case. Okay. And again, you may not be able to answer these. Were any messages on Amy's phone of importance from Durbin? Somebody named Durbin?
I don't recall.
Okay. And this goes back to the search of the location. There was an electrical device on the top of the cooler discovered by Matt on the AM of May 25th. Amy shows now it was not on the cooler. Do you know why it was moved since Matt felt it was unusual?
I don't.
Okay. You may not know the answer to this, but I'll ask anyway. When did Detective Grubbs first review the details of the phone extraction?
I don't know the answer to that.
That'd be for him to answer, I guess. Again, do you know?
It's like they cut his hair and then they stopped halfway up his head.
I don't.
Okay.
It's ball patch.
You should probably get his money back for a haircut.
Phone was taken from him to have the data extracted.
The first device was taken on the 27th of May.
27th of May?
Yes.
Was that part of the search?
Yes.
If there is a way to show if things are deleted or erased, can you still find them on the phone?
Sometimes.
Sometimes, okay. Can the extraction be run for specific dates and time frames?
Yes.
And we're back to the search. Were blankets ever pulled back on any bed to see if there was anything on sheets or bedding as far as evidence?
Yes.
Was the bed in bedroom, I believe E, a pull-out couch?
I don't know.
Here's a better question. Was it ever pulled out and checked?
I don't know that answer. Yes.
Do you know when Emily's phone was last used on 5/24/20 and how it was used?
No, sir.
Why was there such a delay in searching the Samsung device?
If that was the second device,
I believe you had two devices searched one year and then one a following year. I think that's the one the question is posed to.
That device was searched after the arrest.
Can you tell if anything was removed from the phones between 5/24/20 and the time of extractions?
If it show up on the report as deleted data, you possibly see that, but I don't know without looking at the data.
I don't think you can answer this, but I'll ask it anyway. Were the photos of the residents taken during the search compared to the body cam footage by Officer Hollis, specifically the bedroom closets?
I don't know. I can't answer that.
And do you know, I think you maybe answered this already, did you know if the defendant had advance notice the search warrant was coming?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Yes.
Questions from the state?
To clarify a couple things, Your Honor. Detective, we talked about two phones from Mr. Moore.
Yes.
When was the first one, the iPhone, collected and then analyzed?
The iPhone was collected on the day of the search warrant on the 27th. I don't remember off the top of my head the day it was analyzed. And then I believe the second device, the Android device, was collected on the time of his arrest.
Okay. So there's a delay between those two?
Yes, sir.
And you were asked about specific messages, location data, last time Emily used her phone, questions of that nature. Is that because you extracted the phone and then provided it to Detective Grubbs to review that substantive data?
I did. That's correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
Follow up on one issue. You mentioned how apps on the phone can track your location. Do you remember saying that? Like, I'm sorry, if you took a photograph and the photo saved in with your phone, the photo could track your location when the picture was taken. Does that sound right?
If you have location settings on for that, yes, ma'am.
So to follow up on that question, apps can act in the same way, right? If you allow location in your settings, that could also track where you are.
Yes, ma'am.
For instance, when we're talking about apps, like if I'm on Google Maps and I have that app and I type in a location and I arrive there, that could track my location as well.
Yes, Google tracks your location, yes.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Appreciate your testimony. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm advised by counsel this may be an appropriate time to close for the evening. I think any additional witnesses would carry us a little too further on and we wouldn't be able to finish them. So again, we'll conclude today's proceedings. As always, remember the court's admonition. Likewise, enjoy yourself tonight. I'm going to go out and get a good meal, so I don't know what you folks may do. But most importantly, get a good night's rest. Take it easy. Don't be thinking about this case. Relax. We'll see you tomorrow. Same routine. I think you go to the third floor again at 8:30, and then as soon as everyone's all together, we'll start out. Thank you very much.
Peace out, Judge. Ta-da.
Okay, I have a question.
They've got some more testimony coming. There's I'm not sure what they're discussing. There's more discussions anyway. So
yeah, I think that the jury leaves and then they do some. It's important if they're talking about they're talking about entering in her mental health records from a therapist.
okay. We will watch it. We just had a great guest come in. Luna M has come in. Luna, for those that don't know, is the biggest weirdo we have on this channel, but she's lovely. She's actually lovely.
Understood.
But
That's
she's
more for my information.
Yes.
If I may, you tell me.
Let me just say this for the record, or on the record outside the presence of the jury, all parties, including the defendant, are present.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, today's the first time I've ever become aware of the fact that the cell phones for the three searchers, so the three women that found the remains of Emily, first time I'm ever aware their cell phones were obtained by Westerville Police Department. First time I'm ever aware that there were extractions done on those cell phones. And I specifically had to lay the foundation so that I could have this on the record. I certainly have never been aware that there was potentially photographs on those phones. So I would ask, I think that's an evidentiary discovery issue. I would ask that the state turn those over forthwith. I really want to be clear about something on the record. I have never even known that those phones were taken. I have 3 handwritten statements from each of the women that found the remains. And I have Detective Grubbs's investigative summary report. Nothing in any of the information we've been provided indicates that those phones have been taken and extractions have been done.
Okay. Any
Your Honor, in book 3, photo 13, contains their witness statements for the 3 women. It also includes attached to that a consent to search form that was signed by the women with regard to their cell phones. So there certainly is indication that their cell phones were taken and looked at.
I think it's in evidence, yes.
And so, I mean, but it's in the items that were provided in discovery as well. I have not seen either a full extraction on the phone, so if that does actually exist, we'll look forward and try to provide it. But it was clear from the discovery that's been provided that the phones of the 3 women were taken and looked at in some fashion because they did provide.
I think we've established that. The question is, I think the defense is asking for them.
And I understand that. So certainly if there's a cell phone extraction that was done, we need to obtain that and provide.
I think that's in evidence, yes.
But I want to make sure that the defense just indicated that there was no indication in discovery whatsoever the phones of these women were ever even looked at. That is not accurate because in discovery we did provide.
I don't think she's asking for sanctions. I think what she wants to know is, can I have a copy of it?
Absolutely, and
will you do that?
I just want to clear up the record with regard to this.
We're cool. Okay, did you hear that, counsel? Okay. Who are you planning on calling tomorrow for witnesses, just for order of things?
It depends a little bit on who's available to come back. We had a Detective Howe.
I won't hold you to any of this. It's just a preview.
Potentially Detective Howe, and then I do believe we'll call Detective Grubbs, and I expect he's probably going to take most of the day, and that may be all we get through with that.
Your Honor, I did file the motion eliminate that I spoke about this morning with respect to the counseling records of Emily Noble. I would just ask, that is an issue that I would go over the records with Detective Grubbs. Again, I have provided the affidavit with respect to the custodial issue to the state from the counseling center. I intend to question Detective Grubbs about the counseling records as they were obtained by him through the course of the investigation as part of the workup in this case. I believe that they're incredibly relevant. The counseling records are from August of 19 to November of 2019. Also, and she goes to counseling as indicated by the records because of her anxiety and depression from Joey's death. I can also tell the court that I further think it's relevant based on Amy Thomas's testimony, where she said that she remembered her sister being forced to go to counseling because of FMLA.
Yeah, that was this one.
Yes, and so I think that makes them further relevant. I litigated all of this in my motion. I just want to be transparent and proactive that I think that I should be allowed to question Detective Grubbs about that.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Have you seen the motion?
for purpose of the record, we received a copy of the motion over the lunch hour. We would ask defense counsel to point to the specific statements or comments in those therapy records that she believes are evidence of attempted suicides as noted in their motion. And then we would like the opportunity to respond before the court makes a decision once we have that information from counsel tonight. They've had these records for a substantial amount of time, Your Honor. We want to know exactly the portions that they believe are evidence of attempted suicides now so that we can accurately respond tomorrow morning.
Sure.
So and let's be clear. I think I desire to question about the entire records because I think they are completely relevant. The state believes that Matt Moore murdered Emily Noble. We clearly have presented a case that she killed herself. This is a case about her mental health. We know a lot about suicide. There's been testimony about whether or not she went to treatment and whether or not she had
They're trying to keep out her therapy records that talk about a lot of things, and they're important. You can tell it's coming, right? They're fighting right now.
Yeah.
Fight. They're gonna try to keep those records out. They want nothing to do with it. And Diane's like, she was at a therapist talking about being depressed, about having a hard time, coping with Joey. They didn't want anything to do with that. So this is a battle right here.
I'm intrigued with this.
A mental health issue. These records they are literally in between Joey's hanging and Emily Noble being found with a USB cord around her neck. Separate and apart, I think the whole records are fodder for cross-examination of Detective Grubbs.
What's he doing? He's just going to parrot what's in the report, right?
Yeah, and quite frankly, yes, I mean, this is why, isn't it true that she went to counseling for this reason?
Why would he be interpreting the records?
I don't want him to interpret the records. On cross-examination,
you just want the records admitted.
That's exactly right.
That's what you're looking for.
And Your Honor, I have been, for sake of transparency, this has been an issue that I've been trying to resolve with the state for some time. They have said repeatedly, I've said about stipulations, they have always said they will not let the counseling records come in. I believe that they are so relevant to this case. And so I'm doing everything I can, right, to litigate it correctly. And Your Honor, I even said to the court yesterday that I anticipated filing the motion eliminate because I knew that this issue was so important that I had to preserve the record and file something. I mean, literally, it's not what I'm usually doing.
Filing it in the middle of trial.
Okay. You believe the records should not be allowed to be admitted in this case?
We want them properly admitted, Your Honor, and we'd like the opportunity to respond.
You want them admitted?
We would like the opportunity
No,
to
my question
respond.
is yes or no. Do you want the records admitted as part of this trial?
We want the information contained in the records to be accurately portrayed to this jury, not what defense counsel is going to ask her questions about.
Hang on a second. I'm not sure Detective Grubbs.
Oh my gosh, this lady is nuts.
Records that
She's
she
funny.
to.
I would love it if we just marked them and sent them back to the jury.
Well, that's what I'm trying to ask the question about.
Love that.
That's my question. Rather than have somebody interpret these records, and I'm sure the detective doesn't want to do that because that's not his role in this process. If the records can be presented in the fashion you wish them to be, I'm willing to go along with that.
They don't want them in.
No, because it's damaging.
They don't want them in.
Sorry, guys.
Get it
Yeah.
done. This Schiffel lady does pretty good, but she doesn't want you to know what's in the records.
Here, all right, Your Honor. There are statements in there that aren't. pertinent. There's just a whole host of things. And so to admit an exhibit and say,
I
here
have
you go,
those
jury,
records,
figure it
by the
out.
way, if
So you're
anybody's
saying you
not
don't
read
want to
them.
agree to a
She can
stipulation?
object. She can
I have
object.
those records. I have possession of them. If you want to
Cool.
read them.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Of that exhibit as evidence?
No, we're not willing to stipulate.
Okay,
to that.
well, that was the question I
Look at
asked.
Diane
Laura.
laugh.
Okay, I understand that. So you're saying basically, from an evidentiary point of view, we don't have the proper people to present this particular record. Is that what you're saying?
They have not been called to court, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you're saying it's an evidentiary question at this point, whether or not those records can be admitted?
Correct. So
Okay.
just so we're clear, the state's trial brief indicated on their witness list that they had Angel Kessler, who is the therapist for Emily Noble. She currently lives in West Virginia. I do have a subpoena on her. Your Honor, I've really tried to avoid sort of that whole issue. But if the state's position is they do not just want to mark it and send it back, and they want the counselor to testify, you know what? Then that I understand is where we are.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand where we are. What you're saying is it's in their hands. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I mean, I don't believe I need the counselor to come and testify as to what's in records because, Your Honor, of course.
Well, to the detective, those records are hearsay.
Well,
He has no input to that record. He just is a physical possessor of that record. Is that a correct statement?
Well, I think they come in hearsay.
I'm asking honestly. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think there's business records exceptions. There's a medical records exception. I think the records speak for themselves. I have sent emails to the state asking, will you stipulate to the authenticity and or admissibility of these records that they obtained through a subpoena? They said no as to authenticity and no as to admissibility. So I went and got a records custodian at Serenity to say those are the records. So now I've crossed my authenticity and now we're at admissibility. If it's the court's position that they do not come in because of the business or medical exception, and the court is saying bring in the therapist to talk about them, then I don't have a burden of proof. But if that's where I am, that's where I am. I just don't believe that's necessary, Judge. I think they should just come in.
So how are you proposing to bring them in?
Mark them as an exhibit. Did you obtain these in the course of your investigation?
That's right.
Do they
It
appear
was
to be fair and
evidence
accurate
they
copies?
submitted.
Is this an affidavit? Yes. Boom.
It's evidence that they put in discovery. Now they're
Yep.
trying to
I don't
keep
want
it
to.
out.
They can't. Your lawyer's good. If you didn't have a good lawyer, it would have never come in.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I have the affidavit that comports with the rule that says they're properly kept in the ordinary course of business. And
That's from whom?
from Serenity Health,
Serenity.
the counseling center. And I supplied that to the government because when they said they wouldn't agree, I just got that affidavit 2 or 3 days ago for the records custodian. I'm happy to call a records custodian in. I mean, happy is not the right word, but.
Okay, all right.
The affidavit was signed and actually by the CEO on August 15, 2022 with respect to the records. And that they were faxed to Westerville Police Department pursuant to a subpoena on July 3rd of 2020.
Okay, so the state's position in this case is that before the records come in, they have to be in compliance with the rules to admit documents. Is that your position?
Correct.
Okay, all right, I understand what the question is.
But Your Honor,
Cole's got some homework to do. Go ahead.
Your Honor, we would like the opportunity to respond again in the morning to the motion as to the relevancy and admissibility of these records that was filed at the lunch hour before the court makes its decision.
And I understand I guess first question we have here is, how do we get the record in? And the second question you're raising is, should they be in for purposes of relevance or whatever, or I guess relevance? Probably the question. Okay, I think.
Should the entire record come in or pieces of it or what? Yes.
He's like, for fuck's
Well,
sake.
how could her mental health records be relevant? You know, it could be a suicide, but how could her therapist records be relevant? That's what she's saying. She's trying to keep it out based on that they're not relevant. You know what I mean?
Let's see what their answer is. Yeah.
They're trying to keep it out on technicality. What
Oops.
happens is they get part of it left out.
Court like to have us
Not all of it, but part of it.
tender a copy of the records and affidavit to.
That may not be a bad idea.
We'll do that right now. Thank you.
Okay, anything else anyone would like to place on
That's what's infuriating because it's like, what, if you want all evidence in, all evidence should be in. It's like, no, we don't want that because that looks bad on our case. But it doesn't matter. This is a man that is on trial. So,
There are rules. There are rules to getting things into evidence. We understand that. I mean, it's hearsay unless the person that took the notes actually comes in and says they have to testify that because someone could have just wrote them and given them to her. It's hearsay, right?
Yeah, it's fine.
But they got the owner of the place, the owner, to say, hey, these are okay. But the judge needed to go and kind of find out exactly. It's just that whether they're relevant is obviously they're going to be relevant. So when the judge looked at her and said, you want to keep these out based on relevance, right? He's breaking her fucking balls. He's making it hard for her because he knows what the fuck she's doing. But she's like, no, we want to make sure it gets done properly. Okay, whatever. And he goes and he kind of meets him halfway. She talked about her abuse, her sexual abuse when she was young. They keep those out because that's hearsay. You know what I mean? There was no charges ever made against anybody. It's just Emily saying something. So he kind of meets them halfway and says, okay, we're going to let her mental health records in, but we're going to keep out the sexual abuse. Do you know what I mean?
Fine. Yeah.
Which is
fine.
Okay. So he kind of meets us in the middle.
And to be fair, it probably doesn't impact you at all in that sense. You the mental health stuff you want in, do you know what I mean? So for the future, but whatever.
It was in their evidence that they brought in. We didn't go. They went out and found it and put it in evidence, and now they want to keep it out.
Yeah, it looks bad.
The record or bring to the court's attention. You guys good?
Nothing from the state. Nothing, Your Honor. I am tendering the affidavit with respect to the records and also the fact sheet that Serenity sent to Westerville Police Department, which is on top of the
records themselves.
The counseling records.
We'll get these back to you as well.
I like to bring you a lot of copies. She's thorough.
It's good to be wanted.
Yes.
All
She
right.
keeps me straight. Let's be clear.
Okay. Have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. See you at 8:30.
See you, Judge. Where's that gone? There you go. Oof. Okay.
I think that our interview with what was her name, Stephanie?
Yeah.
That was really good this morning. She started crying, man.
Mm-hmm. Pasta.
I mean,
Because
she
of
really
Joey.
was like, hey, that was heavy. That was heavy this morning.
No, I loved it. Hopefully she can come back. Hopefully she watches this. Hopefully she tells people about this. You know what I mean?
Does Sally know about? Well, who did you watch that?
Yeah, I listened
Sally?
this morning. I was listening this morning.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah,
that
she was in
woman's
chat.
like she feels awful.
Yeah, no, that was really neat.
There's other people in the community that feel just as she does, I'm sure. So yeah, that was really nice of her to come on.
Yeah, if anybody else from the community want to come on, then obviously it's an open invite. Get in touch with
Yeah,
us.
man.
It's fine. But with Steve, hang on, right. I might have already asked this, but were you staying in your normal cell throughout the trial? You were, weren't you?
I think there's pods.
Yeah.
When you're a violent offender, you get put in a pod, which is not like a big room full of cots or big room full of bunk beds. A pod is like a small, kind of narrow, long dealio, and there's cells within that pod. I was in, I think, 2 or 3 different pods the whole 15 months I was in there.
But during the trial, though, you would go back to the same place every night.
Yes, when I would go back, it was in the same one. And it was the same pod.
Stupid question.
They were watching the news during the day. I think they allowed them to watch the local news, so they kind of knew whatever they were showing on the news. Whatever.
You don't have phones, you don't have anything, so you're lost, really, aren't you?
Well, I would from trial. They would shackle me up. I'd get in a paddy wagon. They drive me back with a I can't come up with it. They would follow us.
I'm with you. A chaperone thingy, whatever.
Yeah, chaperone. They'd have us. They'd follow us home like regular squad cars would follow us back to the jail. They would get me and they would unhandcuff me and they'd give me my food for the night, because it was past chow. And then I would go back, and there were the 4 guys I was staying with. I mean, we kind of talk a little bit about the trial. I'd get on the phone and talk to my peeps, talk to my people on the street, as they say, on the street.
Yeah.
And it was they were trying to be nice. My good friend Mark, he's in the book. He was like, "Oh, you had a bad day today." I'm like, "What do you mean, man?" You know, I was like, he's like, "I didn't look good." He was really super honest with me, you know, and would be like, "Oh, really?" And so yeah, we really didn't know how people were going to take anything. I mean, you literally, the state of Ohio is you're up against that. It's your word against the state of Ohio. People believe what they're going to believe. They're not going to believe you for the most part. They're going to believe, authority.
Yeah.
So it's even, I'd never been through a court case like that. I'd never understood the ins and outs of like their rules, what they can hear, being on a jury. The sole purpose is to don't taint the jury with the bullshit. Don't taint the jury with like gossip and shit that doesn't mean anything, to fuck them up in the head to try to, so that they can't make this decision. It's all based on to try to get it the closest to the truth as possible. So when in their position, it's probably a lot easier. But when you're out amongst us and you're hearing things and you're hearing the news and just people in general, you're gonna get it's gonna make you think anything is possible. It's crazy.
Sally, have you got anything?
I don't really have much to say today. Today was kind of honestly was a lot boring. It was just a lot of the same. Just put witnesses up there to try to bring accumulative evidence to the table that's not there, to kind of, so the juries are kind of like, well, maybe there's something there, but they didn't really prove anything.
Everybody's waiting, right? We're waiting for the hammer to come down, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We're waiting for the evidence. Where is it? Come on, keep coming. Well, you're gonna get one more telephone guy, and then you're gonna get Grubbs, and Grubbs is gonna be real telling. No, I don't know. Maybe he comes on. I don't know. I forget the order, but I think Grubbs is coming up.
He is coming up.
And you're gonna love it. It's just like, what the fuck? This is the main guy. This is their main guy. He's gonna say something, right? No. He makes my case for me. That's how bad this guy is. I'm telling you. Wait till you see it.
He might not be next week, but he'll be the week after, definitely. So, but that's good. Yeah, as Sally said, it wasn't much today. We've had a few things, which is good. With the, it's good to have an insight about I like the fact that you can fill us in about. I wouldn't have guessed about the whole Emily stuff, about the laces and things like that. The cadaver dog was in there for 30 odd minutes, and so it's the intricacies, the small intricacies that you can bring to this trial, which is why we do this, and it's why I'm grateful that you're always here. Cool. I also that Sally answers some fucking questions. I have no idea what chat's talking about. So thanks for covering my ass as well, Sally. You've answered questions today, which is good. But that's why it's good to have a broader knowledge of people here. So I do appreciate you both being here as well. But before we go, Sally, have you got anything to plug that you want to plug? What have you got coming up, or anything? Or have you've had some streams lately that people can rewatch or something?
On Rumble, I've been covering a book by RFK Jr., which is the real Dr. Anthony Fauci, big Bill Gates and Big Pharma. And so I've been covering a chapter at a time about like all the different experimentations, kind of like how Fauci even became to be head of the NIH and all of that history. It's quite fascinating and disturbing. That is on Rumble. I think we've done 3 or 4 so far. And then we've covered, what else did we cover on there? We did Matt. His Dateline is on there. It was really, really good. And then, yeah, that's about what I'm doing right now, along with my movie nights on Twitch, which is Sally P78. And it's just chill. No politics. The chat's really fun. It's just hang out, get on Prime and watch movies.
Yeah, cool. Matt, have you got anything that you want to promote?
I got a book on Amazon. Just go to Amazon, type in Emily, a stage suicide in Ohio. I've seen it. You put it on there. And I have a YouTube station. I don't know how you get to it. I don't know how
it's in there. Everything. Sally's chat. Sally, your Rumble's not on there, but Sally's YouTube, Sally's Twitter, YouTube, his Twitter. Everything's in the description box, guys. Matt, your GoFundMe's not, but I'll have to add that. But your whatever you call it, Cash App and stuff like that is all in there as well. So all the links for Dr. Hind as well is in there for me. If you become a member of this channel, it's there and stuff. So I need to update the links, but the links for the books and stuff are there. Please purchase the book, and please go and follow these two on Twitter, because Sally, you advertise when you go on Rumble and stuff like that anyway. So if you follow Sally,
I just want to say, I went on a Facebook fan page. It's the it's Sword and Scale. It's a. Do you guys know it? It's and I went on there and I just said hey, and I said whatever, and it got like a huge response. Like I guess there's a zillion people that watch that silly show. I don't know. So I got I wanted to thank anybody who's out there listening, or thank you for Sword and Scale fans. For a lot of you came to my Facebook and started following me. So I put a lot of stuff on Facebook that's related to my case. So thanks, Sword and Scale.
One thing.
Yeah.
Hashtag free Zachariah Anderson. Just yours. Thanks for reminding us, please.
Yeah, I was going to do that now.
Sorry.
You two, no, it's fine. But thank you to you both. You can drop off. I'm just going to close and promote some of my stuff.
Peace.
Thank you, Sally. See you, Matt.
Peace.
Peace. Thank you for that, Just Euros. Yes, as you're aware, we big supporters of Zachary Anderson here, and we also have his website. Go in the description box of the website, and you can go and see all the Zachary stuff. If you're new to the Zachariah case, it's, in my opinion, a big injustice that you can go and look. You can look at math letters, you can see all the caseloads. There's merch, there's new merch they're launching now. They're also doing the old merch, and I'm a fan of the old merch, so I'm going to be purchasing some of the old merch. But there are new merch as well, so go and take a look there as well, guys. The link to it is in the description box. I think it's freezachariah.org or something like that. But if you are a fan of Matt's case, then there's a lot of similarities with Zach as well. And in terms of me, I'm really sorry. I'm fucking dying. My voice is nearly gone. So I've been gargling water and salt all night, and lozenges. I'm knackered. I'm going to go straight to bed in a little bit. But you guys were a reason I powered through, so thank you very much. So it's fantastic. I just want to introduce you to Paddington, just for Aaron Hack. His favourite food is he likes to eat the taco, Aaron's taco. So yeah, what we got Monday as well for those coming back. Please, whether my voice is gone or not, I'll still be streaming on Monday, and it will be the poison trial we're doing. Whatever. That's what you get for not trusting vinegar. No, it's still going okay. It's going okay. It's going okay though, Jonathan. I will. Oh, nice tackle. The poison trial, Jesse. Oh fuck, what's her name? Jesse. Jesse Kashevsky, which she is in Waukesha County in Wisconsin. They've done voir dire and Judge Dorrow, the MILF. My name is Dylan. Thank you guys, appreciate you all. I do have fun with all of you. My name is Dylan. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate you. Thank you for those that became members tonight. I don't remember what I'm on. Let's have a look. Henry Yall, you came through again today. Oops, Christine and who else was I remember? Jesus Christ, Sylvia, and congratulations to Nani as well. So thank you very much, guys, for all that. I'm catch up now with the Charlie Anderson case. Cool. Chili, enjoy your chili, Jonathan. Would you like some weed of Devon? No. Right. on behalf of myself, Paddington, and Erin's Taco, we bid you a good night. Peace out, everyone. So you can go and eat Erin's Taco. Way. Right, thank you, everybody. Free Zachary Anderson, as always. Take care. Love you all. Ta-ra.